Hello and welcome everyone. We are here for the Mastering Runeterra April Open. It's no longer the 1K tournaments because, the prize pool went up quite a bit since a lot of people donated to this one already. I'm joined here by Boulevard. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, T. I just saw the MR store pop-up happen and remembered that I do own Mastering Runeterra merchandise that I did not wear for this broadcast, so maybe there will be a costume change later down the line so I can show that off for you guys. But for now, I'm just dressed like normal and doing fantastic. Always a pleasure to be here with you specifically.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what's going on now that rotation happened. This is the first, I would say, really big tournament post-rotation. Sure, we had a few small tournaments before, and we also had the Ruthless Rumble going on that I heard was really competitive. But this is the first tournament where high stakes with a lot of money are there, and I'm interested to see what people bring. I heard you had grim expectations for us today as casters.
Yeah, it's looking like a lot. I mean, Karma's in the meta, right? It's no surprise that Set Karma is a very good deck, and we have a lot of Ionia enthusiasts at the top level of competitive Runeterra, so we're expecting the matches to go long. Today is going to be a marathon, folks. Pace yourselves, because we are in it for the long haul. Jack Seraphine, another deck that is doing very well, that is going to take games pretty long. Should we get, God forbid, some mirror matches?
I don't want to imagine it. I don't want to imagine it. I really, really don't. But there is something that we have to talk about at the beginning of the day. And yeah, nice and simple. But again, this prize pool is no longer 2K. The format is, I don't know, pretty known, and I'm pretty excited to see what's going to be going on today. Now, we have the first match for today already ready for you guys. It's going to be Salty Simon going up against Roomba Whack, which is really interesting. Salty Simon, again, from EU, always playing in these tournaments because, I don't know, that guy just has no sleep schedule, honestly.
I'm trying to think back on the last couple of Mastering Runeterra events, and I feel like we just always do Simon round one. He is our absolute go-to. We want to see, is it Control Simon, is it Aggro Simon? Really set the tone for the day, because if there's one player to bet on making the top 8 of these, I think Salty Simon is a pretty safe bet, former EU seasonal champion. What can't he do? Are you excited to see what Simon's brought today? Are you feeling a top 8 out of this competitor, T?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Always.
For sure.
Did make it last time around. He did win one of these big tournaments for Mastering Runeterra already. And I think Simon is always someone that, especially when there's a new meta, can go on top just because he is quick to figure out a couple of decks that work really well and just spam them like crazy. Like, there are a few guys who are dedicated to spamming ladder games as much as Simon, so you bet this guy has already played 1,000 games of every of the decks that he's gonna bring today.
And he's got some interesting ones here, T. I don't know if you have graphics for the deck list, but we're looking at aggro Simon today, not control Simon as we might have expected. And honestly, aggro is something that is really up in the air for a lot of players. I think if you look at the ladder and you're looking for aggro decks, you're seeing a lot of different Samira variants. And you can only have one Samira deck in this tournament, as we previously mentioned. So what did Simon end up bringing? Where did the Samira go? The answer is Samira Fizz, the tried and true. Now, I know that this one has fallen off a little bit. I haven't heard about it as much. So normally you see like Samira Diana, or Samira Leona rather, I think is the more popular version, or the more winning version on ladder currently worldwide. But instead we're going with the classic Burblefish Fleet Admiral Shelley that people were ignorantly comparing to TF Fizz in the opening hours of the meta.
Yeah, again, you can get all these decks obviously on masteringruneterra.com. And I don't know, this deck, Powder Pandemonium, seems pretty interesting. This is something that Simon has tested quite a lot. He was hesitant at first. I think Broken Ball convinced him to run 3 of Powder Pandemonium. And it is a card that definitely breaks the mirror. Very interesting in this deck. 2 Inferna, 3 Inferna, again, has been proven to not be the ideal case. But looking at this deck, we already see Samira is gone from the lineup, and I think that was a deck that I already showed accidentally at first, and that is a deck that also usually wants to play Samira, but here it goes with Diana, which is kind of like Targon Samira, really. It doesn't generate your cards, but it does have the same mid-range effect of being an early challenger at 2 mana that can easily work with the rest of your deck.
And I'd like that Simon is going a little bit more top-end focused here since the Kale is in the deck. Like, we're not seeing Legion Saboteur, which is something that I do see in a lot of these lists, but it feels like Noxian Fervor is just kind of what Simon is eyeing as one of the best cards, as it is in both of his non-Fizz Samira decks. How are we feeling about Fervor and aggro in general since the banishment of Decimate to the Eternal format?
Ooh, Fervor is one of the best cards still in Noxus, I think. Especially for these aggressive mid-range decks. I've been trying out quite a bunch of aggressive decks, and Fervor, again, absolute MVP. The sad thing is a lot of removal rotated out as well, so you won't find these like perfect Fervor targets anymore where someone is trying to Val Feast a unit of yours and you're just like, nope, I'm gonna Fervor that one. But it still works pretty well. And again, you mentioned it, Decimate is out now. Fervor only deals 1 less damage, and in this deck we usually have the stats to easily Fervor a unit and be safe with it. So I think absolute perfect in this deck still. You want to take a look at the third deck?
I do. It's a classic. It's Annie, Jin, sort of the glue that ties these aggro lineups together and sort of what makes it an aggro lineup on site. And here we see the actual card that is in all 3 of Simon's decks, Pirouette. We lost Arachnoid Sentry, so this deck isn't as stun focused as it used to be. Of course, there are still the Sunhawks, the Stagehand, and the Witness even now coming in to replace that fallen Arachnoid Sentry, since the Witness can theoretically be cheaper, but again, it's what we're used to in terms of Annie Jin. I think someone actually pointed out quite a while ago that since the release of Jin, only 4 new followers with abilities have been added to the game.
That's quite sad.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Especially for this deck. Damn. Well, that's not good.
But, well, it's a forgotten archetype by Riot, but not by Simon, who is bringing it. And I believe that this has been something that we constantly see in Simon's aggro lineups. I'm pulling that one out of thin air and just hoping that I'm right, to be honest. But
yeah, no, for sure. Now, all-time favorite deck, Archer Infinite. Yes, I believe it. It could be a joke, but honestly, this guy this guy loves Shurima a lot more than people think. One of his favorite decks of all time is also Echo Zillion, Echo anything really. So yeah, I believe it. But yeah, this is the man himself. Currently Master #13. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a bit high up, honestly, for Simon. Usually he drops down quite a bunch. So yeah.
Depends on the time of day you catch him.
Depends on the time of day. He might be Master 200, might be Master rank 1. You never know with Simon. But that's a pleasure, of having someone like him in the tournament.
And then I don't know if we have time to get into Roomba Wax decks, but if not, I can quickly go over the archetypes for you. It's a little bit more of what we expected to see here today. It's a little bit of Deep, a little bit of Frostbite mid-range, and then Fizz Samira actually rounding out that lineup, not dedicating to the sort of triple mid-range here. And honestly, even the Fizz Samira looking decently different than Simon's. We've only got 2 Fleet Admiral Shelley. There's another card that's like missing from here. No Powder Pandemonium. So like you mentioned, that card being a mirror breaker means that the ban strategy might already be thrown off out the gate for Roomba Wax, since Simon has such an advantage in that Fizz Samira mirror.
Okay. Sounds like interesting matchups to begin the day with, honestly. Sounds a little bit better than we expected that to start before we started looking at those deck lists, honestly. I was kind of afraid that today would be, as you mentioned, a lot of mirror matches between Jack Seraphine. Isn't it kind of crazy that post-rotation we both have Seraphine and Karma still? I was like, they're gonna remove one of them. They're gonna remove one of them.
I haven't checked like what the newest card they rotated is, and it seems weird to me that I would ever have expected either Seraphine or Aatrox or any of those packages to rotate, and it is a little unfortunate because the way that rotation has obviously been impactful, but maybe not as impactful as you would have liked. Because if you look at the ladder and you see that like Aatrox and Seraphine are at the top, and then you go back to the World Championship 5 months ago and you look at that and Aatrox and Seraphine are on top, it's just power creep, right? We took out a bunch of old cards, but it's the new stuff that's broken. We took out usually like 1 key tool for each region, and it has made things more interesting. But at a glance, I can understand if people might be a little disappointed that you're seeing the same familiar faces sitting at the top of the ladder, the top of the tournament meta. Although, yeah, Karma's a new face, but is it one that we're happy to see? Because it's basically just Seraphine.
It's basically just Seraphine. But the cool thing is that we do have a couple of new champions that go alongside with these older champions that we have seen quite a bunch already. And the new champions are very exciting. To be honest, I'm having a lot of fun just playing any of those champions in any of the decks that are currently not meta at all. I'm out here. I'm playing, Sejuani together with, like, I played a Sejuani set deck, I played a Sejuani Jack deck, and I even played a Sejuani Samira deck. I played Set Shen, Jack Udyr. There are a lot of fun decks out there. Unfortunately, none of them quite good enough to make it into the tournament lineups here, I think. Except
and I have just played Jack Seraphine.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you want to do it, no one is stopping you, all right? Okay? You're going to do that to yourself as well. Again, we are currently waiting on the tournament to start. Tournament should start any moment. But while we have some time, we can actually talk about a little bit more about how rotation impacted this tournament meta. Because what I didn't expect?
What?
Quite a number of decks to be virtually untouched, but still not on top of the meta. And some changes coming in that have really shaken up a lot. Like, for example, there are a few cards that are so important for a couple of decks that even though Akshan Pantheon didn't lose a lot of cards, just Absolver being gone certainly makes Akshan decks way less viable and way less popular. Like, Akshan was such a meta staple and currently is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I feel similarly when we look at sort of the Shadow Isle control decks that you might have expected to pop up. Just the loss of Vile Feast for the region is so incredibly massive towards the consistency in the early game that these Shadow Isle players are used to, that we're not seeing it. Because, I mean, like, Set Viego was one of the more popular set decks on the early days of the meta, and now I can't find Viego anywhere. Just Shadow Isle has completely fallen off a cliff. And I know that, like, honestly, what's most surprising to me is, like, we rotated out a bunch of old cards, and then 2 of the oldest archetypes, Frostbite Midrange and Deep, are just back on top of the meta somehow. And we've got them in our opening lineup here from Roomba Whack, and I'm very excited to see this. How are you feeling about Deep, IceTea? I know that Europe has always had some mixed feelings on the archetype.
Yeah, honestly, Deep is one of those decks, whenever I play against it, I'm like, okay, I'm winning this game for sure. Like, Deep is goddamn useless. I think a lot of people that I am around, and I'm around obviously a lot of EMEA players, since I'm from EMEA, think the same. But then again, whenever you play against Deep, you don't expect it. All of a sudden, it hits you with, oh, no, This deck can actually win some games and actually has some metas where it performs quite well. Especially now that a lot of cards rotated out. I can potentially see Deep doing some stuff, but we're gonna have to answer that question another time because it appears that Simon and Roomba are getting into game. So we will bring you something other than Deep. In just a second.
Are you sure about that? Because Deep is in Roomba Wax lineup. I don't know if you have the bans and I don't or something, but we might actually just be heading straight into a Deep game.
I don't have them yet, but I can already tell you that we don't head straight into a Deep game. And I honestly don't believe that Simon would leave Deep open.
Well, you just said that the circles that you exist in, which is Simon's circle, disrespects Deep. So if anyone, I would expect... But yeah, out of the decks remaining, I think that Frostbite Midrange is something that he's going to have an easier time burning down than Deep, since the Mega Tusk does offer some healing. But we're already off to the races here, with Simon getting an aggressive opener, same as Roomba Whack, parity on board, and the damage advantage on the side of Roomba Whack.
This is a really cool matchup, just because both of the decks are really fast. We're not going to spend a lot of time here, which is just my favorite. And we can see one of the new champions in action. Again, everyone that has been playing Runeterra in the last couple of days has probably had their fill of Samira. But, you know, I haven't quite casted a lot of games since rotation. So I'm still in the phase of, hey, this is Samira, this is cool, new stuff.
Yeah, I got to do the Glory and Navori Brawl, but because we didn't really cast a lot of games there, so, and people were leaving open the Samira Fizz, but you know, it was opening weekend, people weren't really sure of the builds, they weren't really sure how to play it, so yeah, I also have not gotten to cast a lot of Samira, but just playing against her, it's not even Samira that I hate, it's really just All Out.
That makes sense.
All
Out is pretty insane. You know what? I don't think, it's not even my favorite card from the new package. Oh, the new favorite generated card. I like... I forgot the name. The card that replaces itself once you hit the Nexus.
Oh, Stylish Shot.
Stylish Shot. I absolutely love Stylish Shot. It's so good.
It's a cool card.
So good.
It is a very cool card. I will give you that.
And then there's me.
Oh man, I gotta say though, Simon really not looking great from this position. I don't think he's going to be able to get through too much more unit damage as Roomba Whack continues to go very wide and just continuing to build up on the card advantage. We see, you know, 4 cards in play, 5 in the hand for Roomba Whack, 3 and 3 each for Simon getting buried here. And while 1 damage is going to come through here, without that Jin in hand to take advantage of the onboard skills, you're really not doing as much as you want to be in this deck as Roomba Whack continues to go very wide with these elusive threats.
Ooh. Again, elusives, sore point for a lot of Runeterra players. Not the most favorite keyword in the game, I would say, for a lot of people. But here again, with Bilgewater, we needed some replacements for the Thunder cards that got lost. Got a lot of elusives with that. Samira flips now. Again, this deck is one of the best decks at not only flipping Samira, but actually getting some value off the flip, because we're gonna need to play a bunch of other cards to actually get the rally. Simon here can swing in to deal 1 extra damage, would lose a... important unit though, and it just looks like Simon is going to get heavily outvalued here.
Oh, and targeting the Fizz as well, so Roomba Whack has the option for counter if they have a 1-mana burst speed spell or a 0. They do play a couple copies of Warning Shot, so this is a little risky from Simon, but understanding these are the risks that he needs to take to push through as much damage as possible, and when it doesn't work out, Simon picks it up. Picks up his cards, I mean, not picks up the game. Simon did lose there, I want to clarify.
Simon very much lost there.
Yeah. And it's so funny to me, T, that we have so many mid-range decks in the meta, and then we just have decks that want to play 15 cards in 1 turn, even if it's turn 4.
Yeah, that is true. That's a really stark difference there. Where do you land on the... I recently had a Twitter take, or I read a Twitter take where somebody was like, hey, you know what? Those mid-range decks, Giga Chat. But those decks where you just play a bunch of million cards that replace themselves, noobs. Absolute noobs.
You know what's fun, T? Playing cards.
Yeah.
Drawing cards and playing cards are the 2 most fun things you can do in a card game. You're playing 1 card per turn, and I'm playing 10 cards per turn. Guess who's having more fun and also probably winning that game? It's me, the Giga Chad.
Yeah, it's probably you.
I never miss.
And like you predicted, Deep is off the table. It's going to be a little bit easier to burn down something like Frostbite mid-range, Omen Hawk opening things up for us here. A couple of buffs thrown onto the top of Roomba Wax deck, which can really affect the outcome of the game depending on what is hit here. I think Trifarian Assessor, probably the most impactful hit, buffing her up to be able to draw off of herself. But with the double, not Witness here, but what is the name of this card? I always forget. Stagehand, that's it. Simon looking very aggressive in the opener.
I've got us covered.
Absolutely. This is a fantastic start for now. Again, this deck kind of moved a little bit more to a burn side than just an aggro side, just because we do run multiple copies of the Mana Soul Student now.
Surprised
So
to see me.
even if Simon doesn't get up to a huge start, we still have a lot of burn that this deck usually can't really deal with on the other side. Now,
Remember
we
the
do run
objectives.
quite a bunch of copies of Reckoning usually now in Ash, so this is
the
actually a really
Empire
scary
proud.
situation for Simon, as Roomba still has 6 mana up.
I will unite the
Oh
Freljord.
no, this turn I don't think Simon was too worried about it because they did have the Noxian Fervor to respond if all 6 mana was used, but on the next turn, not only is Roomba going to have the mana for the Elixir of Iron, but there's also now 2 units with 5+ attacks, so Simon might just be walking into a Reckoning and starting off with the fastest 0-2 start of the tournament that we've ever seen.
To play, take one.
And I guess the question here, T, is if this resolves and Roomba Whack passes, does Simon just go for the attack, or do they... Oh, no, the Reckoning just comes right out.
Yeah. Oh, you knew this was coming, but Simon decided,
Yeah.
okay, I need to deal this damage, I can't play around it. And you know what? We still have quite a bunch of cards that we can throw on the board. We can actually still deal a lot of damage here.
Great.
Yeah, I was really curious to see if
What we
Roomba Whack
do
was going to
is
play a
so
little bit
much
more
bigger than
patiently
us
with that
both.
Reckoning, maybe greed out for some value, make Simon think they didn't have it, and get the second stagehand as well as the Crimson Pigeon. Maybe
I
not the
know
Crimson
what I
Pigeon, but
must
at least the
do.
second stagehand. But no, Roomba Whack pulls the trigger early and is going to take quite a... Not a lot of damage for it.
They always
Just
have it.
3 damage.
Yeah. Okay, this is not looking good for Simon. Yeah. Usually, Ash did not have a great time against a lot of aggro decks. If we go back 2 years, if you remember the classic matchup of Ash
Oh, I do.
versus, yeah, versus, for example,
I
Discard
need just a
aggro,
moment.
Ash usually didn't have a great time.
If they don't break, they'll
But-
burn.
This is an awful start for Simon. This is a pretty good start for Roomba Wag. And it appears that we have bloody business. Another answer. Yeah, okay. This,
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I'm a little surprised to see Simon scoop there only because he does play Augmented Experimenter, and I don't think he was dying that turn.
He wasn't. Maybe. I gotta have to look
Maybe.
back at this. Simon is always someone who, when he sees that he lost the game, he's very quick to analyze whether he lost the game or not, and he's also very quick to then push the button to, you know,
Yeah.
completely end
Which I
it.
respect, but that also gives us a speed run for an 0-2, Simon down into the 0-1 bracket. Are you still feeling confident about Simon topping today, T? I don't know what record you need to make it in, but this is not a great start.
Yeah, no, this is quite awful. He's still gonna make it, okay?
Absolutely.
I
would
was
never
also
doubt this
hoping
kid.
for Control Simon. So Aggro Simon, obviously not off to the greatest start. Maybe he can pick it back up. Aggro is always a strategy that if you bring it to one of these tournaments where you have a massive number of rounds, obviously there are going to be some rounds where you're just going to fail. But you do bring it because most people can't prepare for a full aggro lineup because you don't want to completely do your lineup in a way where it counters aggro because there are so many better strategies that are going to be brought more often that you can counter. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that Roomba was trying to counter aggro. So Simon already losing here against the mid-range deck. Is not looking
Jin
great.
just not looking great in the opener there, going 0-2 on that deck specifically. Didn't try to do anything different, and I don't know the ladder stats for Annie Jin, but I don't think it's looking great. I think it very much feels like the third deck in an aggro lineup at this point. The loss of Decimate is just a lot of reach out of that deck.
Yeah. All right. Let's forget all of that. Let's hop into another game. Let's hop into someone who is going to bring those decks for sure that you mentioned at the beginning of the day, Icardo. Because if Icardo is not bringing any Ionia, any Seraphine shenanigans, I don't know what's going on. And here we already see this is quite obviously set karma. And we are getting close to round 10.
We're very close, in fact. We're already on round 8. Oh, we're just firing off 2 of these board wipes here. Going to take out the Jack before the prize fight can resolve. And Hobbitus has no response. Which is not too surprising. One of the issues that you run into with Jack Seraphine is you don't have a lot of removal for larger units. I don't know what they possibly could have done to either save the Jack or take out the set in that situation, because you're not getting any pump spells out of Piltover and Zon and Bilgewater either. And it looks like now we're going to have to slowly chip down at this set with the Aftershock, followed by something else. Oh no, because if you let Icardo go into combat with the set, then the ability kicks in, he is attacking, and removal spells are now nowhere near as efficient because of Set's ability to get barrier instead of going below 1 HP the first time it would happen while he's attacking.
Overall, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I've not played any of those decks so far. If you know me, you're probably not surprised by this at all.
Yeah.
But you apparently have a lot of experience on the other side. Have you played a lot of Set Karma as well?
No, I've been avoiding it for no reason in particular. I just feel like if I try to run that deck, you know, I'm gonna get the bad hands. I'm gonna run into the bad matchups. Like I'm just gonna play against Samira Fizz 10 times in a row or something like that. Where normally I'm playing against Frostbite mid range. So it's a deck that I've played against quite a bit, but I have not actually touched it for myself because I am a famous Jack simp, and so I've only been running Jack decks.
Hey, Meg, whip up anything special for tonight?
I call it
Only
pit
been running
grit.
Jack decks, you
It's
say?
got cherries.
Only Jack decks. Only one Jack deck.
Okay. Yeah. Only one Jack deck.
Well, the problem is, like, 75% of my local meta is Frostbite midrange, so if I try to run any, like, midrange Jack deck, I feel like I'm just gonna get run over.
I like this. My local meta.
Yeah, my local meta down in... Well, now I'm in Diamond, but, you know, I like to take my time with it, have a little bit of fun. I'm not, like, speedrunning to Masters so that I can lose infinite games at 0 LP. I like to just learn a deck, go through it, you know, kind of just play at my own pace. I'm a caster. Who even cares if I hit Masters?
No. Actually, no one cares, okay? But we do it every time. We do it every season.
Yeah, I keep doing it, and nobody cares, all right? I don't know about UT. I actually haven't kept track, but I think we've had like 13 or 14 seasons at this point, and I think I've hit Masters in like 11 of them. And just, who cares, right?
Yeah. I think I've hit Masters in all of them. But, you know what? Quite honestly, doesn't make you a better caster. This is the biggest thing I noticed. Because I can hit Masters in any season, I still don't know what the hell is going on with some decks. I still have to play those very specific decks, and it doesn't even matter at what level you really play them, as long as you play against decent opponents. Everything else kind of inconsequential.
Yeah, I like to. I think like scrimming other players can help make you a better caster, especially if they're playing the good decks. But I do imagine you specifically having a very hard time finding scrims. If someone's like, "Yeah, I need practice on Set Karma," and you're like, "Oh, you want to test out the Scargrounds matchup?" And they're like, "No, why would I want to do that?"
Hey, every once in a blue moon, I actually got a message of someone. Hey, I have this Scargrounds deck. Do you have any tips for that? Or hey, can I test the Scargrounds matchup? You know, I got these like at least once every 2 months.
That's a lot more than I expected, to be honest. Actually, T, I gotta, you know, I don't think anyone's asked you this publicly. How you doing, bud? I know Vlad's not around anymore. Kind of ran out on you. Are you taking that okay?
Yeah.
That sounds fake.
Yeah, it is. It is. Honestly, it's not only Vlad. It's like, you know, my 3 highest masteries were on Brom, Vi, and Vladimir.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's rough out here.
And now we see a set level. It's going to get even more rough for Hobbitses. So the main combo of this deck, what makes it so frustrating to play against, is exactly what we see in the hand there for Icardo. That new card that says draw 2, make 2 coins in hand. Doubling that up with Karma, you draw 4, you get back like 6 mana or something absurd. It's 8 mana maybe? I haven't done the math, but essentially you are doing an entire extra turn of actions. And one of the issues with Jack Seraphine is that when it comes down to a late game scenario like this, you do struggle a lot against the Karma set unless you can get this Mirai Mother to pop off and sort of just cheekily one-shot your opponent with a warning shot in as many kegs as humanly possible.
Which is honestly a really, really cool deck, and it's kind of cool that rotation kind of made this viable. To be fair, this was a deck before rotation, just way more of a meme.
Oh, okay. T, we're stacking up quite a few kegs here, and with the double encore going off, this is about to be even more Oh, it's Mystic Shot, not Warning Shot. Formula is still available, though, so a little bit of card draw could come through. But Mystic Shot is not going to get it done. There is a deny in the hand of Icardo.
Not only deny, but we also, again, if it's a fast speed spell, we do have an opportunity to just kill the keg or recall
That
the
as
keg.
well, yeah.
So it really has to be the warning shot, and it's not.
Not there. I mean, the Syncopation was a nice move. We got the Mother out of the way. The Mystic Shot is an attempt at lethal, and one that unfortunately is just going to be stifled by Icardo. And the issue here, I mean, why does Set create a 0 mana Obliterator card too, right? That's the one that gets me the most often. Why is that card 0 mana? Why does it deal one? Why is that a Jinx Rocket, right? Why is it hitting my board too?
I have no idea. But honestly, it's quite hard to get if you're not playing a Karma deck. In this deck, though, absolutely easy once you are on 10 mana. You're absolutely unstoppable. Caustic Rift coming in. Last hope to at least kill the board. I think we're going to see the deny here. I mean...
Well, I like this a lot from Hobbitus, who is
yeah,
trying to bait something out and say, okay, now the Mystic Shot can come through, because this Mystic Shot will be lethal if it resolves. Unfortunately, not quite able to fill the stack. Although, one of these Mystic Shots is going to resolve now.
Yeah.
Tag out on the keg.
That's why I thought Icardo would go with the deny first, because then afterwards you can kill the keg if they have Mystic Shot. But, okay.
We got tag out, we got Mystic Shot.
You have everything.
Yeah.
And
Icardo, I just want to point out, did not tap below anything here because you are creating the coins in hand, so that's all taken care of. And this should be the end of the game here. I don't think Hobbitus can really come back from this position. They're losing the Great Mother. They're losing the keg. They're not getting any Mystic Shot value. Seraphine's going to stick around. And we've got a Progress Day in hand, but with Karma and Set still developed, this feels over.
Yep.
And Hobbitus agrees.
Yep, it is over.
That's how we do it in Kyanvi.
All right, this was the matchup we were afraid of. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. Mainly because we jumped in at the very end there already. Like, everything was already flipped, and it was turn 10. All was sorted out, basically. But it looked kind of cool. It looked like we almost had a chance on the other side. We just really needed to find that warning shot. So it got really, really close, but it was not the last game of this matchup. We're going to have one more between Hobbitus and Icardo. By the way, it's always funny to see if you see someone that just has the big titles, like World's Finalist in there.
Admittedly, I have paid, like, literally zero attention to the title system. Sometimes I'll play against someone and I see, like, they've got, like, 6 of those little, like, badges on, and I don't know if those are the same as titles. If someone has had a title equipped against me, I haven't actually caught it. I don't know where on the screen it is displayed.
How do the badges work, by the way? Do we get the new ones immediately, or do we keep the beta season ones till this season ends, and then we get the ones from this season?
Because I preface this with, I know literally nothing about the badges.
And I took that as, I know everything. I just thought you were being humble, honestly.
No, it's irrelevant to what I do, so I'm like, eh.
Well, I hope it's irrelevant in general, because I'm gonna be honest, you did not play a lot on beta season, so if anyone's looking at my badges, it's not looking good.
I feel you. I think I finished half of a daily rumble, and then I was like, actually, I don't really want to do this.
All right, but Icardo has finished quite a lot of them. Has played probably quite a lot of them in this season as well. We here see a more refined version again of the Fist Samira deck. We have already the Powder Pandemonium in hand and quite a bunch of plunders that we can trigger. Now on the other side, we have an old friend, Heimerdinger Jace. There are a couple of Jace decks actually running around. We have Jace Kaden, for example, as well. But Heimerdinger Jace, I think one of the decks that, again, did not get rotated, even though a lot of people expected a deck like this to get rotated because it has been good for quite a while. Still popping, still in the meta, did lose some important tools. But since everyone else lost some as well, this is just a perfectly fine mid-range deck to play.
Yeah, I mean, this was... Did Ruination rotate?
No.
No? Okay, I just haven't seen anyone running Ruination in anything,
wait.
so I kind of assumed, but like, this wasn't a deck that ran it anyway. The only cards that this really lost were Vile Feast and Thermogenic Beam, and I think a lot of players were looking to get away from Thermogenic Beam anyway.
Yeah. So, sorry for my reaction. No, you're completely right. Thermogenic Beam unfortunately gone, but was a one-off in most decks anyways. But did you look what Icardo just generated? We just generated the Parley.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's some world's top 8 competitor generation right there.
Absolutely insane. Now we can actually play the Dandy. Dandy is one of my favorite cards. I think a lot of people underrated Dandy. It's like, okay, why would you play Dandy if you can just play Ballista, which is like a 4/3 anyways? You don't even need to trigger Plunder. Look, that 1 HP does a lot for you.
I feel like there are quite a few maybe cheeky cards that Dandy reminds me of, especially from like the Scion discard archetype, that I feel like were a little underrated and never really got their day in their sun.
Yeah, for sure. Now, also in this deck, obviously, Dandy is another Plunder trigger, which you really like. Ballista doesn't give you an extra stack for the Powder Pandemonium, which is one of your most important burn cards. Now, with Wild Feast rotated out, with Withering Well rotated out, the amount of healing, even in Shadow Isles,
It's a people problem. I'm your
is
man. It's not all. For
not that
sure.
much. Not that much. We do see one of the big healing cards, though.
I
And
hate traffic.
it's going to be really tough to play around that one on Icardo's side. Especially if we tap out, because again, this is 5 healing, can basically kill anything. So really gotta watch out for that one.
This is... I do not like the sequencing from Hobbits is giving an Icardo a chance to respond to the 2-1 rather than letting the damage go through and then picking it off. Your opponent didn't have mana for Noxian Fervor and actually just gave Icardo an option to Mystic Shot the Reggie in order to push through the full amount of damage and have that Dandy survive the Mystic Shot. But Icardo going for a different line, you know, just manifesting this... I don't even remember the name of this stupid card.
Formula.
That's
Yeah.
the one.
I hate it so much.
I was surprised that
remember.
was right.
You know, my hatred of it makes me remember the name. It's just
That's
so good.
understandable.
And we get
yeah.
even more draw here. Look at that. We already have the Inferno in hand for more draw. Don't have that many Plunder cards, but again, you just need 1 Plunder card to pop off and you have, not infinite draw, but near infinite draw. All out.
And there's
there
an
it
all out.
is. Yeah.
Oh, kicking things off with the nerfed Powder Pandemonium. I don't know how many Plunder triggers we have on this.
Quite a bunch.
How much is a bunch?
At least
Like
5.
3, 4? At least 5, he said.
Oh my god, it's
Holy
5.
crap, it was at least 5.
My most
Well, I mean, the board space is full. It might have been more. I don't actually know.
No, I looked at it and it was 5.
Oh,
It was
gotcha,
exactly
okay.
5. Yeah. No, I counted,
Yeah.
by the way.
Oh, you cheater.
No, I didn't count. I just guessed. Wait, dude, who do you think I am? I'm a caster. I don't count this.
Outcome.
I wait for production to show me.
We pulled the stun card, which I think is a little weird, but ultimately doesn't matter because there's nothing Hobbitses can do. Again, there is no Vile Feast anymore, so the greatest tool that you could have had here, no longer available. Icardo going to pick that one up. That's... I was going to say 2-0, but we don't actually know that. We do know it was 2 wins for Icardo, though, as we saw him pick up both the Samira Fizz as well as the Set Karma.
Yeah, really exciting game, to be honest. I mean, again, a lot of people have had their fair share of Samira games already, so might not be as exciting, but I feel like these fast burn matchups are always cool to see, and Powder Pandemonium being once again back in the meta is always really cool. Gotta love the monkeys. It's no longer the triple Powder Pandemonium lineup after the nerfs, but it's still a card that is really good, and it's a card that still has been basically not played for 2 years after it was released, and then suddenly got like a huge surge in play and has been in and out of the meta ever since, which is really fun.
Yeah, I was going to make fun of the triple Powder Pandemonium lineups and say, like, they're a joke. They've never actually done well, but they did win a Mastering Runeterra Open. I believe it was Kfelt, one of the first ones. So, yeah, that actually solidifies it for me. They're a joke. They don't win anything real. This tournament is not real, and it's just completely diminished by the fact that we let triple Powder Pandemonium win it at any point in its lifespan. But that's why we rebranded to the Mastering Runeterra Open instead of the Mastering Runeterra 1K, because that's a triple monkey tournament. This is not a triple monkey tournament. That's why we rebrand, folks. And now we're moving on to Ace versus Kfelt.
You mentioned, I was like, hey, Kfelt is still playing, so let's just jump in there.
And as you can see, understanding that monkeys are no longer the way, ABG Kfelt moving over to some more real decks, and it looks like this is going to be the Quinn Gwen. I'm surprised you're not on this, T.
Oh, yeah, I can understand. I can understand your confusion. I can understand your confusion. I love Gwen. Absolutely one of my favorite champions in the game. Maybe my favorite champion left in the game currently. But I don't know. I just haven't failed it. You know, when I played Gwen, it was mostly meme decks. So either it was like Gwen PNZ control or it was Gwen.
May we bleed forever.
What did I play? Gwen Sejuani wasn't a meme, to be honest. Gwen
I love the
Rek'Sai-
idea that your decks got so weird that you don't even remember what they were at this point. You're like, it was Gwen, and then something that had no business being with Gwen.
Yeah. I mean, it was Gwen Rek'Sai. She had business to be there, our queen. But unfortunately, Absolver got rotated, so that deck is bad now.
Oh, yeah, it's bad now. Now that we don't have Absolver, the Gwen Rek'Sai can no longer come out to play.
Hey, listen, okay? It was a solid 46% win rate. That's viable in my book.
So my assumption for why you don't like Quinn Gwen, rather, is that it was a meme for a very long time that casters could only play scouts, and you are just horrified to play into that by putting a Quinn in your deck.
Yeah, I am. No, I really am. I remember that was actually true, though. Because back in the day when that meme came up, all of us were playing scouts.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, right after Rising Tides came out, I didn't want to think about building decks. I looked at scouts, like, I looked at MF Quinn, and I was like, okay, this exists. I'll just run this to get LP.
And
Gems really took it to the next level.
Very well.
Oh, yeah. But right now, this deck obviously absolutely fueled, not necessarily by the scout effect of Quinn, although that is necessary for the deck to work, but more fueled by the Opulent Foyer, which is an absolute ridiculous card.
Oh, man, and we're getting double catch out of Ace here to try to block
Say
the
your
Gwen. This is going to get
prayers.
destroyed by this
Very
hate spike in
well.
hand.
Yeah, really unfortunate. But again, the Aatrox will get back into the hand as a weapon, which means that we potentially have a chance to next turn turn the game around.
You can put Aatrox's weapon on one of these Dark Enthrall and then replay the Zolani over one of them, but your opponent's at 15. Also, we're going into Kfelt's attack
13 will
token,
then,
so...
Yeah, it's a 30-mana world end as well.
Yeah. I think Ace actually just dies when this Gwen goes to combat.
Yeah, no. I completely forgot that the attack token is going to be on Kfelt's side. You know, it's the classic arrow where you see someone just attacked. There's no way they have the attack token. But yeah, this deck does rally quite a bunch.
You know, the first time I played against this deck, someone just told me that all of the Demacia rallies rotated, and I was like, okay, cool, don't have to worry about that. And then they slammed a Relentless Pursuit, and I was like, wait a minute, what? You told me all the rallies rotate.
But the rally didn't rotate. And also, again, obviously with the scouts, we have other ways to rally in this deck as well. The GGs, though, Kfelt takes the dub, and
I did that.
Gwen's still a strong point in the meta, obviously, with the Opulent Foyer still being one of the best cards to be released in, I think, the last 2 years. You can say that. And we saw on the other side there, Aatrox together with Vayne, which is a deck that we actually haven't seen for quite a while. It was like the first Aatrox deck that came up, then obviously got overshadowed by Aatrox Cultist, but now seems to be one of the favorite Aatrox decks back in the meta. What do you think of this? Because Aatrox is also one of the cards that obviously before the rotation was really strong, had a couple of strong decks, and now post-rotation, even though it didn't lose a lot, might not be quite as strong.
Do you want my honest opinion, or do you want me to stay professional on camera here, Ice-T?
You know what? Give it to me. Give your honest opinion. Let it all out.
It's so boring. It's so boring. It's boring to play. It's boring to watch. I hate everything about it. The World Championship was a nightmare because I had to cast Aatrox Vayne Mirrors for 3 days straight. I hate it, T. Get it out of here. It's so boring.
You know what? Without being quite as emotional as you got there.
It is very good, though.
Yeah,
it is good. I understand why people still run it. If you're gonna, you know, you're here to win a tournament, not entertain me. It's my job to turn this into something entertaining, but I don't know how to because that's so boring.
I feel you. I think I'm on the same opinion. I just didn't have to go quite through the same ordeal as you had, you know, since my exposure to the deck has been a lot less than your exposure to the deck. I feel like, yeah, it's boring, but like, whatever, you know?
No, that's fair. And I do think that, like, You know, it's one of those things where, like, it's just been around and good for so long that it doesn't really, like, just because it has such linear play patterns, like, obviously it can do some cool things. It has some cool breakout moments, but we're, like, the novelty of the World Ender has kind of worn off, and even these days, I don't think we're seeing nearly as many World Ender resolutions into the end of the game. It's really just kind of tempoing out with, like, the Elks into the Ranger Knight and kind of Scout tumbling. Like, Scout tumbling is just so degenerate to me. I wish we didn't have that anymore, but we do, and there are multiple decks taking advantage of it. It's not just Vayne Aatrox that does it, but it is certainly the biggest offender, the first one to do it, and I mean, honestly, it's going to stick around as long as Ranger Knight plus the Harp are in the game together.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. The Harp, again, Seratu, one of the best Darkin out there. Just, again, more value, draws you more cards. Quick attack as a weapon that you can put on a unit. Absolutely insane for the deck as well. Quite surprised that we actually don't see other Aatrox versions, because there have been other cool Aatrox decks popping up. I mean, as cool as Aatrox decks can get. But, for example, Boulevard, I think you would be less sad about seeing Aatrox if there was, let's just say, an Aatrox Evelyn there, which is a deck that actually works.
I did really like, I believe What Am I was the originator of this concept, but the Aatrox Kindred. I don't know if you saw that. It kind of popped up a couple metas ago. I think What Am I hit rank 1 with it, and then it started to pick up a little bit of popularity. It never gained, like, mass appeal, but it was a more interesting version of Aatrox, mostly because Kindred is such an underutilized champion that we didn't get to see them too often, and I was just excited to see something like that. But now with, you know, Atrocity gone, that was sort of one of the big selling points of that archetype, so I also think Kindred, you know, I have the rotation list up, and I'm just, like, control Fing cards constantly. Kindred has rotated.
Yeah, Kindred has rotated, but What Am I hasn't, and since you just mentioned What Am I was like, okay, let's just jump in.
I'm so good at, you know, calling out the players we're about to spectate next.
Yeah. I mean, What Am I, again, also a very prolific player, obviously. As long as we can catch his spectate point, we actually will try to get you a game of What Am I, and What Am I here going in with Jace Heimerdinger, it appears. Yeah, it's not Jace Caitlyn, but oh my god, an old friend appeared that somehow didn't rotate.
They should unnerf Ladros. Give me back 8 mana Ladros, actually. I think What Am I is the only player in the probably the only player in the tournament running this card. You gotta give me back old Commander Ladros. You don't actually have to, but also we see Ruination. That is not main deck. That was generated off of the first Reggie. Sorry, my deck list got covered up by the Mastering Runeterra website telling me that they are live with this tournament.
Nice.
Thank you. I had no idea. But Eradication actually making its way into this list, which we don't often see in the Jace Heimer decks. In fact, What Am I's version is very unique, very different from what we typically see out of this list. We're seeing 3 of High Note. We're seeing Eradication. We're seeing Undergrowth. We're seeing Caustic Rift.
Ooh,
Ceaseless Sentry. And actually, no copies of some of the more traditional Jace Heimer cards like Production Surge or Augmented Experimenter. Not Augmented Experimenter, the 3/2 that makes all your text get bigger.
So, what I think is that What Am I is just doing what Am I usually does, and that is building lists that are way more control heavy than they usually are. But at the same time, not only is this classic What Am I, and is potentially better into the meta currently, because again, if you are more control heavy, you have options to go up against Fist of Mira and a couple of other decks. It is also maybe just the innovation that this deck needs, right? We talked about it. Like, this deck did lose a couple of key cards, and post-rotation the meta does look different, but so far, all the Jace Heimerdinger decks mostly stayed the same. We just took out the cards that we can't play anymore because of rotation. But maybe it's time for this deck to evolve. Maybe it's time for this deck to actually go into a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, even when we saw Jace Heimer previously in this round, that player, I don't remember who it was specifically, but they only had 2 copies of Production Surge in their deck. So even the players that are still on it are not as all in on it as they used to be. And What Am I, taking it in a different direction, cutting the card entirely, saying, hey, this is not the way we should be playing Jace Heimer. It should be played more like a Karina control list from way back in the day, with just as many removal spells as possible, Commander Ladros back in there, and then all of the followers are things that, you know, just literally all of these say make a card in hand. Ceaseless Sentry, Pharaoh's Financier, Augmented Coupling, Albus Pharaohs. Ladros is the only one that doesn't, but even when Ladros dies, you make a Ladros. So just a much more value-oriented version of this list from What Am I, and if it can compete with some of the heavy hitters like Deep, which this Ruination might very well allow them to do if this is the Nautilus turn into another sea monster, then things are looking very good. Of course, Maokai, the big control tool from Deep that they are looking to beat out other control lists with, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. While What Am I does have two copies of a champion in hand in Heimerdinger, I don't know if any of those Jaces are real Jaces or if they're both Shock Blasts, because we do still have Shock Blast in the main. Progress Day is not a good anti-Maokai tech as your champion spell.
What do you see here? That What Am I struggling a little bit with those sea monsters, but can keep the Jace alive with a simple Mystic Shot here. And again, we are way more top heavy than we usually are in this type of deck, and have quite a bunch of burn with the Lidros available, which could become really scary for Lunari. We see a Vengeance here committed just to get rid of the Jace.
Oh no.
Bit scared of that one. Again, we can't keep him alive as well. He will just continue. If he's flipped, he will just continue to throw out burn with the Shock Blast, and will also stack up the Albus Ferrus to new highs that we are not comfortable with.
No, and now What Am I knows that they're safe to get down this Heimerdinger. I didn't take a look at Lunari's deep list yet. I don't know if we're dealing with that new Shadow Isle control spell that kills champions. It's like 5 mana or something, but I don't think that can actually hit Heimerdinger. I don't know if it's power-based or total stat-based, but either way, it would be 5 mana to hit a champion, so What Am I knows they're safe to get this one down. Not a lot of follow-up after this. Could just kind of throw out a Caustic Rift to get a 3-1 blocker into play, and it looks like that is going to be the line, understanding that this spell not going to get any value after Lunari has gone deep.
It's going to be interesting to see where this game goes from here again, because What Am I is playing a heavy control version, does have the Ruination hand as well, so Lunari also has to be really careful on how they play this one out, right? Again, we don't want to play an unleveled Maokai. If we just committed something big like a Nautilus on the spot, we could run into a Ruination, which would be really tragic at that point. So it has to be really careful.
Also, I was totally wrong on this. Soul Harvest would have only been 4 mana, but Lunari doesn't play it, so point stands. What Am I was safe to get down the Heimer. Just want to correct that, because Soul Harvest is a lot more words on a card than I'm used to, so I haven't put it in a deck myself yet, so I'm still playing around with my understanding of it. I do apologize for that, but now things looking pretty good for Lunari with that treasure trove.
Yeah, it means we can throw out a couple more cards, refill easily our hand, and even if we lose a Nautilus, even if we lose a couple of the sea monsters, we still have that refill. Now, What Am I did pass, did not commit any Ruination, any mana. Again, wanted to keep that Ruination mana up, so we don't instantly lose to a Nautilus being committed. Now has only 1 blocker, but since Lunari is not going for lethal currently, and we can easily afford taking a bunch of damage, think, What Am I pretty happy with this. Gotta remember, Atrocity is not in anymore. Atrocity rotated out, so no more one-off Atrocity in those deep decks that can surprise you.
Yeah, and I think What Am I lining up the block, probably taking their time, checking the history to see how many copies of Undergrowth have been tossed. Is that something that I actually need to worry about? But also, is there really that much of a difference between 2 and 4 life at this stage of the game? The answer is yes. After the Piercing Darkness resolves 7 and 9 a little bit different. It does change the math on what sea monster can connect with you. But What Am I just needs to get back on the board, and a Vengeance toss, very good for What Am I. This Heimerdinger is going to stick around.
Yeah, not only this Heimerdinger, but also this Jace potentially. Again, once we get the Jace on the board and we can actually double up on our spells, with the Heimerdinger sticking on board as well, we are going to have blockers for ages. And, you know, if there's one thing that Deep is not well known for, it's Overwhelm. We have Elusive and Fearsome to basically dodge blockers. But I think that's something that Jace Heimerdinger can deal with very easily.
And we're starting to get into the Ladros is scary territory. Currently, I believe Ladros would cut Lunari down to 9. A connection from the 6-1 would mean that Lunari would be in Shock Blast range, but I don't think that's a line What Am I can necessarily take. I think it leaves them a little bit too vulnerable to Lunari playing out their entire hand, getting a Nautilus and a bunch of sea monsters down, but we are still very much in this on the side of What Am I.
See, these are the matches that I was waiting for post-rotation, okay? We see Deep again. We see some good old control with Ledros. Hello? Ledros is back?
I see Deep versus Heimer. Like, every time I look at a matchup, I'm just getting flashbacks to 2020. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's Deep versus Heimerdinger. It's Deep versus Frostbite midrange. There's a Lage Roast in the deck. Plate Worm, egg tossed and put in the hand of Lunari. That is not good for What Am I?
So see the updated scores here. It's 1-1 between these two players, which means that this is the deciding game. And the game that What Am I won obviously meant that What Am I was up one game, but we didn't see the win from Lunari. So, gonna be interesting here.
You know what? I've changed my mind. That Plate Worm egg is actually fantastic for What Am I, because the alternative was Keelbreaker. And I don't think What Am I ever wins through Keelbreaker, but now with a level 2 Jace, this Shock Blast generating 2 MK6 could sneak through a win.
Yeah, we currently have no removal on the side from Lunari. This looks pretty dicey. What we do have is the treasure trove, which can potentially give us an out. But the big problem with that is we don't really have a way to get rid of that many cards in our hand. Oh, we try it now. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get the full 5.
Yep. We actually get it now.
And this... who misses this, right? You know, even when Treasured Trash was being played and the situations that one could come down to, only being able to play 3 of the cards, it still was absolutely wild. But now we get the OG. And it's not looking great. Just a couple of units to put on board. A Moonlight Affliction that isn't going to do anything because it goes away at the end of the turn. Roar the Slayer killing Heimerdinger is not irrelevant, though. And I think that might actually be enough to stop What Am I from winning this game, because next turn they will not have the mana to play a new Heimerdinger and play Shock Blast.
That is actually crazy.
You were looking for a removal spell for something, and finding one that kills the Heimerdinger was not out of the question. And yeah, now Roar the Slayer going to do its job. Take out this champion. Actually not discarding any of the fleeting cards either, so willing to overwrite some of their units with what... Oh no, never mind. It was the Moonlight Affliction that was discarded, just a little delayed there on the hand side. So now we get...
Landmark? Let's see what we get. Again, this can, by the way, not give you Ravine anymore. Ravine is rotated, and even cards that generate cards cannot get rotated cards. Just keep that in mind.
That would have been something. A decision.
Look
For
what
sure.
good comes of mortal greed.
Hey, we give a little bit less attack to the elusive. Also makes a lot of sense. Now we're here taking full value from the treasures. It's looking really dicey for What Am I here, because all of a sudden our ingenious game plan, our way to finish the game, to pressure Lunari is all gone.
Yeah.
We only have 10 mana left. We can't play Heimerdinger plus a 6+ cost spell.
We do still... It's not even lethal if Jace rolls elusive here. You'll only have 18 damage. Unless you roll impact on one of them as well. So there is a theoretical lethal with the acceleration gate. If there wasn't
show me that again.
an elusive now drawn by Lunari. That is. So with that being said, I do not think What Am I can come back into this one.
Okay, that's not... Nah, that's not it. Nope.
Yeah.
Not elusive.
So it's looking like no, if Lunari doesn't want to, they don't have to take any damage this turn. A valiant effort. And I think, you know, What Am I had a really good shot at taking this one home, if not for the treasure trove generating a removal spell for the Heimerdinger. What were the odds of that happening? I have no idea. I certainly am not running the math on that. How many different cards there are in the game that can kill a Heimerdinger. But it worked out, and now Nautilus is going to be moving on. This is the second deep deck that we see moving on 1-0 in the tournament so far.
I mean, did we see the other one move up 1-0? It got banned, okay?
Yeah, the banned deck still moves on. That's the most powerful one.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. But yeah, What Am I unfortunately losing here? Taking a hit in the first round, but if I know What Am I, probably recovers.
Testing if there aren't a few failures.
Yeah, I mean, Simon and What Am I, two favorites to win the entire thing, going down to the 0-1 bracket. Now, the question is, do they have to play each other there in round number 2?
Ooh.
That is the scary part, right? Is What Am I and Simon both certainly have the potential to win out for the remainder of the tournament and make it into top 8, but the chances that they won't run into each other at some point along the way are very slim.
True. Which, is really exciting. I mean, post-rotation, I think a lot of people that haven't quite participated as much in the beta season might have also lost a bit of touch with the rest of the game, but I think also, again, if it's just the first round of Swiss, very likely that these players still make it, because, again, these are players that have been through this quite a number of times, right? And are used to not only playing these long Swiss brackets, but also taking a loss maybe at the start. Like, if you play like 1 billion tournaments per year, you are going to run into some tournaments where you start out bad and probably still make it.
Yeah. And this tournament probably isn't even necessarily about this tournament for these players. I'm sure that they are testing out lineups and looking forward to the Runeterra Open that is next week, especially with the prestige and the other prizes that come along with winning that event other than just the money, like that potential in-person tournament that Dave Guskin alluded to on the Gloria Novori broadcast.
Yeah. All right. But with that means that this round is going to be done. There are going to be a few games left, but we're going to go into a quick break. But before we do that, this tournament has actually a few sponsors. So here are a few words from the sponsors for this tournament. I'm going to start out by talking about the Red Cross. The American Red Cross is a health organization with the mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and generosity donors. And more than 90% of the Red Cross workforce is volunteers, and your donations are key to saving lives because they make the Red Cross mission possible. Also, Activate Games. Activate Games offers a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a variety of real-life challenges. Once inside, you and your team choose from hundreds of combinations of games and difficult levels, each lasting 1 to 3 minutes. Your electronic wristband tracks your score and progress throughout the experience, making Activate perfect for a casual night out and intense competition.
And we also have Breakout Games, which has 30 plus escape room locations, offering real-life games to groups to follow clues and solve puzzles to escape a room before time runs out. They offer a new entertainment concept of escape rooms, which is groups of friends, family, or coworkers are challenged to escape a room by following clues, solving puzzles, and answering riddles in order to crack a code in less than 60 minutes to unlock the door and escape the room. And also, BetterHelp, real therapy done online. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy. Your mental health matters, so take care of yourself in therapy. They make it easy to start the journey, whether you're dealing with grief, you want to improve your coping strategies, or you're just feeling down. Therapy is the gold standard for mental health treatment. Sign up today and get matched with a licensed therapist online. They have over 20,000 licensed therapists that you can get matched with a short quiz, and if you don't like switching therapists is easy. Now, you don't have to deal with the headache of trying to find a therapist with availability, driving to and from appointments, and paying out of pocket for individual sessions. You can focus on what matters most, getting the help you deserve.
All right, and with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, we're going to be back with round number 2 of Swiss of this Mastering Runeterra April Open. See you there.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
And hello and welcome, and we are back from break. Not quite ready to jump into the next round because we are still waiting for a delayed match to end before we can go into that one. But we can already talk about what is going to happen and who we are going to see for the next one, because we have one specific player who won their first best of 3 in round 1 that we want to spectate. And Boulevard, who is that?
That is everybody's favorite grandparent, Grandpa Roji. Now, I believe for the first time that I can ever remember, Talia Malphite is actually a top 10 play rate deck on ladder. So, Roji's got to be bringing it. It's at an all-time high. Talia might, Ziggs might have rotated, Xerath might have rotated, but Talia didn't. We still got her, and that means that this archetype is alive and well.
Yep, it truly is. It truly is alive and well. And I'm super excited to see what Roji can do with it, because Roji, used to bring it obviously to every tournament he's ever been to. And with that said, post-rotation, since it's already a good deck, we might be able to see Roji go to the highest heights of this April Open from Mastering Runeterra. Again, he has been always well performing in these. So, super excited to see Roji. Again, the rest of the lineup might not be completely Roji, but Roji is a huge mid-range player, so I feel like not only that Malphite Talia didn't rotate, Roji also got quite a bunch of other stuff in the meta currently that he should like very much. And before we go into his decks, I think we, again, gotta take a look at the man himself, Grandpa Roji. 23 years old, from the USA. And all-time favorite deck that has... Okay, what?
Everyone's just lying on their all-time favorite deck, alright? Rise was good for the game to keep certain decks in check, like value, win, conless, control decks. Alright, you know what? Rise didn't, rotate, though. Rise just, sucks now, I guess? I don't know what they took. I guess Homecoming being gone was that big of a deal? I don't even know if Homecoming's gone. Let me check. Control F. Okay, yeah, Homecoming's gone. Maybe that's all it really took.
Yep. I mean, Homecoming was absolutely huge for the deck. Now, Rise did lose a bunch of other spells as well, right? We lost all the spells that can actually draw as a champion. So,
that'll do
that's important. So, yeah. I'm still... Honestly, I never quite played in the Rise-dominated meta, right? Because I didn't play in beta season. Beta season was obviously the season where Rise actually went to the top, right? The World Championship Rise was not really respected. But... with the beta season, he got a lot of play, and I think a lot of people got really tired of Rise really quick. Makes sense that Roji would love a deck that basically relies on landmarks and champions. That is what he usually plays.
That is fair. And I mean, usually for the last since Worlds, Roji's basically been on the same lineup. It was always Talia Malphite. I think it was Aatrox of Vayne. It was definitely some kind of Demacia Aatrox, and then Varus, Sivir, Akshan. So this time around, coming into this tournament, I thought Roji would be on Talia Malphite, Vayne Aatrox, and then some kind of Varus deck. I know there's a Varus Noxus deck that's kind of popping up. Wasn't quite sure if that fit Roji's playstyle, but they've thrown all of that out the window. They're on Frostbite midrange, which makes sense. Roji is the premier midrange player in the Americas and Legends of Runeterra, the midrange god, if you will. And for the last deck, we've actually gone Fizz Samira, which is, I wouldn't call this midrange, but I'm excited to see Roji trying something else.
It is the old version, though. And I say old, obviously. It's the version from last week. Yeah, last week's version. Already
Get
old
with the
version.
times, old man.
Yeah, for real. 3 Inferna? Not maybe 20 years ago, but today? No. Also, no Powder Pandemonium in this deck, so this is really the version that a lot of people just started out with. Again, we do have triple Stylus Shot in here, which I absolutely love to see. Triple Barb Shane, which is also a lot of draw, coupled with the Inferna, and then the Fleet Admiral Shelly, plus the Wiggly Burblefish to win us a game of some absolute elusive dominance. Yeah, as you mentioned, this not expected from Roji, but it is one of the best decks, and I feel like a lot of people think it's so good, you kind of have to play it. Do you think it reached that territory?
Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. Not even close. I think it was ignorant and disrespectful to ever compare this to TF Fizz. I would have been, if you'd asked me like, hey, do you think Roji's going to bring a Samira deck? I could have seen Samira Leona. Samira Fizz is a surprise to me. And like you said, I don't think the deck is bad, but I don't think this is like a contender for... I don't even think this is the best deck in the format, let alone a contender for best deck that we've ever had in Legends of Runeterra. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean, we already through the decks, but we can show them on stream again. Now, is that the contender for best deck in the format?
I think it's a good baseline. I think Ash LeBlanc is what you're like when you're trying to understand the meta. The first thing you need to do is understand Ash LeBlanc's place in the meta. Why is it doing well? Why is it the #1 deck on ladder? And the answer is there's a lot of mid-range stuff running around, and also you are well statted enough to beat the Piltover and Zon decks like Karma Set and like Jack Seraphine. You know, if you just throw down a large unit and then Elixir of Iron blows out your opponent's 2-spell combo they had to throw out, you're probably winning that game. I do think the deck is a little bit too linear. I think Omen Hawk is still like a bit of a chaff card that we continue to put in these lists because Noxus and Freljord don't really have a better 1-drop, and ultimately I don't know that it has the staying power that you want it to through the remainder of the format. I don't think this deck is going to get nerfed. I don't think it's in the realm of possibility, and so I think it's hard to call it the best deck in the format.
All right, just a few words to Roji's version here. Only plays 2 Reckoning. We see a bunch of versions with triple Reckoning, and plays 2 copies of Harsh Winds, which is also not super popular. 1 copy, sure, but 2 copies, that is a different story. Now, third and final deck, obviously, this is Grandpa Roji. Talia Malphite has to be in here. Fully expecting to see the beach skin for the board as well. And all is good in the world.
And this is so different from the pre-rotation Talia Malphite. I haven't really taken stock of everything that the deck has lost, but I didn't really expect Mystic Vortex and Dragon Roost to become the standard that they have. On top of that, Celestial Wonder and Sunburst, they're good cards, don't get me wrong. They were just never really auto-includes in the list, and I think one of the reasons that it is performing so well on ladder currently is that players are running into it and kind of expecting more of the old school style of this list and getting caught off guard by the new text that Roji is certainly pioneering.
Yeah, for sure. Again, this deck still playing the newly released Rock Bear Shepherd as a new release, obviously now 1 expansion ago, but still a card that has been making huge waves in this deck and a couple of others. And as you mentioned, Celestial Wonder's a hugely important card for quite a while for this type of deck. Roji has been on this for a long time, and it is a card that can absolutely blow out your opponent, especially if you're playing such a beefy mid-range deck as Malphite Talia is. Now, Roji would have played this anyways, but I still feel like rotation also made this deck quite a bit better because, again, it is one of the last few remaining landmark decks that is truly playable, and now truly outshines Lissandra Talia. Lissandra also did not get rotated, but Thralls unfortunately lost quite a bunch of other tools that Malphite Talia didn't.
No, and when we talk about why Frostbite midrange is good, the answer is because there's so many midrange decks in the meta. And when you have a bunch of different midrange decks, the answer becomes, okay, who can go taller? And that's why Deep is performing so well. You don't really get taller than a 13-13 Nautilus, but a 7-11 Malphite is probably just 1 step under that in terms of why you can't get past this absolute wall of a unit. And then, you know, obviously Malphite being able to stun the entire board, breaking parity. There's a lot of great tools at work here.
Yep. Absolutely excited to see this one. Again, Roji always brings these landmark-based Malphite Talia decks, but also brings a lot of mid-range decks alongside them all of the time. Today, also with one deck that is not mid-range, so I'm excited to see how this one turns out. Maybe it's just ban bait, just throws Semiraphis out there and gets to play what he likes, you know. Could be. We already seen Ash dominate in the matchup that we saw today at the beginning, where Simon lost twice to it. So excited to see a couple of other matchups probably. Since so far we haven't seen Ash quite against some of the control decks that are currently in the meta, like the Jace decks that are running around. Roji also with a lineup that luckily should not take too long to close out games. Again, these mid-range decks, they have a time window they want to hit. And while Malphite Talia obviously can go a bit further into the late game, still a deck that wants to finish out the game in a reasonable amount of time because it also can't let someone like Karma, like Seraphine run out of control. Just kind of thought that have to end the game. As you mentioned, really interesting that we saw Mystic Vortex in there. Perseverium seemed to be so important for the deck that we had to find some replacement.
I mean, yeah, it's not quite Preservarium, but hey, you got to do what you got to do. And I got to say, like you mentioned, the Karma and the Seraphine decks being a big focal point in the meta when we're looking at things that aren't mid-range, Rite of Negation comes in so big as a counterplay tool to decks that are looking to copy their own spells because it clears the entire stack.
Yeah, it does. There's just one problem, and that is a lot of the important cards for these two decks are unfortunately burst speed. So like, coin burst speed, or the draw is burst speed, and then you also have in the Seraphine deck the sneaky burst speed lethal with the warning shot. And it doesn't matter if you deny a couple of fast speed cards that were put on this deck, because once they're played, they're putting the keg in anyways. But as you mentioned, other than that, yeah, Rite of Negation, still a very, very good card. And it's one of the cards that Shurima still has, okay? Shurima lost a lot of important tools, and especially the kill or sacrifice mana gem or one of your units cycle. They lost, I think, the two most important cards besides Rite of Negation from there. They lost both Rite of the Arcane and Rite of Calling, which were huge cards for Shurima, now gone, but the devs luckily left Rite of Negation in there. What do you think of that, by the way? Obviously, we still have Mono Shurima technically in the game, but with Xerath and Rite of Calling nerfed, it's unfortunately back to meme status.
I wouldn't say unfortunately back to meme status. I was not super happy that deck ever... It's one of those things where, like, it was like Rise, right? Where you're very happy when it's a meme and people are like, oh man, imagine if this deck was tier 1. And then the deck is tier 1 and it's a nightmare and everybody realizes, oh, I didn't want this. It happened with Katarina. It happened with Sundisk. It happened with Rise. Stop taking your memes and thinking that you actually want them to be real. Get some help, know yourself, know what you actually want, and tweet accordingly.
Yep. No, for sure. I'm completely with you on that. I did not like to play against any of those decks, okay? They all somehow counted Scargrounds, okay? Because they all had mid-range, they all had some way to deny you overwhelm damage, recall you, break quicksand. Just so annoying.
T, you were the exception. You actually would have liked if Scargrounds went from meme status to tier 1. That actually would have made you happy. That would have been fine. But like when you looked at Katarina's play patterns and people are like, imagine if she wasn't a meme. Yeah, that's what I want. I want Noxus to have a good deck that rallies 3 times in a turn. You don't want that.
Yeah, I feel like people could have also seen that coming. Like, everyone was hating on Demacia and Rally all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I want Katarina to be meta.
Yeah.
Let's see what she does.
Red Gwen will live in infamy.
Oh, that is still one of those decks where it was so good for so long. It really became one of the meta staples in its time. And you know what? I kind of miss it a little bit. I honestly, hear me out. I think I liked it more than Gwen Scouts.
I was a big Red Gwen fan. I can't even lie. I played so much Red Gwen during the time that it was legal. It was my go-to for like 3 seasons. I was like, oh yeah, I haven't played no. Let's just queue up Red Gwen. Oh, I'm kind of bored. You know, it's not boring. Red Gwen again. Just change out a card or two. Oh, I'm not on the harrowing version anymore. Now I'm playing more opulent foyers, and that's the only change it needs to completely revitalize the archetype for me.
Yeah. See, guys, that's what happens if a round gets hold up because 2 players have started their match too late. You have to
get to know us a little better.
Yeah, that's a problem. I was about to say. You're gonna find out some things about your favorite casters or least favorite casters, and so maybe now that you didn't want to know.
I feel really bad for you if I'm your least favorite caster, because how do you watch Runeterra esports?
That's true. Like, if it's me, fine. Boulevard? Yeah.
I feel so bad for you.
Probably not gonna happen, okay? Like, I think you still have a couple of strikes left. This was one of them, obviously. Now, at least you didn't say you were the biggest Rise fan in the entire world. So
I treated the beta season like a vacation, as I'm sure many players did, because I did not want to deal with Rise. There weren't any stakes. There weren't a lot of tournaments happening. I was like, now's the time for me to rest and relax for a bit. The problem with me, though, is when I'm going hard, I don't know how to stop. And when I'm relaxing, I don't know how to stop. So it's taken me a while to get back on the wagon. But hey, we're working on it.
For sure. And it seems that the match issue has also slowly resolved. So we should actually be starting and getting the new round in about like 2 or 3 minutes. We will also have a couple of scores for you to show you who is currently leading the Swiss phase. Obviously, doesn't mean anything right now. We are still only 1 round deep. And there's still quite a bunch of Swiss matches to be played. But, you want to see who won so far, okay? Some of your favorite players might be in there. Boulevard, who are you,
know,
hoping?
Actually, I was going to ask, do you know how many rounds we have? Because I don't. They just kind of put me in front of the camera and they're like, talk until we turn it off. So I don't actually know how long we're in for today. I know we had 111 players registered on the deck sheet, which my brain says is going to be 7 rounds.
Well, I mean, I hope it's 7 rounds. You know,
is it 8? Is it 9?
It could be 9. If it's 9, I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble since I'm from EMEA. I'm from Germany. So if we have 9 rounds of Swiss into top 8, this is gonna roughly end at 5 a.m. for me, and then I have to catch a train tomorrow at like around
Don't say
10.
7 a.m. Okay.
No, around 10. But it's still gonna be a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
No, excited for that one.
As far as players that I'm excited to see here, obviously by attack, the wunderkind from EMEA. Always love to see that guy succeed, but also Donut. You know, haven't heard much from Donut since the World Championship. Pretty poor performance at that event, but did still make it there. And I'm excited to see if Donut can kind of bounce back and spend this year showing everyone that, like, hey, it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just the World Qualifiers, like the stage and the format that we used to have, but actually I am a top tier player and I'm ready to show you that this year. And that can start with a Mastering Runeterra Open top 8.
No, for sure, because the Master, like, again, prize pool is insane right now. We are well over 2K right now, so this is basically like playing in a Runeterra Open prize money.
Yeah, basically.
So, again, hugely important for the players. It seems that we are getting started. Roji is getting into game, so we have the game in just a second for you guys. Don't worry. You won't hear us talking about anything else other than the match that will be going on then. But for now, you know what? Boulevard, you just said this is something to prove. Here you can prove, okay, I'm a good player. I have it in me. And you know what? I think this might go for all of Americas because, well, this is an international tournament, kind of. It's played on the Americas chart, but again, as long as you have an Americas account, you can compete in here. And Americas did not do too well at the World Championship. So, do you think like maybe every Americas player has like a chip on their shoulder, like trying to prove something here?
They should. I don't know if they do, but they should.
All right. They should. Okay. Go up for Boulevard. They should. You know, Americas players, you're going to have to try hard this one, okay?
Yeah, that's why Boulevard's Team Korea, baby. Did you see Pegasus absolutely dominate the Glory and Navori brawl? We send in one KR player and absolutely smacks everyone. Wins the entire thing, I think. No, never mind. They were on the second place team. But still, you know, Korea looking real good. America's not so much. I'm ready to jump ship.
Yeah. Okay, look at this. So, what do we get in here? Broken Ball. Okay, there's someone from EMEA. Immediately recognize them. Again, these are just 1-0s, so that we have like a million of them. But
I know Pig Dogman is currently sitting at like the number 8 spot on ladder or something like that in the Americas. So happy to see them at 1-0 because it's not a name that I'm used to really seeing in the tournament scene. I don't know if they're a newer player or just someone who was previously doing ladder, or maybe they've been grinding tournaments and I just haven't caught my eye, but I'm excited to see Pig Dogman continue on their reign of terror.
Very interesting name as well. Is that a South Park reference?
No, that was Man Bear Pig.
Yep, I mean,
maybe it is. Maybe I was gonna ask if it's an Always Sunny reference. I don't know, like if some other show like parodied off of South Park and made Pig Dogman.
If it's an Always Sunny,
I saw you just check the entire library of It's Always Sunny.
I was going through it. Like recently, all of REO rewatched all of it. It's Always Sunny, so I don't have it in my brain right now, so it's not. If it is, huge fail for me, honestly. But guys, we are finally there.
Oh, finally. I don't have to open my mouth and stick my foot in it any longer. This is what happens when you guys let us talk too long. We just start... Oh, man, you learn too much about us. You learn to hate us.
Honestly, yeah.
But now we can talk about card games. I thought that was a Quinn instead of a Talia for a second there. The Star Guardian skin's looking pretty similar.
Yeah. Honestly, I've never seen Star Guardian Quinn, so wouldn't have made that mistake.
Did you just forget it exists too?
Of course. I completely forgot that the Star Guardian skin line existed. I have the board. Never played it.
I actually forget about the Dungeons and Dragons skins a lot. Even though I have that Nami skin.
Oh, I can't forget about that.
Sharpen the blades.
The board is just
secure
insane.
the kill.
So here on the side of Gerbinator, I really wanted that R to come after
Time
the B
to
for
make
some
an
reason.
appearance.
Gerbinator. We've got a pretty standard Frostbite mid-range list here. I'm not
me.
seeing anything crazy. The 2 harsh winds are back. And actually looking very similar to what Grandpa Roji has brought, with the exception, there's a couple copies of Reckless Trifarian.
Reckless Trifarian is really interesting. I have seen this on ladder already in EMEA. I don't know if this is an EMEA player, or maybe it's made its way to the Americas as well. It's an interesting mid-range card because, again, this deck does want to knock it down quite a bit more than other mid-range decks. So, could be the case that
moly.
it's a new tech.
Roji down to 4.
Surprised to see me.
Well,
The black
we haven't drawn a
rose
real unit,
blooms once more.
but we are gonna have a couple more forward next turn. Might be a
Yeah.
little late.
Especially when it's like there's a bloody business in the hand for, excuse me, Gerbinator, who also now has, like, those bloody business, the reputation is already active. Those are down to 2 mana. We've got the mirror image. There's going to be a couple of Involius Vox popping out for Roji, but depending on how the sequencing lines up, might end up tapping too low and just getting hit with a double bloody business onto those. Things are looking kind of rough, but that was probably the last amount of free unit damage that Gerbinator gets through. Now it really is up to how much can you play around Roji. We've got Ash in hand for a little bit of evasion later on, but I don't know, like with no other Frostbite available and no Frostbite having happened yet, Gerbinator gonna have a little bit of an issue actually getting that Ash online and level.
Faster than my arrow? I think not.
I don't know. I don't think you need that level up necessarily. As long as we have the control over the board, it's gonna be easy to get one of these big units through. There's no healing on Roji's side. Roji can try to remove a couple of units here. Stonebreaker drawn, but is it gonna be enough? We take one unit out, get another blocker on the board.
It's so awkward because Roji does not have the mana for both Rite of Negation and Sunburst, which means whenever a spell is played, Gerbinator's going to have the option to take out the Involius Vox with a Bloody Business, or even just develop the Archer in order to Frostbite the larger Involius Vox, get that Ash level up progression, and honestly, Ash could even level on the following turn with this Mirror Image summoning a second copy, so it looks like Roji in a very rough position right now. A Malphite top deck might be their only hope while Gerbinator develops in order to stun out one of these units, but for now, it's looking really dicey, and it looks like the Stonebreaker is going to be committed, shaken ground, trying to take out one of these units, deal a little bit to the Nexus, and targeting the 5/1 so that a protection spell like Here to Help not going to be able to save this unit.
Yeah, we do see that there was the option to go for the Elixir of Iron to protect one of the more important units. Roji here just really trying to survive. You see it here, right? Not trying to turn around the game, killing the Ash, killing the LeBlanc, just really trying to get to a couple more rounds, maybe get to the Malphite and close out the game. This is the name of the game right now. There's no other way that we win this one. But as you mentioned, there is the freeze. We do stop the attack here from Roji.
No Trifarian Assessor follow-up from Gerbinator.
For the hand!
Looks like we're going for the 3 draw, and it's going to work out. Roji still doesn't have any punishes, so to speak. Sunburst gets to come out onto the Ash, so it's still going to just be a draw 2 from Gerbinator, but with the Bloody Business available, things are still looking dicey. Roji probably doesn't feel like they can afford to tap out with a right, but we're not going to see anything in response just yet.
Only the finest serve.
Alright, Trifarian coming in. What do we get? Flash Freeze.
Trifarian Assessor. Or Glory Seeker. Too many titles on these Trifarians.
Yeah, right?
Why is Trifarian not a creature type?
The Trifarian archetype, maybe? That would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But
let's
now...
revive Darius.
Let's not. Wait, did Darius rotate?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, because I know Apprehend is still in the pool because I've created it a few times, and it would be so weird to me if Darius rotated and Apprehend didn't.
I don't think... We do have it the other way around, right? Where Pokestick is in with Gnar. Like, Pokestick is out, but Gnar can still generate it. But the other way around would be incredibly weird.
Yeah, I got really confused because someone mentioned that, like, you know, we have champions who, like, their champion spells rotated, and someone brought up Gnar, and I was like, Wallop didn't rotate, but yeah, Pokestick did, so that actually now makes sense to me.
Yeah. Alright, it appears that we still have 4 blockers on the board, so even if Gerbinator goes for a full swing here, Roji gonna survive this one, but mirror image is gonna come in. That is gonna be a big problem. We tapped out of our Rite of Negation, unfortunately, had to. But yeah, That means for just 2 mana, we gotta get another big giant unit. Everything here that has above 2 attack would end the game. Roji pinging some question marks, asking himself, how did this happen to me? Concedes.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first game going back to Frostbite midrange. It is the deck on the top of the ladder for a reason, and while I question the longevity of the deck in the meta, I'm not necessarily discounting its power level at this event.
Yeah. Again, we have quite a number of these decks always at the beginning of a meta that are just very solid. Most of them are mid-range decks that perform very well early on, and Ash seems to be in that spot for now. They only had to rotate half the cards in the game for Ash to finally be there again.
Look, you gotta do what you gotta do, okay? And if that's what it took, then that's what it took. We're here now. Ash LeBlanc enthusiasts can rejoice. We can get Winding God back in the game finally.
That is a name I haven't heard in so long.
I feel like every other broadcast we bring up Winding God for one reason or another.
I excel at making
That's on the America's side of things, so I guess you're not in on the joke there. But we're over on to actually just swapping off of the Talia Malphite over to the Fizz Samira for Roji, getting a little bit of a break from their signature deck.
I thought that was the ban bait from Roji, so I'm interested to see how he performs in this one. Again, Roji, one of America's best players, so I fully expect Roji to play this deck as well as anyone could, really. I do still question the card choices in this deck, though. We mentioned that this is a version that, again, plays triple Inferno, does not play a single copy of, I don't know, what was the big card again that I was mentioning?
That's a good question, T.
The monkeys.
Oh, Powder Pandemonium.
Powder Pandemonium, yes. Boulevard, this is round 2 of Swiss. We have like 7 more of those.
Yeah, but you see, if my brain was firing at 100% at the start of the tournament, then it's going to be at like 10% when we get to the finals, so I'm just going to keep it at 40% for the entire day.
Oh, no, that's good. Yeah, I'm going to do the same, honestly.
It's not just a mental fortitude battle for the players, it is for us as well. And now we're getting, it looks like Flare going to deal 1 damage to the Nexus, give Elusive over to the Fizz, and now looks like we're sending this in as well, and actually going for the damage on the Nexus rather than Challenger onto Samira to take out the Redeemed Prodigy.
Which is really important, because that means we are valuing Nexus damage in this matchup a lot more than I would have thought. Again,
well,
against
I guess
every Quinn deck, and it is basically, it is a race to the Nexus, right? So it does make sense.
I do want to point out here as well that I think Roji had the read on the Hate Spike and went for the Flare damage on Nexus so that All Out could protect the Samira, and valued the life of this champion so that we can get the level up and start rallying more than we valued taking out this Redeemed Prodigy, is what I'm assuming Roji was going for here based on the way everything played out. It seemed like that was the line that he had in mind, everything working out so far. Now we're up to a C on Samira, just a couple more cards need to come out to get the level up on this champion, start trying to push through lethal damage with these rallies.
Should be pretty easy. We have the Pirouette, one of the best cards added with this expansion, which is a stun for annoying units like this. Don't want to take too many damage from the scout unit, so stun it, yeah, ping the Nexus, activate Plunder, level Samira,
yeah, that's
already
get
at a B.
A draw off the Inferno as well.
The party never ends, nor its spirits.
Alright, Father Fury coming in, Swindle again. There's another draw that we could take. Prize Fight is not terrible.
I don't think it does anything in this situation.
No, it gives us a Samira thing.
That's fair. That's fair. I was gonna say, like, as far as actual utility of the card, the only thing it really provides is, like, you could block Redeemed Prodigy with Inferna and kill it if you prize fight it. Outside of that, not much, but now we're going for the Swindle, looking at Cataclysm versus Eternal Dancers.
The choice here probably pretty obvious. 6 mana unit, that's a bit expensive for this deck.
Beautiful and brutal, just how I like it.
Meanwhile, Cataclysm with a quick attack champion, that's the whole reason it's in Gerbinator's list as well, so gonna take that Cataclysm. These Burblefish getting really cheap, and Samira is leveled. Fizz probably not too far off either.
Just said that we are gonna lose this Shelly. but I don't think in this matchup she is necessarily needed to close out the game. And you know what? I'm still looking at this prize fight. This prize fight, I'm telling you, this is going to be huge. Okay, we're gonna generate another Samira spell. We're gonna start stacking, and we're gonna start pumping damage.
And here comes the prize fight. The one situation that we kind of lined up as far as the actual usefulness of the card as the card itself instead of just a 1-mana spell, letting Inferno kill this Redeemed Prodigy. It's going to be 9 damage pushed into the Nexus of Grandpa Roji.
Hold on. So...
Blink and you'll miss me.
Yeah, I don't know why we used Samira instead of one of our 1 health units.
No. I think that made all sense. We just want to generate a flare. That's what I mentioned.
That works, yeah.
Definitely want to generate a flare with that. No, that's the whole reason why I said, okay, price fight might be viable. But, like, I have to wonder, since we use all these cards this turn, are we setting up?
Are we trying to level Samira?
I
mean, the Burblefish are now 0.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think we get the rally here, potentially. We had B.
No, we're 1 off, right?
Yeah, we're 1 off.
Yeah.
If we had a 0-mana spell here, obviously it would work, but this is Burblefish, so unfortunately can't generate anything. There would be 0 mana, but warning shot top deck here, absolutely insane. Samira reset, because she's leveled.
I thought Samira reset when you got the attack, when you started.
Not when she's leveled.
This card has so many freaking words on it, T.
Yeah.
It's been 2 weeks and I still don't know what Samira does, if I'm being honest. There's just so many words on a 2-mana champion.
Try to keep up.
Trust me,
I think everyone has been caught off guard of that one. I was
like,
I
haven't played a Samira deck myself yet, so I apparently just need to do that so that I understand what this champion does.
Yeah, it's always nice when they add a cheap champion with a lot of text.
Yeah, because when I play against Samira, I see it and I kill it, and then I don't care what it does. It's dead, right? I don't have to worry about it. And apparently that has affected my ability to read the mountains of text. Ruben Zhu designed Samira, didn't he? I'm on to you, Ruben. I see you in your cheap quick attack champions.
Probably did. Honestly, I don't know for sure, but it just seems like a card that Ruben would actually.
Yeah, that's a Ruben card. Stop giving Ruben 80 carries.
Who's he gonna make next? Twitch?
Please don't give Ruben Twitch.
Oh my god, Twitch is gonna stack, and then the stacks are gonna draw you cards, and they're gonna generate more cards, and then you rally.
Twitch is 100% a 1-mana champion as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
With 6 lines of text.
We shall sing, dance, and forget our woes.
Alright, we have another Talia Malphite game in front of us. This one could be interesting. So, again, it is going to be a bit annoying that our opponent is just going to throw a bunch of units that stack and damage against us, but we do have a bunch of stuns. We do have an eventual win condition that can't really be stopped from the other side. That said, we have to watch out because cards like Quinn can accelerate the game so much that Grandpa Roji might not be able to keep up.
The Rock Bear Shepherd was a very timely top deck, though. We're going to be able to start to tick down that sort of Rock Bear landmark on curve. We've got the Talia with it. It's a really awkward-looking turn 4 for Roji is sort of the main problem they're going to run into here. But luckily, Gerbinator not putting their foot on the gas and slamming down one of these scout units to try and push as much damage as possible. Either looking to float the spell mana for the Hate Spike follow-up on the Gwen turn, or just play another unit after all is said and done. Actually, it's just going to be Hate Spike onto the Rock Bear Shepherd. No answer from Roji there.
I like this a lot. If you look at the one game that Roji already lost with this list, it was because Roji had no units on the board at those crucial turns.
Super important top deck for Roji, though. If Gerbinator throws down the Gwen here, the Sunburst is the perfect answer, as the Silence will deny the Hallowed stacks as well, but now it's going to be the Green Fang Warden.
Yeah, potentially hoping that, again, Roji really doesn't have anything to play here. This was Roji's problem last time as well. Turn 4, nothing to play. Now, this time Roji had a few blockers earlier, which was really good, because otherwise Roji would have been already dead. But Gerbinator making a read here. I can probably just go in, play the Scout now, going with the open attack next turn, push a bunch of damage for free.
This is a pretty light follower list from Roji. Only 11 followers in the deck, plus the 6 champions, so about 17 units in total. And now Chip shows up to the party. The little guy got lost along the way, wanders in a little bit late. It's Talia's time on the stage. Chip, you're going to have to wait until next turn, unless Roji is forced to play out one of these spells. Then Chip maybe can save the day here.
If Gerbinator develops here, this could be really scary, because Roji then has the opportunity to do the funniest thing in history and just double stun something. Okay, listen. Do you just throw it out?
Throw out what?
If this was a Gwen, you would have definitely thrown on double stun here. Now,
oh yeah,
not so much. But like,
actually, if it was Gwen, I might have sunburst.
And your feet on the ground.
You could have sunburst.
He smells.
But the foyer does make the scout attack a lot more intimidating, and you can't really go for the double stun here because, you know, your opponent did still have 2 mana. That would basically tap you out. Could get really ugly, and it's gotten ugly anyway. Talia's probably going to go down here. Still a lot of damage pushed into Roji's Nexus.
Excuse me.
That's why, like, if there was a Gwen, obviously there would be so much mana that you could throw out a double stun, just completely negate this entire turn from Gerbinator. But now you obviously did not have that option. You did have a bunch of landmarks, you do have a bunch of blockers now, but again, those are 5/5s, usually pretty beefy, but they might be dying to some female units soon.
Yeah, at least the good news for Roji is that they didn't take as much damage as you might have expected for developing the Talia there and getting the Rock Bears online. Now the Green Fang Warden is down, you don't have a way to kill it, and with double Rally and Gwen in hand, Roji is still looking to be in a pretty poor position. The double stun might actually have to get used here if Gerbinator fires off a Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, the barrier unit is really annoying, so we can't really let that one rally give us more units in combination with the foyer. So Roji just waiting here. The rally comes out. Do we see a double stun in response? Or does Roji think he can tough this one out just by blocking?
It is awkward because even if you throw out the double stun, Gerbinator is still going to get an attacker off of the Opulent Foyer. So maybe waiting for this to resolve so that they have to send the Butler into combat so that at least you can trade onto a real unit.
Alright. Obviously I have a bunch of options here. We could Sunburst the 2/2 here, just so they don't have a scout unit with barrier, which is really annoying. Double stun can also work. You don't
have Daybreak on it. You won't silence.
Ah, forgot. Yeah, that's Daybreak.
Yeah, it's not just 5 mana silence a unit, deals 6 to it at slow speed. You got a Daybreak for the silence effect, so would not get through the barrier. So the double stun going to come out, but is going to let the 6/1 through so that we don't have to lose one of our 5/5s. We can just throw out the Rock Bear Shepherd. But the next turn for Gerbinator is still looking very strong with the Gwen and the Rally, and the mana to play both.
Yeah, 8 mana again. It's just working out for Gerbinator for now. Scout attack, obviously, first. We have to block it, send a 5/5 into what was a 2/2 there. More units being generated here. Chip, again, is another blocker that can try to do a little bit. We have the Sunburst here. We also have the Shuriman still in combat. We use the Sunburst.
I think Roji might be dead here. I think we've got enough Hallowed stacks to just kill with one of these 2/1s connecting. They were up to 7 attack on the previous turn, and Gwen did add another Hallowed stack into the pool because the Sunburst was not Daybroken. It's going to be Blinding Assault instead, though.
Wait, that means we can play Chip and survive.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We did it. Did Gerbinator just... No, they're aware that they already scout attacked. They're not even trying to scout attack again. And this isn't even lethal.
It's not. What it is, however, is pressuring Roji a little bit more, probably setting up for the rally on the following turn. But we still have a bunch of blockers. Roji seems to potentially be stabilizing. It obviously depends on Gerbinator's top decks.
Yeah, I'm 90% certain that Relentless Pursuit there was lethal. And there's only one mana card in Grandpa Roji's deck, which is Chip. I mean, there's Ancient Preparations as well, but that wouldn't have impacted the board. So Gerbinator had the information to go for lethal there. And unless I'm missing something, I think that was just a bit of a throw.
Hold on, though. Quinn is here.
These rocks into motion.
That could be
why
scary.
Is Quinn here?
That could be really scary. Relentless Pursuit first. Yeah. Gonna generate another blocker. I don't know if starting with Quinn was maybe a little bit better than starting with Relentless Pursuit. I guess we want the Ephemeral blocker to be dying here. We do. Wait. I mean, just with Quinn, this is still like just lethal.
Yeah, I think Quinn. Yeah,
because you have Scout Attack, we're going to be generating more units. We're going to be generating more attacks. Like,
yeah, the Quinn
Roji
top
can do.
deck does invalidate what happened on the previous turn, and Germinator should be able to sequence this one to pick up the win. Valerie, yeah, can take out Talia. Quinn's going to get to attack twice. There's no third chip in the hand of Roji to prevent this last attack. Actually, no, this is going to be lethal because okay.
No,
now it's going to be lethal.
Yeah. No, you were like, he just has to sequence it right. He was almost sequencing it wrong, but found himself.
I don't think it even actually mattered because of the other ephemeral coming out. I think that would have secured lethal either way, but Grandpa Roji unable to pick up a win with the Talia Malphite.
Yeah, just gets out mid-range. I don't know if I would necessarily call this a mid-range deck, but obviously getting out-tempoed here, which is probably going to happen if you run a deck that is so low on units. We do have quite a bunch of interaction, but again, this Quinn deck is so good at using these rallies and using Scout in combination with the Hallowed that you just find yourself overrun.
That is going to be Germinator moving on 2-0. Roji falling down to the 1-1 bracket where, I mean, assuming everything goes according to the script, that means they are also now in the Salty Simon What Am I bracket. So more and more players falling down into that X and 1 to see who's going to be able to fight for that 6th, 7th, and 8th place spot.
For sure. Obviously, it might be that either What Am I or Simon has lost a second round, which would obviously be a little bit more tragic. But yeah, we might be up for some bangers in the near future if those three players somehow face up against each other. Now, we will have to see what else is going on in the bracket still, because this was probably not the longest game we had, okay? We didn't see Karma, we didn't see Seraphine. There have to be some games still to be played in this round. Don't you think?
That there are, and I'm hoping that we can get into one of them because that one did end pretty quickly. And like you mentioned, it was really just kind of an unfortunate cadence in the early game there. Roji missing on turn 4 a couple of times with this list and just not having sort of the early curve that you're used to with, I want to say Endless Devout, but I don't even remember if Endless Devout was played in Old Talia Malphite. I feel like it should have been, but it might not have been because I don't know anything about Talia Malphite. That's not my wheelhouse.
Doesn't have to be, okay? It's none of our wheelhouses, okay?
Not everything can be my wheelhouse, okay? It's limited space.
And okay, I already have Scargrounds in there. You're asking me to fit like another niche?
Yeah, we already know Samira's not in there because apparently I don't know what that champion does, so...
I would let her in any of my houses, though.
Yeah.
All right. I would say we are going to jump to the next game once we find someone that is going to be going on. It seems like Maddie is still playing. Maddie24 Mayo, one of the Maddies anyway, is still playing. That we can jump into. And that should be a pretty interesting game because it is going to be the matchup that we already saw once today. The matchup that you said you fear the most.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know, and I gotta say, we were talking a little bit earlier about the America's performance at the World Championship last year, how it was a little disappointing. The one bright spot was Maddie24 Mayo being our sole representative into the top 8 of that tournament, where they were immediately thrown into the bracket of death with like 3 other seasonal champions. I think they had like Teddy, Reroll, and Buy Attack or something along those lines. I don't remember who the third person was, but I know it was absolutely stacked against Maddie. Put up a valiant effort, but now looking to take down an MR Open.
And looking pretty good already here. This is the matchup that was so close the other time we saw it, but doesn't seem close in any way right now.
No, it's so awkward for the Jack Seraphine deck once you actually get to turn 10. You kind of have to try to like play aggressively on board and run them out of cards beforehand, which is a really awkward way to play the game because it still gets completely undone by Karma plus a draw spell, and this deck plays so many draw spells.
Yeah, it's actually quite hilarious. I once played a game where my opponent drew 12 cards in one turn. Still somehow didn't find an answer for my Udyr board, but that's besides the point. I was still outraged at the amount of cards they drawn.
It's, you know what, if we still had Twisted Fate, I guarantee you this Seraphine Twisted Fate Jack deck would be all the rage.
Oh, I don't want to imagine, okay? Twisted Fate, again, we already heard the devs, was a sure rotate. It was like the guy that 100% had to get rotated, and we know why. We know why. Imagine Twisted Fate with all the new draw cards that got added to the game. Especially the new draw cards in Bilgewater. You can basically build Twisted Fate with anything now. Have you played a game of Eternal?
I have not.
Yeah, same.
You haven't even looked at Scargrounds once to be like, I got Vlad back, and it looks like it is just going to be a surrender out of Joy Boy here. It's going to be Maddie. I was trying to remember who we were even spectating. Picking up that game. I don't know if we got the scores updated. If we did, I didn't see them. T, was that the end of the match, or do we have a little bit more Runeterra to play here?
It looks like that was the end of the match. Maddie takes this one 2-0. Confident win from Maddie here. Well played. I do have to say that just really quick going back to your Scargrounds argument, okay? Because I do have to say this. I have to mention this, okay? Guys, Scargrounds got rotated. It was already a niche deck, although it did get some power and popularity at the end of the standard Scargrounds era. And now in Eternal, where the power level is supposedly going all over the place, I don't think I want to go in there, okay? I want to remember Scargrounds the way it was. I don't want to remember Scargrounds in a world where you can play TF with all these new draw cards, okay? I'm a bit too afraid.
We're not... So here's where I kind of am a little lost as an analyst, where I remember them saying that they do want to do Eternal events. I don't know how often they're happening or how much they matter. Like, do I have to pay attention to the Eternal format? Am I fine to just pop in when an event's happening and be like, hey, here's the really broken combo deck that's taking over Eternal?
Maybe, but I think they announced it way before, so you probably have some time to get in there and enjoy the Eternal meta.
Yeah, I'll come in with Scargrounds in game 1 and see how that holds up, I promise. But now we've got Majin Bay up against Kuwako. Majin Bay, of course, one of the founding members of Mastering Runeterra, and Kuwako, someone who is constantly pumping up the prize pool of this event.
Yeah, big shout out to Kuwako again. Just every one of these tournaments has been, I think, at least like 10% sponsored by Kuwako, at least.
Look, sometimes it just feels good to give back to the community.
You know what is even better than giving back to the community?
Taking from them.
Yes, taking from the community. So Kuwako here to take back the money he put into this tournament.
First let the blood, then stop the
we've got a rally from Kuwako. Majin still having 8 mana though, plus that Mirai Great Mother. So this is the card that everyone's been referring to as BB, right?
Yes. I don't know what Broken Ball has to do with it, but
it's BI.
Okay.
I guess their actual first name is BB, which I've referred to cards as their first names pretty often. I still call crowd favorite Viseed. I don't know, it makes me feel a little bit more formal with them, but one of the problems that you have as Frostbite midrange is you do not have keg interaction outside of Bloody Business. And so it's actually really easy for the Jack Seraphine player to wipe your board with a 1 mana spell that we see in his hand that I can never remember the name of, that deals 1 to everything.
Caustic Riff?
That's the one, Caustic Riff.
I don't know if it's Caustic, it's just like, I know it's called Riff, but, you know, I was like, okay, it's on, probably Caustic, and? Oh my god, it is Caustic Riff.
Good job, Ice-T. But yeah, Caustic Riff is really the, like, BB plus Caustic Riff is the big pressure point in this matchup for Frostbite midrange. It's the reason that I feel the matchup is so skewed in the favor of the Jack Seraphine. And that's really the checkpoint that this deck is putting on the meta is, do you have enough keg interaction to play the game against me? And for quite a few decks, the answer is no, because it only comes up in this matchup.
At this point, Majin is still obviously in control of the game, but I wonder if there's ever a point where Kuwako is actually going to get to a point where we somehow buff our deck enough that it's going to be hard to just remove all these mid-range threats, get 1 Reckoning in, and can pull this one back around.
I would say no, only because Majin basically has lethal 1 Seraphine levels, because you have out BB, Seraphine, Song Spinner in hand, Warning Shot. Song Spinner with Seraphine and BB out is just an insane amount of kegs.
I believe it. Who's currently just watching Kuwako play this one out for not for no reason, but this is a tournament. It's like you can't just concede.
Yeah. Now we also get line 'em up. That's 4 kegs on its own for 1 mana. Once the Seraphine levels, but we do still have to level the Seraphine. I don't know how close or far she is. At this stage of the game, you would assume that she's pretty far along, but I have run into a couple of games where, you know, we hit turn 9, I look at my Seraphine, I've only played like 3 spells so far. So if this Song Spinner is mandatory to level the Seraphine rather than being played after the fact, then Majin does not have this one as cut and dry, although I still think the board wipe from the Caustic Rift should be enough.
Come on, hit me.
Right, apprehend, rummage. Rummage, pretty good as always with Seraphine. Salt and Stitch is not that great, but honestly, not that bad. We can discard and honestly use this card in hand, so why not? Tilt to single combat though. I mean, again, we have rummage, so everything that we just don't like, we just can't throw away. Make some good cards out of it.
Yep, there goes Fearless Wielder as well as the second back alley bar, which makes sense. It's kind of awkward to play the second bar when you've got the Mirai out because you do have to leave room for the kegs, plus you've already got a bar in play. You need 2 board spaces to really take advantage of the second bar, and here we see the Caustic Rift going to wipe the board. No protection in the hand of Quacko.
Wouldn't really help at this point. We see the single combat. We see so many more ways to stack up these kegs. Like, no amount of protection could have helped you there, and even though you got Majin Bay down to 5 HP and there is no real healing in this deck, I don't think you're gonna get there anymore. I was somehow hopeful that maybe we could have gotten 1 big unit on the board, get out a Reckoning, turn the game around, but as you mentioned, not gonna happen here anymore. Just the keg stacking is way too big, and we have enough removal spells to make adequate use of those kegs.
This almost reminds me of way back in the day. Patch 1.4, for those of you that remember. For context, we're on 4.3, so forever ago. Karma Ezreal versus Frostbite Midrange is a matchup that I specifically looked very close into. And it always looked really close. It was like 90-10 favored for Karma Ezreal. Maybe not, that's a bit of an exaggeration. It might have been more like 70-30. But Karma Ezreal would always pull out the win at 1 HP. And that is sort of what the Jack Seraphine matchup into Frostbite Midrange reminds me of. The health totals are going to look close. But in terms of actually getting, like, how close you are to winning the game, Quacko could not be further away.
Oh yeah, it's looking incredibly grim here. And at this point, Salty Simon would have already conceded. Quacko tops it out. So, you know, good for him. I would have also conceded at this point. I don't know if there is any line that can get Quacko back. You know, you always talk about, like, in tournaments, you have to take the line that even if you have 1% chance to win the game, you have to do it. I don't even know if it is 1% at this point.
No,
it might just
really
be 0.
Like, your next turn is probably just play the Glory Seeker and Reckoning and pray, and you know it's not going to work out. But it is also the only chance that you really have. Now we've even got Jack pumped up after a Frostbite single combating. You might as well Harsh Winds here. You might as well even.
Save the homestead.
You only are real target for Harsh Winds, right? There's a single combat. You just got blessed with the reason to play Harsh Winds.
The Harsh Winds is going to come out this turn, almost certainly, because one of the things that you always think about when you're looking at the potential of getting one shot here with, you know, the kegs and the warning shot, every point of unit damage that your opponent gets through in situations like that feels like they're cheating. That would have been 11 damage push through the warning shot, definitely would have ended the game. Now it's just going to be a Seraphine tickle. But even with that, I believe Majin still has lethal right here, right now, with this line 'em up, knock 'em down, as well as the warning shot.
Yeah, especially drawing 2 additional cards here. Oh my, wait, that's just another BB.
Another BB for even more keg generation, but it is going to get forced out here. The Reckoning isn't actually forced out. We could use the Hexbliterator, but there are so many kegs already that Majin wants to take advantage of them, so we're coining. We could line up... you really can't line anything else up because you do have to fire off the warning shot, and now just down to 1. You can go ahead and let everything die, but no, we're going to add insult to injury with the high note. instead of just letting everything die and then playing out our 0 mana knock them down.
Remember me.
And that's exactly what Majin's going to do. Knock them down into the lower bracket. I believe Majin moving on 2-0. I do not have confirmation on that. I just believe in the kid.
Lower bracket?
You know, anything that isn't XO is the lower bracket.
Oh, that makes sense.
Woo! What a show!
Yeah, no. When you're at a tournament, everybody's looking at table 1. No one's looking at table 16. Like, you might still be X and 1, but like, no one cares what you're doing. They only care about the XOs.
X and O's, yeah. And Majin going to move on here. 2-1 defeats Quaco, but again, still going to be able probably to get back into this tournament. At the end, we're probably going to have only 2 or 3 players at an X and O score to make it. So pretty excited to see how this one shakes out for Quaco, because again, Quaco, one of the players that makes a lot of contributions to this tournament every time, and it's also one of the players that is really, really cool to interact with on Twitter and everywhere else, so he gets the sympathy bonus, you know, besides being a good player.
Not from me, though. You get IceTea's sympathy, but not mine. I've never interacted with you in my life, I don't think, and if we did, I'm sure it was pleasant. You seem like a great person. Thanks for donating to the tournament, Quaco.
Boulevard is casually forgetting everyone he's talking to. You're not Boulevard, so you're not that important to Boulevard.
That's might be true.
Okay. Yeah, but with that, this was probably the last game of this round. Again, another match that went on for ages, I have to say. And with that, we are gonna just quickly thank and talk about the sponsors for this show. One of them is Activate Games. You can find Activate Games in Lexington, Louisville, Gatlinburg, Chicago, Birmingham, and Houston, and they offer a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a wide variety of real-life challenges, as well as the Red Cross, the American Red Cross, again, has the mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and generosity of donors. And more than 90% of the Red Cross workforce is volunteers, and you can help out because your donations are key to saving lives. They make the Red Cross's mission possible.
And of course, we also want to thank BetterHelp, who makes starting therapy easy. Your mental health matters, so take care of yourself in therapy. They make it easy to start your journey with over 20,000 licensed therapists. You can take their quiz and get matched with one of them. And switching therapists is easy if things don't work out. Again, schedule weekly live sessions with your therapist with their convenient scheduling tool. Live sessions can be done via phone, video, or live chat. Plus, you can message your therapist whenever you need. And of course, thank you as well to Breakout Games, a new kind of escape room, which offers 11 different unique storylines: Clue, the official escape room, the kidnapping, museum heist, Operation Casino, island escape, hostage, undercover alley, runaway train, submarine survival, mystery mansion, Wild West, and Do Not Disturb. So check out Breakout Games escape rooms.
All right, and with that, we're going to send it to a very quick break. Afterwards, we are going to be back with round number 3 of Swiss, and it's starting to get dicey. Round number 3 is where people could go X and 3 and be completely done with the tournament, so stay tuned. More excitement up ahead.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, and that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
And hello and welcome back to the Mastering Terra April Open. It's still IceTea and Boulevard, and we are here with almost Swiss round number 3 of 7. We have the confirmation Boulevard. It is 7 rounds of Swiss into a top cut that is going to be top 8 single elimination. And for the next player, we have Sonic Holic, one of my favorite EMEA DJs who always plays his tournaments till 4 a.m.
That is true. I don't think Sonic has had a ton of success in the Mastering Terra Opens, but I do believe he has claimed Online League Series victory in the past, another one of those sort of consistent open grassroots events. And Sonic has brought a lineup that is more traditional to what you might have expected coming into this event, with just decks that are running around, doing well on ladder, nothing too crazy or out of the ordinary. We've got, Vayne Quinn, Aatrox, we've got Karma Set, and then we've got that Samira Kale Leona that we've been alluding to that we haven't actually seen quite yet. And this is, it doesn't feel like an aggro deck. It's really hard to look at Leona and say, and like Kale and say that's an aggro deck, but then I see 3 Might, 3 Legion Saboteur, and I'm like, okay, obviously that's an aggro deck.
Yeah, especially with the Brother Spawn in there as well, which as a one-off is always a tech in aggro decks. The Precious Pet and the Legion Saboteur were really pushing this deck, because Crimson Pigeon, obviously, a wonder that was always popular in the Leona decks, just really fantastic. But with Reckless Trifarian, Precious Pet, this is way more aggressive than usually. Again, this deck did lose Katarina, like many decks did, but it gained Samira. And it gained Kale, kind of. Kale was a one-off in these decks for quite a while already, even in beta season, and continues to be a very good one-off just because stats are good, and she is a reliable quick attack unit. I don't know if you ever flip her, but she does her thing, and she does her thing well. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, really
about Kale.
just a pump spell for the board, right? You're not main decking any of Leona's spell, the Morning Light, so this is how you get your pumps in, as well as a decently statted body. A 1/5 is difficult for a lot of decks to deal with.
For sure.
And hopefully she's a little bigger than a 1/5.
In this deck, most certainly. All right, take a look at the next deck. And we haven't really looked at this deck. We've seen it on stream quite a bunch of times, but we've never really got the time to talk about Karma Set in depth. And you got the best 2 people here that you could have for talking about this deck, because neither of us has played a single game of Karma Set. So, fantastic.
True.
I've played against it, though, so I know what's going on here.
I thought Will of Ionia rotated. It's one of those things where, like, I just haven't seen anyone playing it. Usually you see Concussive Palm in that slot instead, because it allows you to punish developmental attacks as well as get another body on board, because your deck is rather follower light. But the Will of Ionia returning the thing to the hand does fare a lot better against the more mid-range decks in the meta, a little bit worse against the aggro. So Sonic saying, I don't think there's going to be a ton of multiple aggro decks in a lineup. Yes, everybody knows that Samira is very popular, and you would like to have Concussive Palm instead of Will versus Samira, but how many players are taking the Salty Simon approach and pumping their lineup full of decks? You can just ban out the Samira if it's that much of an issue, and then Will is likely to be better into the other 2 remaining decks.
No, for sure. Against aggro, we also have an interesting card in here, Flashbomb Peddler, which honestly, for me personally, has been a huge disappointment. Guy has not been doing his job at all.
Not what I expected.
I mean,
there's no formula in here either. There's definitely not as much draw power in this as you might be used to seeing, which I see as a little bit less greedy out of Sonic.
I mean, we do have Shadow Assassin as a 3-off here, as well as Augmented Clockling. We do have quite a bunch of draw, but as you mentioned, like obviously with Karma, having a spell that draws way better than having units that draw you cards. Still a really interesting list. Place your bets. Obviously, this is the late game, right? You want to get to turn 10, have Karma on the board, place your bets, win the game. That's what it's all about. You get draw, you get coins, you get infinite mana.
I do have a question for you, T. Serene Skysinger, the 3/6 that reduces the cost of spells in your deck by half rounded up. I've seen that in quite a number of lists. Is that a meme? Are people playing it for content? Sonic's not playing it. Is this card supposed to be in the deck? As the meme expert.
Yes,
it is supposed to be in the deck.
It is supposed to be in the deck.
Okay.
All right, so Sonic here throwing us off, playing a brewed up version of this deck with some changes, maybe for good, for worse. This is not ladder, right? This is a tournament, so you can tech your deck against specific matchups. So maybe Serene Skysinger, not the greatest card against Ash. You don't want to spend turn 7 playing one unit that usually doesn't help you quite a bunch. So doesn't make a lot of sense if you are expecting the mid-range matchups. All right, but let's take a look at the last deck. And this is your favorite deck, your favorite champion, Aatrox. Woo!
Yay. It's Aatrox, everyone. Aatrox is here. We threw a surprise party and Aatrox came. Look, it's catch. You can throw weapons on with... Oh, look, it's Ranger Knight Defector and the Darken Harp. That's so cool and interesting. I've never seen that before. Blocking Badger Bear got added to the deck. Form Up got added to the deck. These cards are so new and exciting for the archetype and do different things than what we were previously slotting in before. Incredible.
Well, as you mentioned, Form Up and Badger Bear are in the deck. And you know what? Form Out being obviously quite a bit weaker in terms of blocking elusives than what we had used before, but blocking Badger Bear makes up for that weakness, okay? We don't have Sharp Side, but we have a Sharp Bear, all right? And he helps us out. Again, one of the cards that is not mandatory, but is pretty good in every Demacia deck nowadays, just because there are quite a bunch of elusive decks running around, especially good against the Fizz Samira decks currently. And yeah, other than that, it's still pretty much the same deck that we are used to. Nothing new in here. Otherwise, this is still just really solid Aatrox deck. You don't expect this to have a lot of healing, but again, we have Aatrox in here, so whenever he pops on the board, we're just going to be full life, and we're just going to try to stall the game until we have a board big enough with a few big Darkin, and then we're going to close it out. This does have some potential to close out the game earlier against all the control decks, just because we have Ranger Knight Defector in here and Vayne. Those are cards that can, in combination with the Darkin Harp, for example, do cause a little bit of trouble for control decks, but usually this is going to be a deck that stalls out until it gets Aatrox.
Yeah, and I think the blocking Badger Bear would have been played regardless of what it was. As long as it is a 3-mana 4/4 with literally any text on it, it would have found its way into the deck. But we really don't have too much to say about this. If you've been following Legends of Runeterra Esports for the last 6 months, you have seen this deck before. There's a couple of minor changes. Obviously, kind of the more interesting dynamic of what it comes down to is the weapon lineup, but here it seems pretty standard, right? 3 Darken Harp, that's how the Ranger Knight Defector, so that's why like Fiora P and Z even took off in the first place. It was just like the Ranger Knight Defector Darken Harp combo, as well as of course Fiora Darken Harp, but ultimately nothing too new coming out of this list. Like you said, can get down early, can get aggressive. The Steadfast Elk can help so much with that, and of course because tough is the best keyword in the game.
It absolutely is. I'm so glad to hear that from you. All right, but with that, we can actually take a look at the Swiss standings, and we see there are quite a bunch of people at 2-0. Again, because we have over 100 signups, these are probably not even all the people that are currently at 2-0. But we do have BB in here again, and he's showing up at the top, not because he is only 2-0, but because he is 2-0 and one of the players that we are definitely keeping an eye out for in this tournament, as well as Roomba Wack.
On top of that, Pig Dog Man gets a new animal man introduced into the top 8, Mr. Frogman joining in, so see if the animal men can continue to take over the top 8. Maybe next time we check in, there will be even a third all the way through until the end of the tournament, where it's Broken Ball and 7 animal men.
Oof. Now that would be scary, okay?
It would be, because I don't know where they all keep coming from. I don't know if they're affiliated, if they know each other, or what.
They might be. It's a gang of animal men just taking over the Runeterra tournament. It's what's what they call Vestians. It's a gang of Vestians. You know, now that set is released, you know, they're gonna join the Vestian boss and they're gonna take over the Mastering Runeterra April Open.
You know, when you said Animal Man, I actually thought of Blocking Badger Bear. That looks like an Animal Man to me. I'm pretty sure Blocking Badger Bear can talk.
All right, I don't know if Blocking Badger Bear is a dude or not. That's the only, like, if you give him a top hat, maybe, then I would be more convinced.
I haven't played it, so I don't know if it has a voice line that is in English. I don't remember if any of the other Badger Bears could talk. I know Grizzled Ranger could, but I don't know if Grizzled Ranger's a Yordle, I think, actually.
Yes, he is. Grizzled Ranger is a Yordle. So... The other Badger Bears can, like, they make growling noises, but yeah, they
that's just because they don't want to talk to you, not because they can't talk to you.
Yeah, it's you catch him early in the morning, you know, haven't had their coffee yet, quite a bit grumpy. It does appear that the next round is absolutely just waiting on Sonic to actually start the game. We could potentially look at the opponent of Sonic and figure out what they are playing, since again, Sonic's lineup is pretty much mid-range teched. So
yeah,
if Sonic now runs into an aggro lineup, there could potentially be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, Sonic is very teched for what you expect to see in the top 8, not necessarily what you expect to see in the open rounds of the tournament, and therefore does have a chance for that to bite him a little bit. That Will of Ionia rather than Concussive Palm is mainly what I'm eyeing here in terms of things that could be a downfall tech choice for Sonic. Also doesn't really have, like, the lack of draw power, the lack of formula specifically, rather, in the Karma set does mean a little bit of a weaker mirror match as well. And maybe that's where the Will of Ionia makes up the difference, but I am curious to see how Sonic's run plays out, because there are some questionable card choices that will depend on exactly what Sonic runs into.
All right, I have the decks of Sonic's opponent lined up. The first one's going to be Seraphine, Caitlyn, Narv, back Ali Baron. You can't see it here, but there is also a one-off Pursuit of Perfection topping out this deck. So, you know what? Might be back for some cat memes. I would be absolutely hyped for that one. But again, in this deck, it is just the good old Bandle Madness. Oh, how I missed it. Cards generating cards, a bunch of one-offs, almost only one-offs here. So Seraphine definitely gonna flip a little bit easier than other decks. Conch, my guy, my best friend, my old buddy. Now also with Flash from Peddler. You know what? Again, Flash from Peddler, for me personally, has been disappointing. But in this deck, with so many cheap spells, maybe a bit more reasonable than in all the other decks that we have seen so far. But other than that, it just looks like a Seraphine deck.
Kind of curious about that Dark Bulb Acolyte tech. Obviously, this worked out very well for Teddy at the World Championship, sort of the first time that we saw the Dark Bulb Acolyte making its way into a non-darkness deck. And I'm curious to see if it's actually here to stay, or if players are just kind of copying Teddy's list and then adjusting based on rotation and things of the like. I mean, just having a card with Augment can be very powerful in these sort of low unit count control matchups.
Listen, obviously Dark Bulb Acolyte also gives you a removal spell, which is probably why it's played over other cards, but I want to see the new 2-mana 1/3 Quick Attack Augment that is actually in Bandle City. That is a card that I always wanted to see in these decks. Unfortunately, it's not quite in here. Doesn't have the card generation, which, might be really important here.
Yeah, okay, that's probably the most important part.
Yeah, let's quickly go with 3 other decks. Is also going to be Karma set, and this one also does not have the Serene Sky Singer. Maybe Serene Sky Singer just phased out now because it was too expensive. It is not good enough against Ash LeBlanc. We do see Concussive Palm instead of the Recall here, though. Double Hex Moderator, one-off formula. We see no Shadow Assassins instead, which means that, again, Sonic playing a bit more unit-heavy version. Also, we gotta say, Sonic is from EMEA. Maybe just didn't have the cards.
I do want to point out as well that the unit lineup here is actually very different, because Sonic is also not running Acorn or Pit Professional.
Yep. That is really interesting. So if these two decks go up against each other, might be a matchup of techs. All right, take a look at the third deck, and Fismira, expected that one. This one is a Powder Pandemonium version, though, with the Inferna as well, which I like way more than a non-Powder Pandemonium triple Inferno version, so really excited to see that one. And we don't have to be excited for too long, because we are actually going to go in-game in just a second. Players have been going in-game. It's going to be Freeze versus Sonic-holic. Let's see how this one goes.
Okay, I was really waiting for you to say we don't have to be excited because Vayne Aatrox was queued up as one of the first decks here, but no, we've got Freeze, aka Freeze Bomb Gaming, as you saw in the top 8 graphic there, sitting at 2-0, up against Sonic-holic from EMEA, also sitting at 2-0. T, do you remember what country Sonic represents?
Is it?
I want to say it's
Norway?
You could, honestly, for some reason, my mind is saying Hungary, but that doesn't sound.
I
feel like I made that up.
Might be as well. You know what? With the power of Twitter, I'm going to try to find out for you, okay?
Sonic is definitely from one of, and Americans will probably understand what I mean by this, but Sonic is definitely from one of the deep-voiced European countries.
What?
There are certain, there are certain European countries that when they speak English, they just, I don't know what it is, but they all have a deep voice. Sweden is certainly one of them. A lot of Swedish people have deep voices. UK, no one has a deep voice. Everyone in the UK is high-pitched.
Why?
I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying.
You know what? I get it.
Yeah, right?
Only a few days till the show. I got this.
All right, what's
Did
Germany?
Twitter help at all?
No,
Germany. You know, you seem like an exception because when I think of Germany, I think of Lobster, who does have a pretty deep voice. But yours isn't high pitched, but I wouldn't call it deep either. But you might be like the higher end version of Germany's pitches.
That was really funny. I think my voice is definitely higher pitched in English, so you would probably out of the norm for Germany because there was a moment where I was sitting in Discord with some Runeterra players who've only heard me talk English before, and I was on my phone and I was just saying some German stuff to some German players in the Discord, and they were very confused, even not believing that it was me.
You got your dad in on Discord to talk to everyone else.
Yeah. All right, but let's get back to this matchup.
Yeah, let's get back to what matchup here, T. It's Seraphine versus Karma. It's not turn 10. Ain't nothing happening.
No, yeah. This is gonna be tough to get through because this is not the Seraphine deck with BB, which means that we don't have like some exciting OTK burst speed potential. No, this somehow has to win with a overwhelm, a big 30-30 cat, just value. How do you win value versus Karma? I don't know.
I don't know, because there are so many answers that Sonic has for the pursuit of perfection, be it deny, be it a bounce spell, you know, all these different kinds of things, that I'm really not sure how Freeze is going to be able to get things down. I know that it starts with an early back alley bar, which we do see, so that's good. I think they're just going to have to try to get on board as much as possible, but there is already so much removal in Sonic's hand. A 5-mana 6/6 is certainly a good start to this, as we do not actually... Well, we see a Hexbliterator, actually. We do have an answer for that, and we are going to throw it out before this puzzling signpost can get played in response.
All right, this was a good try, you know, put on some pressure. Fortunately, gonna be negated here by Sonic Holic. Karma and Set, importantly, already in hand. No protection so far. We usually don't play these without having some recalls in our hand.
Finders, sharers.
We do see Explorator on the other side as well. So right now, playing either of these champions, really dangerous, but we don't have to because Freeze is not really putting up any pressure.
And looking at the deck list of Freeze, there really just isn't a way to amount any kind of pressure, right? Even if you, like, Caitlyn can be a big damage point if she can get to level 2, but this is not a Caitlyn deck. This is a deck with Caitlyn in it. And what that means is that it's literally impossible, based on the main deck, to level Caitlyn before she comes down. There can be some generated things, but it would have to be like a 1-mana just puff cap card straight up being played, and then the 5 shrooms coming out immediately so that we can play a level 2 Caitlyn, which just doesn't feel real. Gnar, a little bit too easy to answer on the level 1 side. Even on level 2, it's not like too much of an issue, and there is only 1 Gnar in the list. So looking at what the actual win condition for Freeze is here, I think it's got to be like go wide with augmented clocklings,
I help when I can.
which again, Sonic just has so many 2 damage removal spells because they are in Piltover and Zon. We see the High Note, we see the Mystic Shot. I'm really not convinced that Freeze has an avenue to victory here. This feels almost like an 80-20, 90-10 matchup here.
So shiny, it's gotta be way
Yeah,
strong.
but at least it's gonna be some attempts to try to find a win condition on the other side. I mean, in the end, anything can happen, right? We're playing Bandle, we're playing random card generation.
Yeah, when we look at the random card generation, I think that what we are hoping to find is for Freeze to go a little wider than Sonic necessarily anticipates being a blowout. For example, you let Freeze go 6 wide, knowing that you have 6 removal spells in hand, you can mitigate the amount of damage that you're going to take, and then Seraphine has to be able to double up on some kind of randomly generated pump spells. This is actually really good for Freeze, getting 2 of these 2 damage removal spells aimed at the Seraphine with a second copy in hand, and a couple of other units that could have been taken out by these, because a lot of times the Seraphine players do not care about their first Seraphine. That was just to get a random 2-mana spell in order to progress the second Seraphine.
No, that is definitely true, especially now that Seraphine does need a little more spells to actually get to the level up. I remember if Seraphine was first released, obviously at that point, a little bit easier to level, and you wouldn't have thrown away your Seraphine just like that, but now, absolutely fine, especially if you have some protection for the future Seraphines. In this deck, it is going to be quite a bit harder, but at least your opponent is also not threatening your Seraphine with easy removals every turn. We have Set on the board now, currently no answer on the other side. We do see the Hexbliterator, but at this point, with you not really playing that many big threats, Will of Ionia could also be potentially used to save a Set next turn.
Yeah, you know, T, I want to tell you a story real quick about today.
All right.
So last night I had a crazy nightmare.
Oh, damn.
It was like I was part of like some SWAT team or something. It was almost like Doom. We were going down into like the bottom level of some like factory. There was this giant spider monster there. It was crazy. It woke me up at like 6 a.m. I went over to my couch and I slept on my couch with like some lights on and like some lo-fi playing in the background until about 9 a.m., right? That was not as scary as Seraphine leveling after 6 spells.
Yeah, I can see it. Seraphine leveling up to 6 spells. Surely some fuel for nightmare. Especially like in the day when we had Flock and quite a bunch of other Noxus control spells that potentially might have made for one of the worst decks to play against of all time, called Seraphine Ezreal.
You're gonna need a doctor.
But now we've got a little bit of aggression coming out of Freeze. And a big part of this is managing the life total of Sonic, because there's really not... I think there's actually just no healing in this list if you are not running the sort of quote-unquote meme card, right, that we've decided on in that Serene Sky Singer. That lifesteal, I think, is the only healing. So maybe Seraphine can generate some Mystic Shots, some other ping spells, try to burn him down from there. But it's got to be soon, because Sonic is poised to throw down this Karma with double place your bets.
All right, Boulevard, listen.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, okay? I know this is a very, very exciting
By all
game.
means.
All right, okay, listen. I just went through my Giant Slayer Fight Night archives, okay?
Holy
I have
crap.
every Giant Slayer Fight Night player card and graphic saved on my PC, all right? Sonic Holic is from the Czech Republic.
Really?
Yeah, he played in Fight Night EU week 25.
I didn't expect that.
No?
I don't know why I didn't expect that.
So, see, if Twitter doesn't help... if when it comes to LR players, you can, at least for now still, it's obviously going to change in the future as Runeterra moves on and more people are going to start their competitive journey. But for now, at least for a lot of the competitive EMEA players, you can still go through the Giant Slayer Fight Night archives.
Ah, man, I thought he was from Hungary. Hungary's not even touching the Czech Republic. It's not too far off, but they are not touching. Austria and Slovakia are in between. You know, now that I'm looking at a map, I feel like the more east you go in Europe, the deeper the voices get. Because on the west, we're looking at, like, France and the UK. And then when we go super east, we're looking at, like, you know, Russia, Latvia.
Yeah, but if you go far enough east, you're going to end up at the USA. So, like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
It's going to go up again at some point.
Yeah, well, yeah, if you go far enough east, you end up back in the UK and France as well. What are we talking about here, T? But now we've got an attack token with a pretty wide board on the side of Freeze. No protection for the incoming... you know, I am a little puzzled by this because we did signpost back the True Shot Barrage, so we know it's there. But
My
it's gonna
spirit
be Karma,
is an unquenchable
which, I mean, there's,
fire.
what, 2 place your bets in hand?
Where there is life,
So,
there
yeah,
is
this
hope.
is what we're mentioning when talking about the deck. Obviously, with our limited knowledge, when describing the deck, we had like one win condition lined up for you guys, and that was play Karma, have place your bets in hand. This has happened. So, Sonic should win now. Otherwise, I don't understand this deck. Or not as well as I thought I understood it.
I am a little surprised by Sonic getting that down rather than wiping out some of the board. Maybe just valuing getting their engine going and drawing a bunch of cards more than they respect Freeze's damage output. Because at the moment, Sonic doesn't actually have any fast speed removal.
This is the thing with Karma players, okay? They value more than life.
Yeah.
Even their own.
So it's going to be likely 5 damage coming in. I'm curious to see if Sonic even blocks with the Karma. That would be very dangerous, but first we're going to place our bets. I think no, we do still get our coin here because of the way that everything sells. For a second, I thought we were going to draw 4 and not get any coins. We are going to overdraw a tag out.
It's important spell to save Karma here, potentially. Mystic Shot forced out here. You can see that this one augment unit again, still a big threat. You might think, okay, they tapped out now, but...
No, they've got 8 mana.
They got 8 mana.
They've got 8 mana, T.
Oh. And it's going to generate even more mana because with those 8 mana, if we want to save Karma, we're probably going to tag her out, create even more coins, and then we have another
also,
Karma, another place your bets, and I don't know where this ends.
Just so much. Let me pull up Twitter real quick because I think this was actually put beautifully by one of the biggest Ionia simps in the America Shard. If I can remember how to spell their Twitter.
There are like so many of them. Who's the biggest?
I know. One of the biggest.
One of the biggest. Like one of 200. I could never guess who it is.
Here's a quote from Jay Sensational. 100 games later, Set Karma is the most straightforward, linear, consistent, and thus the least interesting Karma deck I've ever played. It's always the same game plan, same win conditions, same ending turn, very little deviations. Which, in a card game, is good. You want your deck to be consistent. But that's not why Karma simps love Karma. They love her for the randomly generated win cons. And this one is just all about Karma into place your bets, and from there, it feels so hard to lose, especially with double place your bets. Here we're going to draw so many cards, but Sonic's down to 6. And there's still, a little bit of burn available for freeze.
Yeah, here probably... Sonic is going to recall the Karma. We're going to generate a few more coins in hand. It's just... Oh, okay, we're just not going to use a tag out. Obviously, could generate some coins. Maybe going to be used to recall other units later. Make use of the Karma.
I think what Sonic's doing here is they are anticipating that Freeze is going to throw out a second removal spell, and they want the tag out to be the one that actually recalls the Karma.
Ooh, yeah, keeping the Naya up for burn, as you mentioned, already down on 6 HP, would be a really clever play here.
That was great.
For Mr. Sonic.
Now let's really bring it.
But I don't think Sonic has too much burn in the main deck. I don't remember if Mystic Shot has already been played for Freeze, but outside of that, got Pie Toss, which the Perilous Pastry can hit the Nexus. Drop the Bomb will summon 2 Scrap Bombs that'll hit the Nexus. And that's it.
If only we could generate some more burn through the PNZ
Nar can make Pokey Stick.
Oh, yeah.
Eh? We've also got 2 bars in hand. Those can make something.
That could probably make some burn.
Valiant effort from Freeze. Sonic's really got to get on board and stay there, though. All the mana and tempo is spent protecting this Karma.
We do have Set in hand, so...
Yeah.
That is probably the way we get on board and stay there.
I hate Set, man. I don't mean that. I don't really mean that, but why is... I feel like when you're making a card game, you should write down some rules, okay? And rule number 1 should be don't print cards that cost 0 mana, right? I feel like that's a pretty good baseline rule. I thought we figured that out 30 years ago with Black Lotus. I thought we learned our lesson day 1. And I don't necessarily... I feel like a lot of times in digital card games especially, 0 mana cards that are generated are used to replace activate abilities of units. Set is not one of those cases.
That just generates an all-powerful card that does cost 0. It honestly would maybe even fit with the theme if it would cost at least like 2 mana. Because then, okay, you have to spend such and such mana to get it, and now you have to refill mana to actually play it. Well, no, you just have to spend mana, which you are going to do anyways. And then you just get a card, and you can play it.
In a normal deck, you have to spend 52 mana to get to this card, and that is a task. In Karma Set, that's Tuesday.
Yep. I tried to play Set in a different deck. It did not work as well.
No.
Alright, but here he is in his invulnerable self. Once he gets to attack, Super Saiyan Set, ready to attack.
How long you been holding that one in?
Honestly, not at all. I just like...
Sure, it's a classic.
I just remembered people call him Super Saiyan.
I was surprised by it because I've played a fair amount of Set in League of Legends and does not get Super Saiyan like this. Okay, here we go, though. This is what we were talking about. That's 2 damage already pushed in, thanks to the not Powder Pandemonium, but just whatever the other monkey spell is called.
I did my best.
Yeah, let's just say that. Oh! Oh, and we have Conch.
Do not question.
Conch is a friend of Burns from time to time.
Yeah. Although with the Karma Spell enhanced, Sonic does also... You know, we've talked so much... Okay.
Well, there's some burn on the other side as well, I guess.
I was going to say we talked so much about the burn that Freeze can put out. We haven't talked about the healing that Sonic can generate. Freeze looks very close, though.
Alright, Pytos. Potentially take out the Karma. Oh no! We can save her.
Paid for a show.
We can save her. We can just let her die and play second Karma. And there's no way currently in Freeze's hand to kill a second Karma. The most damage that they could output would be 4 with Aftershock and Wallop.
And how do you deal 7 points of burn from this on? 7 points is so much.
Whip up anything
there's the heal.
for
I
tonight?
forget that this thing is a kindly
Grit.
tavern keeper.
It's got cherries.
It's a little bit better, I would say.
Yeah. Kindly tavern keeper rotate. Yes. Every time I remember a card name, I'm just like, oh no, it did. Yeah, it did.
Let me tell you how Freljord, except the Ash deck, got butchered, okay? No healing. No healing left. Draw? Nothing. We even lost some of the best ramp cards.
We lost Feral Mystic, but I'm assuming we kept the Feral Mystic ramp spell because that is a new card.
Yeah, we did get to keep that one.
I can't believe they took They Who Endure.
Yep. Yeah, that was...
I'm seeing a lot of scars in names here.
No, they took it at stairs.
Well, they also took They Who Endure.
Okay, we're like, who cares about that old hag?
Did they take She Who Wanders? Okay, they left She Who Wanders.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you can't take all of them.
No, okay, that would be crazy. That's like a staple. Like, if they don't take Hydros, then why do they take She Who Wanders? That would not make any sense.
And now we have Lethal once things go back to Sonic, be it with the open attack or with a doubled up Shock Blast. And that
I mean, double up Shock Blast, open attack, double up 2-shot barrage.
Yeah, how would you do it, T? How would you finish him off?
I would do 2-shot barrage. It's the most expensive spell, and it shows that I have been waiting for this the whole time because like Freeze can see it, right?
No holds barred.
Yeah. Oh, I think open attack is the most correct way to do it because the chances of Freeze stopping all 3 of these attacks is pretty much 0, right? And as long as you sneak through the 3 damage, it doesn't matter if your Karma dies, the Shock Blast will still be lethal.
Yeah, I guess Signpost could have stopped the lethal here otherwise, so didn't want to go for that one. Wallop comes out, stuns 1 unit, but Karma still gonna get through, and that means Sonic gets the Karma deck through, doesn't even have to play a mirror. We don't know the bans currently. Maybe the mirror was banned anyways, but even if it wasn't, not a thing anymore. We dodged that one.
Was fun.
Yeah, was a game. Cards were played. A lot of cards were played. Cards were even generated at some point. And cards were drawn. A lot of the time.
There's 7 rounds left today, by the way, IceTea. I don't know if you know that, but we have 7 more matches. That was game 1 of round 3. You still got 4 rounds and then top 8, top 4 finals. So I hope that didn't wear you out too much.
No, for sure it didn't. I'm ready for more Seraphine and Karma.
You know what? It's boring, but thank goodness for Aatrox Kane, man. If anything's gonna get this one done quick, it's gonna be Aatrox Kane.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Aatrox Kane. I'm so excited to see Aatrox Kane. Wait, what? Boulevard. Where?
My hero.
Where? No, where's Kane?
Vayne. You know, Kane and Vayne are cousins, so as long as one member of the Ain family shows up.
But I'm way less excited all of a sudden. Like, what is this?
Sorry, I misled you a little bit. Aatrox Kane sucks. Not even a 50% win rate on ladder. Joke deck. Meme territory.
I don't even know what happened to that
Sun,
deck. Cards got nerfed.
Doesn't have to rhyme.
I think it was just cards getting nerfed.
Yeah.
And the meta shift. I don't think you handle the dirtily stuff like. I think the Demacia tools are very important for beating things like the Seraphine
still
decks.
lurk in Demacia's every shadow.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I can imagine that. All right, we have a curve on our hand, though.
Yep.
And maybe this is actually the curve to beat the Seraphine decks. But on the other side, we do have Hexobliterator, which could be incredibly important because not only does it kill a unit, no, it obliterates a unit, which means the weapon gets obliterated alongside the unit. This is really important in this deck to either go against Aatrox or to get control on the board and keep those weapons from absolutely running you over.
And the question was going to be, does Sonic diversify the threats? Or do we set up and potentially walk into a Hexobliterator? And it looks like we have walked into the Hexobliterator, which I still think was the correct play. You know, this is a deck that's full of one-ofs, and I think getting 10 damage through or killing the Seraphine was a huge difference maker there, so I do like that line. I could have seen an argument to put it on the Vayne so that Seraphine could not chump block her and survive, but we did have a second weapon in hand, so maybe that one would have gone onto the Vayne as well. Actually, almost a little surprised not to see Sonic put that on the Vayne, but probably just saving it for the next Ranger Knight Defector.
Yeah, we gotta go Ranger Knight Defector into Rally this turn. We have enough mana.
Yeah, we do. That's cool, man. That's really awesome for you. It's really awesome for you, Ranger Knight Defector.
The good old combo of Scout plus Rally, obviously running your entire board. Putting a lot of pressure on Freeze, which not only furthers our game plan of seeing the Nexus die, but also sets up Aatrox because all of a sudden Freeze has to invest resources removal to get rid of all the other threats, and then Aatrox can come in and clean up the rest of the board. Here, the Rally is going to get through. We don't have anything in hand that can help us here.
Now, Freeze can trade onto this by sacking the Gnar and using the Mystic Shot. Not ideal, but neither is taking 10 damage.
Guess you have to go for it.
It doesn't feel good, but I think it's one of those situations where you're looking at your life total and you're like, wow, you know, if we remove the second digit from that, I'm looking pretty dead, especially given that we're going into Sonic's attack turn and they can just do this again.
Alright, attack is going through. Gnar does the blocking. Pokestick here to draw another card. Look, I don't want to use it to clean up the Acolyte that would pop out of the
that
Defector once it dies.
Interesting, considering next turn you open yourself up to form up, negating the... Oh, never mind. That was a 0 mana Pokestick?
Yeah, Gnar. Because he generated one by hitting, and then he reduced it by hitting again.
Oh, I didn't know he reduced it by 2.
No, he does reduce it by 2 now. Yeah.
When did that happen?
Oh, because before that, now is absolutely worthless.
When did we do that? When did he start reducing by 2?
In your defense, I don't think it was that long ago. Probably only 4 months.
I also missed that Jinx Rocket only deals 3 to the Nexus. Like, I was aware of it when it happened, but I forgot about it. And recently was still counting Jinx as dealing 4 to the Nexus. The new cards and the nerfs that came out in the beta season went completely over my head.
Yeah, and the problem is beta season went so long.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even remember everything that happened in there. Especially because I didn't play that much. But Sonic remembers everything because Sonic is one that, he's one of those players that really toughs it out every time. And even if there is not that much to play for, Sonic just goes in there, grinds. And today there is something to play for. Sonic, an absolute regular at these kind of tournaments, usually does well in all of them. So I do expect him to go very far, and it does look like Sonic is close to locking up that 3-0 here. It's looking really bad for Freeze. We have a recall here to get rid of the Scout unit. Okay, we get rid of the Vayne instead.
Which leaves us... I have to assume that Wallop is going to come down onto the Ranger Knight.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially if this Darkened Spear comes down onto it. But again, next turn, Tumble still available. And one of the big things that you don't have here, as the Bandle City version as opposed to the Bilgewater version, is weapon interaction. I believe Puzzling Signpost is your only answer, and that just destroys the equipment. You know, it's not like Heavy Metal where you're destroying the equipment and doing something.
You also had one copy of Explorator, but that's also gone. Explorator, yeah, other interaction, obviously, just weapons. Oh, and Sonic, again, not diversifying threats, though, is actually putting on a Ranger Defector, wanted to go for a value, is going to get punished by the Wallop. We could have potentially had another strong attacker here with the Acolyte, but it's not happening this time.
No, and I don't... It's one of those things where you talk about decks being one-ofs and how your opponent can't play around everything, and I think that Wallop and Hexpliterator were really the only punishes for Sonic continuously all-inning on these Ranger Knight defectors, and now they're gone. Those tools are used, there are no more copies in the deck, and Sonic is still in a fine position.
Again, trying to pressure again. Gonna get another rally out of this one, and this time we can put some weapons on other units, buff our board even more. We see here Harazi, the Darkened Lodestone, also making an appearance. More ways to completely snowball this board. Did, however, not equip a weapon beforehand, and now loses a unit. I don't know if there's a reason to go for the rally immediately after your opponent tapped out, or if this was maybe a little bit careless.
I think it was careless, because I imagine that there were two lines of play. Either you equip a weapon to your little Dark Enthrall so that you can buff things up, probably the Darkened Lodestone, or you play Vayne so that you can progress the Vayne level up by having her watch 2 attacks. Either way, I think you probably should have done one of those before you rallied.
Yeah, one more unit gone. Again, this was not even a bad unit, right? Once it's equipped, quite a huge mid-range threat, so losing a little bit of damage here. Let's see if that somehow impacts how this game is going to turn out. So far, it's still looking absolutely incredible here for Sonic, because Freeze is not only going to lose Seraphine, which is getting close to flip, but it's also going to take quite a bunch of damage. 6 out of 9 so far. Potentially keeping it back here because she is so close to flipping.
We are going into Sonic's attack turn.
Yeah, at 4 HP, this Ranger Knight Defector again does have 4 attacks, so that swing already will threaten lethal.
Not to mention, you know, Sonic can go for the all-out attack here, make Freeze answer this, then play Vayne, tumble the Scout, and go in for another series of attacks after Freeze has sort of used all their resources. But Stuttering Song Spinner, a very high-impact top deck to potentially keep Freeze in this one, as we know that we are at 6 out of 9 on the Seraphine. This will put us at 7, so at least one of those spells can get doubled up, even 2 or all 3 if we decide to use our Rummage or our Piltover Telstones first. But it's actually just going to be a Rummage straight away. Finding nothing here for the combat, it's got to be Formula or Song Spinner.
I mean, Seraphine is 7 out of 9 now. Song Spinner will put her at 8 out of 9. Once we play one of the cards from Song Spinner, she will be flipped, which means the remaining 2 cards from Song Spinner will actually be doubled up.
Yeah, the question is how impactful are those cards if they are doubled? There are a lot of mediocre cards in the 2-cost spell pool that you could be hitting here.
Listen, there's one card specifically that we want to hit here. That is, not only does it give us removal, but it also removes weapons. Small riddle.
What is it?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, man. I'm thinking heavy metal, but that's not fast speed, so it can't be that.
Oh, no, it was heavy metal. I was not counting for this attack. Oh, so you were right.
Oh, you were assuming that we survived?
Yeah, I was assuming we survived this attack at least.
Pretty bold of you there, T.
Like
luckily,
we get it.
This Purify does help a little bit, as I believe it'll take this Elk back down to a 2-2. But unfortunately, this does, like, the fact remains that we still have to survive one of these attacks. And yeah, now single combat going to come out. And this is what we were talking about, where it doesn't matter because Sonic Holic still can just play Vayne and tumble the Scout again to get another combat step. And Freeze is going to have to sacrifice the Seraphine here.
Ooh. We deal some... This way we... Is it important that we deal some damage to the Scout unit? I guess. Because why... Otherwise we could have just taken less damage here and...
I mean, now you get to kill the Scout because you get to play your tiny spear. You get to put the spear on it when the Vayne comes down, but it doesn't matter. Like, the Scout doesn't have to live through its attack in order to rally. It just happens.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way Freeze was surviving this one. An Aatrox not needed. We're actually doing it the good old Scouts way. We play a bunch of mid-range units. We rally the Scout unit. This is just classic Scout gameplay.
So cool, man. I love it. I love it. What see? So here are your options, right? You can play 15 cards in a turn, or you can attack 15 times in a turn. But you gotta be doing one of those 2 things.
This is how you win in Runeterra nowadays. Yeah, man, I would like to see Heroes win the game as well.
With silver.
Maybe one of I can do it, but this is gonna be scouting, attacking, Sonic taking the dub.
Sonic moving on 3-0 with a nice lineup
done.
here of that Vayne Aatrox, that Karma set. And is Samira Kale Leona the last deck for Sonic, or am I looking at someone
Yes.
else? No, yeah, that is the last deck for Sonic. So that was the ban, actually, was the Samira Kale Leona. Confident going into the Karma set and the Vayne Queen Aatrox. Not working out for Freeze, though.
Not at all, but working out really well for Sonic again. Freeze, obviously at 2-1, still in this bracket for sure. But Sonic again proving one of the most consistent players in these mastering tournaments. It is, however, 9 p.m. now. So maybe one of the players that will get a drop in performance once we cross the midnight point. Yeah, that's an important point in these
7
tournaments.
more rounds, IceTea. Sonic might not have 7 more rounds, but you and I have 7 more rounds, and that's not even including the half a round that we might have left if there are other games that we are going to hop into. That one went kind of long. The first game took a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if we still have a couple of matches that are ongoing that we could hop into, keep the Runeterra action rolling for you. But if you get into the spectate and you see Vayne Aatrox, lie to me and tell me there are no rounds left, and we'll throw it straight to a break.
All right, there are rounds left. Sorry.
When family means so much.
Better not see Vayne Aatrox.
No, don't worry.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Karma set versus Rogio. There we go. Oh, Talia and Malphite leveling all at the same time. Only 1 unit on board for Icardo. Things looking a little dicey here.
So they're coming out, getting rid of the Talia. But it's
Unstoppable Force, Aftershock,
we
1
survived.
shy.
Oh, that's cinema.
Come and get it.
That's the new Shuriman movie.
That might be the thing we will be seeing any other Shinobi movie anytime soon.
We had some actors changed. It would be really funny if, like, season 2, you know, we just start putting Malphite's level up animation instead of Azir's and we don't mention it to anyone. Everyone just acts like that was it the whole time. Sunburst top deck not going to push through that last point of damage, though. I'm not sure. Like, there's nothing Rogio could have top decked that would have done the reach, and now this is where Karma loves to thrive. 1 HP and a Dream, 10 mana available. Sunburst almost certainly going to have to be fired off here immediately, but there's so many things Icardo can do in response to take advantage of this champion. Like that one. It's place your bets. Who's going to win? I bet it's the Karma player, who now has 11 mana and 4 additional cards.
Oh, God.
That's cool, man. I love that.
Hey, do you think how much
It is
they're
actually
gonna
kind of
survive
cool.
It is actually kind of cool.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes your opponent just draws 16 cards in turn. It's actually only 8, but...
Alright, be real with me. Do you think this is
Yeah.
going to get Karma nerfed? Karma was continuously buffed the past year.
How do you nerf Karma? You could make her a 1/1, and this still happens.
I honestly think that taking away the card generation would even make her better in this deck.
It actually probably would, because you finally get to free up some hand space. You know what? That's what we should do. We should, at the end of each round, Karma fills your hand with random spells and doubles their cost.
That will work. Alright, there we have set. And he might be generating a 2-mana stun everything card, but this set is generating a 0-mana kill everything card.
Wouldn't want to miss a second of the action.
And that is the concede. Yeah, no way we're getting this done. And Rogio there saving some metal. I don't know if this was actually the last game between those two.
You know what the good news is, though, T? As long as this deck exists, we will never even have to think about Spooky Karma.
Yeah. I haven't thought about Spooky Karma at all ever since they rotated the one card that made Spooky Karma viable. So, with Gohard being gone.
Oh, Gohard, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if we ever have to think about Spooky Karma ever again.
Well, Spooky Karma existed prior to Gohard, and I could see them printing a new Gohard-esque card in the future, so it's possible. Although I will say, I would take Gohard over Place Your Bets.
For sure. 100%. You know that there is actually another, like, pack your bags technically in the game? It's in Bilgewater. The Crashing Wave.
Knuckle? Oh. Yeah, I tried that. I've tried to make that work a couple of times. It's my one little pet project. I'm like, I can do this. I would put in Zap Sprayfin, and that would be the only Zap target I would put in the deck. It did not function. Even when it worked, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Wait, so you also tried to make Karma Bilgewater work? Based.
I wasn't playing Karma. I think I might have been Seraphine.
Lyrics just aren't coming to me.
Well,
time to find a muse.
Potato.
Friends do make
Yeah,
chores
speak of the devil,
easier.
here she is, pink hair and all. You know,
Gonna see another one
her
of these,
roots
huh?
are not pink. This is a fake pink-haired pop star.
Oh, you mentioned it. Wait, her dad is in the game, right?
Who is?
Her dad. Isn't that like the acoustician? It's a card.
Maybe.
Generates 2 drops.
I never looked at a card and was like, yeah, that's Seraphine's dad.
Have you ever looked at a card in general and be like, yeah, this has lore implications for this?
I feel like Shelly and Zap might be related. That's about it.
Well, one is a manta ray, and the other one is a sea turtle, but...
You don't know what the other parent looks like, though, so maybe maybe Shelly's a crossover, or maybe Zap's a crossover, because I assume that Zap is the child.
Oh, okay. Oh, you heard it.
I don't imagine teenagers get to be fleet admirals.
You call, I'll respond.
Probably not. You know, maybe times are dire, but you never know. Riot waiting on confirmation here.
I love that they introduced this cute little sea critter location and atmosphere and culture, and you're like, yeah, I bet they have to have teenage generals.
All right. I mean, we are playing the little secret region on the other side, though. But again, this matchup is somewhat similar to the Karma Sedmer versus Talia Malphite matchup, but a little bit more exciting on the other side. Icardo here actually trying to cook up a big combo turn where we have BB on the board and get an OTK rolling. You can't really win this matchup with value. You don't have set for removal. You don't have Karma for infinite draw. Gonna have to find another way to win this one. And currently, the board is quite big for Rojo.
Yeah, in my experience in this matchup, in theory, BB can take over the game. The issue is that, like we see here, some of the Rock Bears get up to 9/9s. Malphite's not going to just roll over to a Caustic Rift either, and you're probably taking some damage in the meantime. So Rogio is doing exactly what they need to do to try to take over the game. Unfortunately, I think Icardo has drawn too many coral creatures for it to really stick for Rogio. Just too many chump blockers, not enough damage getting pushed through. A Disintegrate off of a random generation is also absolutely insane in this matchup. And if Malphite does come down on the attack token turn, there's not enough mana for the Rite of Negation. That said, Icardo doesn't actually have the Caustic Rift or the BB at the moment, so that's not an issue. Rogio looking to be in a pretty okay spot until Seraphine levels. Then things get a little questionable.
We already see a different champion level here. That is Jack getting the level up now, generating even more coins. We can use Rite of Negation here to save your Talia. Again, Talia is a huge source of damage. Unfortunately, not quite as dangerous anymore now that Absolver got rotated. Absolver really hit all of Shurima, to be honest. But still, when she attacks, you either take 14 or you need to block her lose a unit, maybe still get some damage to the dome.
And I get Rogio not protecting the Talia there. If you use the Rite of Negation, you do not have the mana for Unstoppable Force with Malphite on the following turn.
So really trying to go for that. Again, if you get a big attack turn next turn, you might potentially just end the game right there.
Yeah, this is actually looking really good for Rogio. There's no interaction for the Unstoppable Force. There's no puzzling signpost or anything. This is the Bilgewater variant, so when your opponent plays a spell, that spell resolves. Seraphine's not leveled, BB's not on board. There's no way to deal with these 5/5s and this 9/9.
Honestly, what do you do as Icardo? The problem with Malphite nowadays is he, on play, also stuns one of your units. So there's like a double threat. You're already getting one unit stunned, so you potentially have to already play a unit to be able to defend yourself. And then there's also the Unstoppable Force. 2 spells being committed here. We are trying to get rid of this Malphite. Again, this is the biggest drop that is on the board, except the 9/9 Rock Bear, but and even though the Rock Bear has a lot of stats, stuff like a little bit more valuable.
Yeah.
Stun coming in. We have one more blocker we can develop. We are going to survive on Icardo's side, but it's looking grim.
Not by much. I think it's going to be 3 Nexus health left on the side of Icardo.
So pretty.
Alright, listen. Just need to find BB next turn.
I mean, Icardo won the last game it won, so I am a little worried. Although this time Rogio does have not only the second Malphite, but Rogio scooped it up last game because double place your bets had been played with Karma on board. Icardo doesn't have anything nearly that powerful this time around.
Ooh, and no BB either.
It's looking good for Tilia Malphite.
It's looking absolutely terrible for Icardo. We can play about potentially generate a spell like or a unit that somehow bails us out. Malphite though next turn again can stun the entire board. Is probably going to be played next turn to stun a unit out anyways. Again, the double threat from the stun on play plus stun on the spell. It's going to make it happen here. Ooh, wait, if we play Malphite now, wait. Unfortunately, can't play it, but for 4 mana, we almost had it there. Wait, how many coins do we have? Can we do it? Did we actually generate a spell? Keep us in the game?
Now this is a fight.
Yeah.
Wait, the coins make it happen.
Oh man.
Did I cast a bless or cast a curse?
The RNG-based compact potential that Seraphine has been a bane to tournament players, shoutcasters, viewers, ladder hopefuls, normal game players, Path of Champion enthusiasts, Magic the Gathering Grand Prix grinders for months at this point. And in perfect exploration of that concept, Entomb takes out Malphite and potentially swings the game back for Icardo when it seemed hopeless.
Yeah, we're going to have to Rite of Negation here to try and push Lethal through, but there's going to be another removal spell on the side of Icardo to actually survive this one. And then again, we have another turn where we potentially could find BB, potentially could get through this game somehow. Rite of Negation coming in. Now we need to commit Expedirator. It's kind of tough,
Seraphine's not even flipped yet. We haven't even begun the tomfoolery, the shenanigans.
It's going to start, though, and it's going to start pretty soon. Again, if we find BB next turn, followed by a Caustic Rift, we probably are in the game. Yeah. But this hurts still. Like, using Hex Obliterator to kill a 4/2, not ideal.
No, there are still things that have to go well for Icardo to actually claw back into this one because the board has not been wiped. I mean, you've got the parlay to take out the 9/1, but maybe you feel like you need to wait until Seraphine is actually flipped to try to take out one of the other units and know that that 9/1 will get cleaned up by something else. And Guiding Touch, actually, as a prediction, could blow out this parlay if Icardo decides to wait on it.
And that he does.
Also, there's still a Malphite that's about to pop out.
And he is more angry than ever. One angry mountain, okay?
Icardo has bought himself a turn, and that could be enough. But at the moment, there's still a lot of digging and generating that Icardo needs to do first. Formula gonna kick things off. 9 mana left for Icardo. A couple of draws coming in. A Seraphine and a drum solo.
Amp. All right, let's jam.
That's still not BB.
No, but drum solo could be. And but I believe BB would cost 2.
Whoa!
Yeah.
And there she is. And
oh man,
this is big. But yeah, still not quite there. And you know what? We did not pick up the Guiding Touch. What did we pick up on Roger's side?
Desert Duel. So gonna take out the BB immediately. Does Icardo have lethal here?
I don't believe so.
There's a Warning Shot, a coin, Bilgewater Telstone, Mystic Shot in hand as well, Parlay in hand.
Maybe. Okay, the coin is going to give us 2 mana, so it's going to basically plus 1 mana here.
Oh, and we grab Powderful Explosion.
Okay,
see, this might... Icardo is mathing it out.
Yeah. So, we could play the
Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot is not new.
Yeah, we can play Mystic Shot. Then we could play both powderful explosions plus one.
You could
plus
only play one powderful explosion if you play Mystic Shot, because the second one will cost 2 mana.
Oh, true. So we're gonna play. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
We're gonna play the Seraphine spell. We're gonna play Mystic Shot. We're gonna play one powderful explosion. Then we're gonna play warning shot, and we still have the other thing. Oh, we're gonna. No matter when you play the warning shot exactly.
Yeah, I think Icardo plays double powderful explosion here. No, it looks like the Mystic Shot is getting hovered. No, gonna pull that one back. I think double powderful might be lethal, because this one's gonna get doubled up, or more powder. Sorry, is the actual name of the card. Yeah, so this is gonna be what, 5 kegs, 6 kegs. Yeah, the parlay should be lethal.
Yeah, because the parlay is also getting doubled up, and Icardo has found lethal, and oh no, Rojo got so close again. Whoa. Yeah, it's probably pretty fun to lose against Karma and Seraphine. What? Yeah. But that was a pretty cool life of Icardo, not gonna lie. This was pretty epic.
But when players complain about Seraphine and Back Alley Bar and all of the RNG deciding games, this game was the poster child for what that looks like, what Reddit has this discourse about, what Twitter has been ranting about for months on end. Some people love it. Some people hate it. It was certainly exciting. You can't deny that.
Oh yeah, it was really exciting, but as you mentioned, obviously, we found the exact card there that gave us another chance, that gave us another round, and then we finally drew. Yeah, and 2. It was actually pretty crazy that we actually found that. I hope Roger is not gonna come after me for caster cursing that one.
I feel like it had to be Entomb as well, because if it was a bounce spell, then Rogio can just play the Malphite on their actual attack turn and run it back and try again. Mm-hmm. It had to be exactly a 5-mana spell that stalled out the Malphite for 2 turns. It had to be Entomb.
Yep, I think so too. I also think it probably had to be Entomb. So, man, frustrating to play against for sure, but really cool highlight for us that we can put into the replays. So, we win, Roger loses, Icardo also wins. 2 for 1. It's probably good enough. But for that, I think we are done with this round. There are only a couple of matches that are currently going on. We're going to send it to a break real quick. But before we do that, we're going to talk about sponsors for today. One of them is the American Red Cross. And its mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. Your donations are key to saving lives because they make the Red Cross mission possible. Another sponsor is Activate Games. Activate offers a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a wide variety of real-life challenges. Once inside, you and your team choose from hundreds of combinations of games and difficulty levels, each lasting 1 to 3 minutes. Your electronic wristband tracks your score and progress throughout the experience, making Activate perfect for a casual night out or intense competition.
And thank you as well to BetterHelp. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easier. Mental health matters, so take care of yourself. BetterHelp makes it easy to start your therapy journey. Whether you're dealing with grief, want to improve your coping strategies, or you're just feeling down, therapy is the gold standard for mental health treatment. Asking for help takes strength, and no more waiting days, weeks, or even months to find a therapist. Sign up with BetterHelp. Get matched with a therapist in less than 48 hours. And again, thank you to Breakout Games, which offers a new entertainment concept of escape rooms in which groups of friends, family, or coworkers are challenged to escape a room by following clues, solving puzzles, and answering riddles in order to crack a code in less than 60 minutes to unlock the door and escape the room.
All right, that's all from round 3. It's all going to go down in round 4, so stay tuned, and we're going to be back after this break.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. I just change one person, and that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of Swiss for the Mastering Runeterra April Open. It's still SparklingIceTea and Boulevard, and we are hoping to get you a nice round 4 matchup. Probably gonna include some Seraphine, probably gonna include some Karma, but might also include some mystery decks.
Yeah, you know, you keep saying it's still Boulevard and it's still SparklingIceTea. For the folks at home, we're not going anywhere. We're not changing out casters at any point. It is always going to be SparklingIceTea, and it is always going to be Boulevard. If you were hoping and waiting for the second round of mystery casters to come in, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It will just be us yet again. But you're right. We're going to have Majin Bay versus Pig Dogman, which probably means 2 Jack Seraphine and 2 Karma set. I'm going to quickly put up the standings here. All of people at 3-0. Who is not on this list? Majin Bay, who is also 3-0. Majin Bay, who is also 3-0. Pig Dogman, he is on this list. We're going to show their game. So, let's get into it. Yeah, are we getting straight into the game, or are we going into the deck list? Or okay.
No, we're not going to go into the deck list. We're going to go into the game pretty soon, because they have already started, so just setting up real quick. You know, Boulevard, you know why I say it's still Boulevard and still IceTea?
Why do you say that?
I have only so many Karma and Seraphine games before we are changing, just as people. You know what I mean?
I do. That is a very good point, SparklingIceTea. By the end of this, you are going to be flat IceTea, and I am going to be paved road. Flat shells of our former selves.
Yeah, no, pretty much. All right, Pig Dogman here. Actually going in with a deck that I was talking about the entire day that we haven't seen so far. Caitlyn Jace.
Yeah, this is actually Sentinel control. We've got the Burgeoning Sentinels and the Buru Sentinels. This is not necessarily a new archetype, though the champions do seem to keep changing, and unfortunately there is no Commander Ladros in this list from Pig Dogman. But both players have brought Jack Seraphine, both players have brought Karma set. This is the 3rd deck from Pig Dogman. And when we were going into the tournament weekend, I was questioning a lot about, like, you know, I think Jack Seraphine Karma set is a very good baseline for a lineup. If you want to play a 3rd deck in a similar vein, what are you going for? And I think the sort of obvious answer is like Caitlyn Annie. And I think what I like is like Nora Vigar. And Caitlyn Jace, I do not think I am mad at either.
And is looking a bit rough here. We do have a bunch of Seraphine removal spells. Seraphine spells, oh my god, it's starting. A bunch of removal spells to get rid of BB, Jack, and all the important units here on the other side. Majin doesn't really have protection, obviously, in his deck, so he usually relies on having Seraphine on the board, then playing BB, and then popping off while the removal spell is unstacked. But right now, it's also looking quite slow for Majin Bay, so maybe Pig Dogman has found an opening here where we can just, with some mid-range power, overwhelm Majin Bay.
The one awkward part that Pig Dogman's going to run into is not only do they not just have a lot of fast speed removal for kegs, they've got a good amount, don't get me wrong. It's like 3 Mystic Shot, a Caustic Rift, some Piltover Peacemakers, but in their hand currently, their keg removal is not fast speed. Soul Harvest being slow, Quiet is being slow, Vengeance is not something you want to put on a keg. You want to throw that down onto the BB. Piercing Darkness going to get used on a Jack to try to, mostly I would assume, just push through some damage with this Jace and this Sentinel.
Yeah, we can play BB here on Majin Bay's side. It's safe for now. We do have a 2-mana removal card for BB in hand, though, for Pig Dogman. So, what can this BB really do for now? Might have to block as well, so yeah, attack makes a lot of sense. We don't need to spend a removal card here. Can just force this BB to block. Oh, Caustic Rift, though!
It's so sketchy to go for a big Caustic Rift because it will certainly tap you out, but also, like we mentioned, Pig Dogman does not have no answers. The Piltover Peacemaker, the Mystic Shot, the Caustic Rift, 6 fast speed spells, not even including Vengeance, which Pig Dogman does currently have in hand, should they absolutely need to.
Oh, we might be going
Majin
for it.
might be going for it. I don't know why you would change your block onto the Jace, though.
Okay, I think this means maybe because Jace could potentially survive this. I have no idea. But yeah, this means Vengeance is going to be committed on a keg, and it is going to be worth it.
Yeah. Again, I don't know why you changed the block over to Jace. It's the one with quick attack. I cannot fathom that one.
Yeah, I don't know for sure either. Could have killed the 5/3 as well.
Pump spell in here or something? That wouldn't even make sense. They both have 5 attack. Anyway, I'm not sure that it really matters. I think that Pig Dogman, as soon as they can find a second Jace, just going to take away this game, especially now that they're taking out the back alley bar that Majin worked so hard to develop. Seraphine not leveled, Heedless Resurrection, more or less a dead card. Soul Harvest clearing out the board as well.
It kind of does matter. Like, if we
it does kind of matter, yeah.
If we broke with the other unit, that would have been just one 5 attack. Apparently, like, even one 5 attack unit swinging in is too much for us right now, but yeah, it was always so much. Right?
Oh, man.
Yeah, we just won with pure mid-range power here on Pig Dogman's side.
Yeah, the Sentinels, that's why you play them, right? You get to play these alongside sort of the cheaper aspects of Shadow Isle removal. Quiet is Soul Harvest. You get to get these cards really big really quickly and start to just stonewall the board, and it helps a lot in mid-range matchups where you can just block with them and trade onto units. The 5/5 Rock Bear, laugh at it in the face of a Booru Sentinel.
Yeah, for sure. So, Majin going down here, but is not out, has to go up against Karma now, which is also going to be an interesting matchup. Does not start with the Seraphine, though.
Yeah, and Majin going to move over onto their third deck, which is Fizz Samira, just going for Jack Seraphine, Fizz Samira, Karma set. I assume what Majin believes to be the 3 best decks in the game for the time being. And actually a very different build of the Fizz Samira than we have been seeing with Jagged Butchers and Coral Creatures.
A bit more aggressive than we used to see this
Still,
deck, but
3 Inferna, no Powder Pandemonium, though. I'm sure you're disappointed, T.
I was about to say maybe this is because of Powder Pandemonium that we are playing the Jagged Butchers, but apparently not. What we do play, though, is All Out, which, again, it's a pain to play against for many people. And here Pig Dogman is going to take an additional 4 damage because of it.
Yeah, Pig Dogman does have quite a lot of healing in hand, though. Between the lifesteal as well as sort of the big, better, kindly Tavern Keeper. Caustic Rift's a plenty, but Majin doesn't really have the Burble Fishes to set up for the punish.
We could go and develop 2 3/3s here. Majin, though, is saving the spell for the Fizz next turn. That does make a lot of sense. Oh, and Barb Chain, okay, and we are so happy that we saved that flare.
This is going to be a really big Caustic Rift.
I mean, it removes the Samira. It's
and
fine.
Fizz.
No, I mean, yeah, true, it does also remove Fizz. I guess it's really big, yeah.
And if Majin... okay, I was going to say, if Majin really wants to, they can fire off the Barb Chain into the Burble Fish, but they're going to go with the second Butcher, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Wait, actually, Barb Chain into Burble Fish? That would have flipped Samira. Samira wouldn't have died from Caustic Rift then.
No, because the Jagged Butcher wouldn't have come out, so the first spell would have put her at B, and then the Burble Fish would have put her at A.
But Burble Fish generates a spell, so potentially the Burble Fish...
You would have tapped out to play both those cards, though.
Oh, forgot. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Take it all back.
We are going to fire off the Barb Chain, though. Down to 11 for Big Dogman, but with enough healing in hand that I don't think it matters. Only 2 cards left for Majin Bay. Caustic Rift still available. The fleeting cards, not bad, though. Unfortunately, not going to be able to maintain the stylish shot.
Or forgiveness.
Don't think we care that much. We do activate another Barb Chain for that. And we just draw infinite cards again.
Fresh to death.
Oh, listen, okay, this deck is not TF Fizz, but it is pretty good. It is closer than maybe any other deck we have seen.
Drinks are cold and gossip's hot.
To being TF Fizz.
I would disagree with that.
Not in power level, but in style.
I would still give it to Nami.
You still give it to Nami? Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably still give it to the Nami decks.
What if we put Nami in this one?
You know, I am a little... I was... Actually, I think I forgot that Nami doesn't buff health anymore, because I was wondering why I'm not seeing more Nami.
I think if Nami buffed health, this would have obviously been a Nami deck.
Yeah,
100%.
that would... Yeah. But no, I think Nami not buffing health does mean that she is just not good enough.
That's rough. But you know what's good enough? Shelly. Shelly was better in Nami decks from time to time anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Now Shelly,
especially once we got Momentous Choice in there.
Yeah. Now she's just living up to her true potential here. And that is maybe lethal. It appears though that this Shelly is gonna die. So how much damage can we really push
gonna
here?
Live. So that's something. So is the Burble Fish.
Ooh, we didn't use the flare here to buff
Well, the flare can't buff.
I mean,
we already got off the buff, rather, with the
with
the other spell we played. So this is actually going to drop Pig Dog Man down to effectively 1.
The coins come in. Gonna remove some more cards.
Oh, is High Note active? Is it going to target both? Okay, no, just targets the Burble Fish. I was going to say, if Fizz had the opportunity to negate that, that would have been absolutely huge. But now Pig Dog Man going to get a chance to stabilize a little bit more as the Sky Slinger comes down. Gets a little bit of lifesteal off. What can Majin set? Ooh, set though. No, the Serene Sky Slinger does come down. Cutting the cost of spells in the deck in half.
Alright, Inferno on the board. Once we draw a couple of, or once we draw a Plunder card next turn, we can potentially draw a couple of Plunder cards and chain that one up. We use a spell right here. We don't want to waste any mana. Don't want to waste any opportunity. Technically, I have open attack lethal if we want to go for it.
Yeah,
that is not going to work out though. So
unfortunate. Swindle.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. We're going to get a stun here. That's insane.
Yeah, actually, getting the Palm is really big because that's also going to negate the Palm from Pig Dog Man if Majin Bey wants to or needs to.
Alright, we get red for a true drop.
Take Reggie.
That's also really good because we just got another cheap Plunder.
Riptide Sermon. Riptide only deals 1 to the Nexus. Why do you even have that in there at this point?
I mean, we probably still take it. It's 1 damage to the Nexus.
It's an awesome day for
I was going to ask, do you ever take Reckoning with long tooth?
Hey, maybe, you know that said? 4 he's leveled, 4 attack, comes down, doesn't expect the Reckoning.
What did you find off Reggie, Pig Dog Man?
She kicks, huh?
Alright, the sun's gonna come through here. Unfortunately, not gonna save Pig Dog Man because we didn't find anything we can use otherwise, and you know what? I see another all out in Majin's hand.
Yeah. All out's gonna do it.
That's exactly lethal. And even if we didn't have exactly lethal, we had some Mira and a Riptide in hand. Although the heal would have been a small problem.
Barb Chain is a heck of a card, T.
Absolutely is. That was so much draw, and we didn't even need Inferno. Yeah, Barbed Chain, one of the best cards, obviously added to Bilgewater with this patch. Wait, they took out TF. Did they take out Pick a Card? Probably as well, right? So Barbed Chain is just like the new and improved Pick a Card. Ah,
they did take out Pick a Card.
Thank you. I was like, Bilgewater's probably looking it up.
I am. I assumed that they had, but I also don't think that there's a lot of decks that would be looking to play Pick a Card right now, so I could, you know, see a world where we just haven't seen it yet. But now we're going to move on to Jack Seraphine versus Karma's set, one of the premier matchups of the tournament, of the meta that you will see next weekend at the Runeterra Open, as well as at this week's Mastering Runeterra Open. And not a great opener for Pig Dog Man.
There's another one!
Nope. Not at all. Quickly! But we've seen this matchup before. So far, Karma has been on the winning side of this matchup. It has gotten close quite a bunch of times, though, where the Seraphine deck got so close to firing off a huge warning shot where Karma can't interact, and all of a sudden you do have the burst lethal. I do imagine Majin probably trying to get there again, is missing every combo piece in the world currently. But the good thing is we're playing against Karma, so we do have till turn 10 to figure that one out.
Plenty of time. Well, you've got to do it before turn 10. Otherwise, it's probably a little bit too late. But with the Rummage, the Drum Solo, and these other draw cards in hand, I think Majin's not going to have too much of an issue finding there's a back alley bar, and at a reduced cost as well. Of course, there's an Aftershock in Pig Dog Man's hand. So kind of nice that you get the cost reduction down. Maybe slam down a second one immediately after, depending on if you can find it. No attack from Majin.
Ah, yeah, that's the second bomb.
I'm the boss. That's all there is to it.
Thanks, but going in, we have tag out. We can save the set.
Yeah, I don't know why Majin didn't attack last turn. I feel like every point of damage matters when you're the Jack Seraphine player.
Essentially wanting Pig Dog Man to waste a little bit of mana, hoping that they don't have to rely on the hand that is too expensive. But we see that Pig Dog Man can chill a little bit, wait for the attack, and has a bunch of removal to fire off. There's Aftershock coming in. Oh, we generated a burp. That's okay.
That bird is actually... It does some work. I have generated this bird exactly once. It has won me the game because not only just the constant ping at the round start, but also just having impact.
Yeah, it's a 4-6 as well.
Now we find Seraphine.
Pretty good stats. Yeah, we find Seraphine as well. Okay, the combo pieces are slowly assembling. Not only that, we have mushrooms in the enemy deck. So that means we do have the dream scenario of hitting a mushroom next turn, getting the burp out, forcing Pick Dogman to remove a couple of other cards. We finally get the attack through. That is quite a bunch of damage. 14 health already. Now, we do have healing in Pick Dogman's deck, but as you mentioned, every point matters, not only for Majin, but also for Pick Dogman. Every point of health that they lose here is going to be making that burst lethal even more possible.
In the ring.
Alpha Wild Claw, a big pickup, whereas Promising Future, not so much. Probably just going to get discarded to Rummage a little bit later on. And I got to say, having a Rummage available to just dump whatever unplayable cards you generate, but Seraphine, a very playable card, gets burned off the top there to hand size.
But do you see that? That is actually...
Oh, yeah, that is...
Hextech Anomaly.
Yeah, going to turn into a Destiny's Call this time around.
Now, if you have some Legends of Runeterra World Championship history in your head, remember Hextech Anomaly being huge in Seraphine decks for one specific player. I still remember Smooth just picking Hextech Anomaly like almost every time he could and just generating some off-the-wall stuff.
Sun, run, bun. Doesn't have to rhyme.
The one thing I remember about Smooth's world performance is the what was it, like a Cathian Mirage or something in his Aatrox deck with like 14 weapons.
But Cathian Mirage and the Silence and Suppress. The one of Silence and Suppress that actually won the game. Oh, we find BB! Like, Majin
and
is
Caustic
getting closer.
Riff.
Yeah, and we have third bar as well. This is actually getting kind of dangerous to pick Dogman here.
There's no protection for this set in hand either. If Majin wants to, you know, they can take it out no issue, but it's gonna be the Pterodactyl.
Hey man, more consistent damage. We might not even need the BB at this point. Look at this.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of burn in hand as well.
Alright, double Mystic Shot committed here.
Ooh.
I mean, we had to.
Absolutely, it feels necessary. Mystic Shot gonna be returned to take out the set. Things looking pretty good for Majin. Getting to turn 9 here. Of course, Big Dogman does not only have a lot of draw opportunity, but Karma could change things up. But we get the warning shot versus a pit professional. Top decks here heavily favoring Majin Bay.
Obliterator, though, taking out the Seraphine. How close is she to leveling? Doesn't even matter. That thing does 6 damage, so... I know. I mean, we burned one Seraphine. That is actually a small problem. There's only one more in the deck.
Yeah. Prize fight, though.
Yeah, Majin.
More coins for Majin.
More coins. We're cleaning up the board. Essentially, are going to be able to push through a little bit more damage. Just the units on the board, which could be huge at this point. Professional coming in. More coins for the other side as well. No Karma, no draw, though. The important cards are missing for Pick Dogman. Even though we hit turn 10, there is no Karma, no draw in hand.
Even if Karma comes out here, it might be too little too late. I actually think that this might even be a better top deck, getting a little bit more healing back into Pick Dogman for the time being, as well as some board presence. Majin, though, with a 2-mana Clockling, should be able to sneak that through, or at least get a little bit more removal out of the hand of Pick Dogman. But the more removal that Pick Dogman has to use on things like the Clockling, the less they have for BB.
Alright, Majin. This is going to be a tough turn. Think this one through. Is there any possibility for burst lethal? Majin thinking about it, even without Seraphine. This could be looking really good. Okay, we start with the bar. I think the bar is a good start. Next turn we could set up BB plus burst lethal.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised not to see just one BB come down and then maybe next turn play out the second BB and try to go for the burst lethal then, once you have the double on board. Here it's going to be a little bit dicier to try to get all of that established, but I think the bar might help enough with those coins in order to, you know, sort of sync everything through. Seraphine. 9 out of 9.
That is a 1-mana Seraphine we get there. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I think that seals it. A miracle has to happen for Big Dogman to get back into this one.
And if Majin really wants to, they can throw down the Seraphine this turn and then get back to 4 mana off of the coins and throw down a BB.
Stronger than I thought. Oh.
Oh, I see if you go for it. I mean, could just
You can
obviously
probably
save
just
for next turn.
You
But
could probably, yeah, you can just wait until next turn to set everything up, and then I think with Seraphine and or you could do it now.
Great.
I think with
Now
Seraphine
let's
and
really
BB,
bring it.
I'm pretty sure Majin takes this at burst speed, even if it's a Karma top deck from Pig Dog Man. There's no follow up.
do
for
we
the
even
Karma.
need that? Hold on. So if we really get 4 mana back here, summon 2 Kags.
Well, you have to play the BB before you summon 2 Kegs.
Yeah.
Prize fight. I don't know why we did that.
Getting our hand empty, possibly.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. Just for the hand space. Mystic Shot, not a bad pickup, but unfortunately has been played already, so will not be reduced or doubled. And tag out from Pig Dog Man, not enough. I have to assume that this BB Seraphine combo is going to be lethal, and Pig Dog Man just immediately passing and saying, go ahead, show me what you got, and Majin saying, I'll show you what I got when I have 13 mana.
How about a second BB? There's no way that's not burst lethal. No way.
Majin apparently mapped it out and does not need the second BB, just going to immediately start firing off some burst speed spells.
Oh my god, look at
Line
those
them up,
Kags.
knock them down. Coin. Up to 8 kegs.
Yeah, that's it.
From there, it's lethal. 10 damage on the first one, 1 on the second, and Majin Bay not going to be done in by the Karma set. Moving on to a 4-0 record here in the 4th month of the year, April, Mastering Runeterra Open.
Very well played by Majin, but unfortunately, on the other side, not the best draw, right? We didn't see Karma. We didn't really see a lot of draw. Couldn't really get to the Karma in any way. So, perfect game from one side. Not so from the other side, but still Majin cleaning this one out. And I think this is Majin's meta, right? These are decks that Majin loves to play. He's able to bring Karma as well as Seraphine to a tournament. Has to be salivating at this.
And a Burblefish deck. I think everyone forgets that Majin, well, like we talk about TF like it's this historic deck. Majin's the one that won the TF seasonal.
True. So maybe Majin here winning the Mastering Runeterra Open and then potentially going into it in the Runeterra Open, trying to qualify himself for Worlds. You never know. This could be Majin's meta. All his favorite decks are currently well placed in the meta. All right, it appears that B-Ball is still playing, which for those who don't know is
BB.
The real BB, the one and only. So we can actually hop into that one and see if BB can come back, because BB is 2-1 right now. Actually lost the last round. I'm just waiting right now. By the way, if you're asking yourself, hey, why aren't they going into game?
I was asking myself that.
Yeah, they just finished. I just hope this is not the last one. Might be. I might have promised you all to go into a Broken Ball matchup, and everyone has been waiting for this, obviously. But might have to disappoint you all and just search for another different matchup. I'm very sorry. Nope. They seem to still be in the challenge, which means that there is still more Broken Ball versus Lunari to be played, and we're gonna hop in.
Someone's going to have to walk me through this Broken Ball lineup of Nar, Darius, Samira Leona, and Jax Vayne.
Alright, this is very easy. Alright,
Okay.
So, last
Lay it
few
on me. I
days,
know-
in the REO Discord, Broken Ball was absolutely losing his mind. And was just searching for really out there decks. He did play everything from Aatrox Evelyn to... Actually, not even to anything. He played everything. Everything you can imagine, BB tried, okay? And he somehow landed on this.
Sometimes you're the fish, sometimes you're the bait.
I know that BB has been an advocate of Jax Vayne in the past, and I feel like he's the only player that I've seen that will constantly stand by and defend this deck.
Found one.
I mean,
Three Bloodthirst Harpies.
he is a big fan
About to reel it in.
in general of out there Vayne decks. Not even of out there Vayne decks, just of like different mid-range Vayne decks. And
Was this Nar Darius? Was that you're doing? Did you slip this to Broken Ball on a piece of paper and make him play it?
Oh, no. No, I told him to play entirely different decks. Trust me. Decks that are not even close as good as that one is probably.
Not even I know what I'm cooking up.
If I was advising BB, he would have been playing Samira Sejuani. We did cook up a lot of decks, though, that he did not bring. there is this weird
Save
phenomenon.
those for the open.
Yeah, we saved those for the open, obviously. Where BB and me always think of the same stupid decks to play. And whenever I come into the REO Discord saying, yo, listen, I have an absolute banger of a deck. There's this BB guy just saying, I see, you won't believe me, but I actually thought of this. And I've ever since been questioning if I had one original thought in my life. But just so happens that BB and me have a pretty similar taste in decks.
I see. Well, right now it seems to be working out. A little bit of damage pushed through into Lunari. Turn 4, down 6 life. Broken Ball gotta be feeling pretty good about that. Jack's getting closer and closer to leveling, but Lunari's hand is actually looking pretty strong on the other side of things. Jack or the Clockling, either one could come down this turn. It is going to be Jack, as there are no blockers for it on Broken Ball's side, thanks to the Brash mechanic, so should have an easy time securing a coin here.
I want to kill someone.
I like that we actually see a main deck Condemn here. It's a card that, in this deck at least, has actually seen some main deck play for quite a while. And now that Concerted Strike is gone, might be one of the better strike spells you can put in your deck.
I have been a little surprised, to be honest, at the lack of main deck Condemn in Vayne Aatrox that I've seen, because this used to be a one of in some of those Vayne lists. Not all of them, and not even every Vayne archetype, but, you know, when you saw it, it usually seemed to perform pretty well.
Yeah, I remember it in Pantheon Vayne as well, which is also a deck that I would have expected people to try at least.
I was surprised to learn that Pantheon did not rotate.
Like I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna surprise you again. What about... Listen. Do you know that Yuumi is still in the game?
I did, because I was inspecting top players on ladder, and one of them had Yuumi as the cover photo for some Yuumi Noxus deck, and I was like, I'm not even looking at this.
Alright, because I was definitely surprised.
I'm just gonna rebuild OG Pantheon Yuumi and see how far that takes me. 90% of the cards are probably still there.
I mean, they took out some pretty... Again, the deck was nerfed over and over again in the past, and it took out some important cards like Concerted Strike.
Tomato.
All power to you, man. You can do it. If anyone can, Boulevard, you can do it.
I don't know about that one, but yeah. We do see Jax immediately go down to the Jax spell, though. That's gonna get a little confusing.
Jax?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least we still have the weapon in hand. Obviously, now that it has not been forged a single time, doesn't really do a lot. We are really low value on BB's side. We don't have any big good weapons. We don't have any big units. We just kind of have a deck that runs some low to the ground units that wants to get rolling, get on board, and stay on board. But somehow, we didn't really manage to do that. Compared to Lunari, we are not that much ahead on board.
No, and I gotta say, looking at the deck list, I'm a little surprised to see like 3 Cataclysm and a Condemn in a deck that looks to be one of the lower to the ground in terms of stats mid-range decks out there, and there's nothing in here that forges other than Combat Cook.
That and the Jax champion spell.
That forges?
That forges, yeah.
Why?
I mean, I think otherwise wouldn't do enough, I guess. Barrier is pretty nice, but there are other 3 mana cards that can give you Barrier.
Yeah, but not in Weapon Master regions.
Yeah, I don't know. But, like, you can only use it on Jax as well. Like, imagine, your champion spells, you can only give Barrier to Jax. That would be so terrible.
Maybe it should be 2 mana to give Barrier to Jax.
No.
With the Forge, yeah, I guess, but...
The Forge has to be there. Trust me.
I do trust you. I think there's a reason that I don't see Jax very often, and you know that's one of. I'm learning so much about how little I know about Legends of Runeterra.
Every time the EMEA boys and girls go over, play some America's tournament, Boulevard is going to learn a little bit more about cards you've never seen before.
Yeah, and I'm gonna forget them the next time until you guys bust them out 8 months later again.
Alright, Mystic Shot coming in. You know,
Guess I'm the bait.
I guess we can remove Jack now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not looking good.
No, I don't think Broken Ball's scout attack yet, though.
No, he hasn't. So he's going to rally off this Cataclysm. Yeah. And the next turn, we can rally with the Rain spell again.
Yeah,
So
that is. I
a
mean,
little bit of pressure.
look, you can say that this is a different deck than Vayne Aatrox, but all I see is a Ranger Knight Defector tumbling, and that's all I need to see.
Which surprises me even more that BB did not bring Aatrox, because BB was huge on Aatrox a lot past few days. And he has even played Aatrox Evelyn, which is a pretty fun deck.
Come on, hit me.
But no surprise that he ended up not bringing it after all.
Stand.
Well, Jax is now leveled. Whatever that guy does. Oh, and we're even going to get Condemned to take the blocker out of the way.
Look, we really need to push damage here.
Yeah.
I don't know if 4 damage is going to do it, but maybe if we draw Jax now, again, that guy is just going to grow by attacking. If you have equipped units on board, that's what he does. That's all he does. And he has Overwhelm now.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you know, if Lunari, like, plays the Jack as a blocker for this Ranger Knight, assuming that Broken Ball goes for the open attack, knock Lunari down to 2, B-Ball can, like, you know, put the weapon on, fish fight the Jack, and then tumble back in and go for lethal, as Lunari doesn't have the mana to play out 2 units.
Alright. We did, however, find a heavy metal on Lunari's side. Which is really tough for BB to deal with. Like, removing the weapon, especially if we do go for the Fisher Whack, is going to be a problem.
I think there's still a universe where Broken Ball just takes it this turn, though.
Sure. Yeah, it's really tough for Lunari to play this one out. Because, again,
Yeah,
our
the
hand
heavy
is
metal-
looking pretty expensive.
The heavy metal doesn't actually kill the Ranger Knight.
Oh, wait.
I forgot Broken Ball has to... I
forgot
didn't know who had the attack token. I thought Broken Ball had the attack token, and I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
why didn't we just open attack? But no, yeah, this does make more sense.
Wait, this is also there's a 4 mana refill in Luna's hand, so...
I thought it was
no,
only a 2 mana
BB
refill.
just-
Is it
no,
4
it's
mana?
It's 4,
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
I also thought it was 2, but no, it's 4. Jack also hit a couple of times, so yeah, no.
Yeah. We did see a Jack spell come out, so yeah, I guess now with the coin, this is going to be the heavy metal actually killing the Ranger Knight. And Condemn is the only fast speed... Oh, I guess you do have to worry about 4 Glory, but Condemn is the only fast speed interaction spell. There's no single combat here.
Yeah. But if we play Formula here to kill the Ranger Knight Defector, we end up not being able to play Jack. BB can play one more Weapon Master, try to swing in, and we're going to lose the Ranger Knight Defector, which probably means we lose the game, but...
Yeah.
At least we can potentially try to push some more damage with the Piltover and Castaway.
We did find Fixum 5000, which
can fix
is
anything with
probably the
anything.
most relevant weapon you could find here. It does also... Like, we can tumble in.
Oh, the question is, I don't think you tumble in here. I think you just remove the BB, and yeah, and then re-equip the weapon and open swing. If you don't try
Alright,
anything
it's-
useful.
It's not...
Because you need to get rid of her, right? If you don't get rid of her this
Yeah.
turn, she is just gonna remove your board over and over again. Obviously,
I don't
that's not even
disagree. I was
necessary.
just you know how I said I was going to try to stay at 40% brain power the whole day?
Yeah.
I dipped down to 15 as soon as you told me I didn't know what Jack's spell did.
Tidy.
And I'm struggling to climb back up to 40.
You're gonna have to process that new information, put it somewhere where you can find it again, but it's not like too...
Yeah, I was...
It's not like in your face because like you don't need it most of the time. You gotta put it into like a corner of your mind palace where it's somewhere. If you search for it, you can find it, but not where you see it the entire time, blocking the view of the important stuff.
Yeah, in my brain, I knew that was a fish fight, but my eyeballs saw entrancing lore. And we're like, how are we killing this Mirai? What are you talking about, T? And the connection never really caught up with each other.
Alright, Piltover and Tailstones. And
Okay,
go
Aftershock. I
Oh,
thought it was a progress day for a second. I was like, well, you can't progress day. There's a tumble.
Hold on, yeah. That would have been a bit out there.
Shepard's Authority is a big hit if Jack does come down as a blocker, and it is going to be Shepard's Authority. So now Lunari going to lose their only unit, but so is Broken Ball if they go for the tumble.
At that point, Vayne top deck.
Oh, no, they're not, because Jack's leveled.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, no.
Well,
king without breaking a few bones.
I think this one is pretty over.
The criticism of Jack's Vayne and the reason that you bring Aatrox instead is because this one does look like it stays a lot lower to the ground. Even the forging in this deck is so niche. Like, it has to be a Jax spell onto a Jax with the weapon on the Jax, which, like, is not really a proactive play. No Blood-Cursed Harpies came for Broken Ball, which, you know, happens. But Lunari didn't get any Seraphines either, so...
Oh, you say that, but...
never mind. Okay, yeah. Well, if Broken Ball had some draw power, maybe they would have found a
great.
Blood-Cursed Harpy.
Now let's really bring
But
it.
I think with the Seraphine coming down, this should secure it. I
change the
think
world.
Harpy still has universes where it can end the game, because I don't think Lunari's winning this turn or really anytime soon. Although the fish fight getting committed onto the Seraphine into the Mystic Shot, or actually it looks like a couple of cards coming out from Lunari.
A lot of removal
Make it
committed
ring
here.
Mystic Shot.
Yep. That deals enough to remove this one off the board. Again, we have more draw, more card generation hands, so now we're not running out of steam. Add 2 HP, but I think this is the safest 2 HP you've ever been in.
Haven't hit you with my good arm yet.
Yeah, even if the Blood-Cursed Harpy does come off the top, there's no Overwhelm weapon in hand, because the Jax has not come down as level 2. Does he grant the weapon Overwhelm, or does he just have Overwhelm? Well, there's the Jax, actually.
No, the weapon has Overwhelm as long as he is leveled. So you have to play him, yeah.
Also for me.
The problem is, Jax can't really grow that much right now, because he's the only equipped unit on the board. So he can't even trade into the Jack currently.
No, I think it would have had to been like you find Jax the previous turn, then you top deck the Harpy, you tumble it in with the, you know, the Jax weapon. But even then, I think it just gets blocked by Jack, and you trade on the Harpy, and you no longer have Overwhelm because the weapon died, and they can just block the Seraphine. I don't think Broken Ball had a way out of this one.
Oh no, more weapon removal, Fracture,
and Fracture.
And the tentacles!
Oh, Trixie Tentacles doubled by Seraphine is so good!
Wait, that means Broken Ball literally has no weapon left.
Yeah.
Weapon
All
Master?
of the weapons gone. Wait, Jax just has Overwhelm as well?
Yes. Apparently. See, I didn't even know that.
Come on.
We're all learning new things about Jax.
Interesting. But you know, Weapon Master of all his weapons, obviously not as useful, which means that Luna is going to take this one 2-1. And I think that means BB is now 2-2 in the bracket. I don't know if you can make it at 7 rounds of Swiss, at 5-2. There is potential to make it.
For the most part, you kind of assume that any 5 and 2s that are going to make it lost round 7, not round 4.
Yeah. So that's looking pretty bad for BB. Might have been his last game in this tournament. Let's see if there are any more games going on that we can actually put you guys into. Because again, we have a couple of Seraphine, we have a couple of Karma players. There ought to be one more game here for us.
And as the day goes on and we get, you know, we're trying to catch you the X and O players. And the longer the day goes on, the more that whittles us down to Jack Seraphine Karma set players.
Yeah, and I have another one of these for you. Icardo. Still in game.
Trade out B-Ball for just B. Nope.
Yeah, just B.
Well, I'm going to stop there.
Oh, yeah, good one. It's better that way.
Yeah. And B is not looking to be in a great position, although down to 3 life on the side of Icardo does mean that a Gwen could be lethal. Although I don't think this Redeemed Prodigy... Ooh, the Cataclysm! That just does it, I think.
I mean...
Or it's close.
Not quite.
It's got... Close. Holy moly, 12? Hallowed stacks going up to 13. Icardo needs to draw something, though, because when B gets the attack token, yeah, we're going to get another 2-1. Clockling's not it. We do still have a couple of draws from the formula.
All right.
High Note does it. Hexbliterator for backup, just in case. And Hexbliterator is so important because that's going to be able to take out Gwen, which, if B attacks with a Gwen at this stage of the game, does just end it.
You know, at 5 mana, there is one card here that can ruin Icardo's day.
Lights, stage,
And I think that would be Quinn into Rally. Quinn into Rally here could potentially change the game. But with so much AoE that we have, might not be the case. Yep.
Yeah.
And the pass over means that we currently do not even have a unit that we can play as another Hexbliterator. Yeah, okay, right. That is done. We're just going to find lethal on the side of Icardo.
Yeah, the line them up, knock them down will just end things.
Let's go.
That was a close game.
Oh, yeah. Here comes Gwen, and yeah, now right on time. Line them up, knock them down.
She comes out from B, and Icardo takes this one, and I think improves to 4-0 here.
Things looking good for Icardo, Majin Bay, a couple of the 2021 Worlds competitors going on in this tournament. I had to remember, like, all right, it was this year's Worlds, but that was 2022 Worlds, so we got to go back a year. 2021 sounds like it was forever ago.
Ooh. How's Roji doing? Did he get the 2021 buff, 2022 nerf?
That is a good question.
How do you weigh those? But yeah, I mean, obviously, Icardo as well as Majin is a huge fan of these Seraphine decks. Huge fan of Ionia, okay? It's just... They just really both embody, not necessarily Americas, but North America. Because you guys just love this so much. You love drawing cards, you love value. I don't know what it is, but a lot of Karma and Seraphine lovers over there. You don't have it easy, to be honest, as a the primary caster for the Americas, not gonna lie.
It's a hard life I live, IceTea. A hard life indeed, but I make do. They haven't kicked me out yet, so apparently I'm doing it right. But do we have any more games going on? I know that it's the Jack Seraphine Karma meta. I'm seeing you shaking your head, so I'm assuming that is a big fat no.
That is a big fat no, which means that it's time to quickly go over the sponsors and then go into break. And the first sponsor that we want to talk about is Activate Games. Activate offers a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a wide variety of real-life challenges. Activate is made for the perfect casual game night or intense competition. Currently, you can find Activate in Louisville, Gatlinburg, Chicago, Birmingham, and Houston. Another sponsor is the American Red Cross, which has the mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. More than 90% of the Red Cross workforce is volunteers, and the need for people to help is constant. So your donations are key to saving lives because they make the Red Cross mission possible.
We also want to thank BetterHelp, which makes starting therapy easy. Your mental health matters, so take care of yourself in therapy because BetterHelp makes it easy to start that journey. Whether you're dealing with grief, want to improve your coping strategies, or you're just feeling down, therapy is the gold standard for mental health treatment. Asking for help takes strength, and with BetterHelp, there's no more waiting days, weeks, or even months to find a therapist. Sign up with BetterHelp and get matched to a therapist in less than 48 hours. Also to Breakout Games, which offers a new entertainment concept of escape rooms in which groups of friends, family, or coworkers are challenged to escape a room by following clues, solving puzzles, and answering riddles in order to crack a code in less than 60 minutes to unlock the door and escape the room.
And with that, we are more than halfway done with Swiss. We only have 3 rounds left. After that, we are going to cut to top 8. So the next 3 rounds are going to be all that matters for the player. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with round number 5.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, and that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
Hello and welcome back. And even though Boulevard told you all that it's always going to be me and him, maybe you thought he was joking. Maybe you thought he was lying. No, it's still us. And we are still here to bring you now round 5 of Swiss. We are more than halfway through Swiss already. After this, we're going to have 2 more rounds plus a top 8 single elimination. And we have some spice set up for you for this one.
We are going to be taking a look at... We're getting out of the 4-0 bracket. All right, the 4-0 bracket's a little bit too littered with Karmaset and Jack Seraphine. Top 8 is where you're going to get to see that for hours on end, I promise. So we're heading down to the 3-1 bracket. Players that are still very much in the tournament. We're checking in with Team Master Runeterra's own 4LW, starting off with a Mono Samira.
Yeah, Mono Samira looks really interesting. Obviously, you all probably guess, okay, there's Fizz, and he's probably in another deck, but... I feel like this deck, even without Fizz, looks really scary. We still have a lot of elusive threats. We play one more Inferna, and still play Pounder Pandemonium. So this is a mix between the two decks, or between the two Fizz and Mirror versions we have seen so far. And taking out the Fizz obviously gives you a couple more options. I find it interesting that apparently no other champion was worth putting in this deck. Nami, even though Fizz is gone, did not make it in. It's just, okay, we're probably going to play a bunch more followers that kind of replace Fizz, and... I think this is still absolutely insane. I don't think we necessarily need the Fizz, and so far 4LW at 3-1 hasn't really needed the Fizz apparently either.
I went to check out what Noxus and Bilgewater champions exist, and then I remember that on Mobilytics you cannot, as far as I know, filter by what is legal in Standard versus Eternal. But even just looking at what is in here, your options are like Annie, LeBlanc, Riven. So I get not putting a second champion in.
Look, if Katarina was still here, that would have been a
Katarina,
perfect...
Katarina, Misfortune, there are some good... Draven, there are some good rotated champions.
Oh, no, wait, follow on.
Yeah.
Misfortune did not rotate. She could have been in here.
She didn't rotate?
No. No.
Damn.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I would have thought the same. I would have thought so too. But they probably wanted Gems to be able to play Scouts again. So
yeah, I was gonna say there's
Quinn
has gone into so many other decks at this point that I just kind of assumed that Misfortune was gone and they divorced because she died and went to the Eternal format. But no. Heavy Metal though is something that I believe has phased out of these decks, but was certainly in the opening weekend list, so that is making a return. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one, see where that Fizz actually did end up. That's right, it's in Jack Fizz. And guess what? You see Fleet Admiral Shelley, Wiggly Burblefish yet again. That's going to be a common theme amongst 4LW's entire lineup.
Yeah, but this also plays the Mischievous Mirai. This plays Bibi as well. So it's kind of a mix of the Seraphine deck and a little bit more aggression, a little more elusive threat. This is a really interesting deck, because it can pump out the damage with BB, but isn't relying on like some huge OTKs or some huge damage stack ups with Seraphine and some value. This also deals a lot of chip damage early on with the elusives, has the alternative win condition of sticking a Shelly together with Burblefishes, so you really have the option to either stick Mirai or stick Shelly, and one of them is probably going to win you the game alongside of some chip damage and some good stats with Jack.
If Runeterra opens were still closed deck list, I say, as I have not confirmed if they are or are not, it feels like this is the kind of deck where you would take out the Fizz and you would put in a one of Seraphine so that your opponent thinks it's, normal old Jack Seraphine, they mulligan like that, and all of a sudden you're slamming down Shellys and Burblefishes. But I do like the acknowledgement that Caustic Riff and Mirai are their own sort of self-contained package.
Yeah, for sure. Just work really well together. And obviously Mystic Shot and High Note in here as well. They work perfectly together with Mischievous Mirai as well. And then we have a couple of spells, of cards that are left over from the Samira Fizz package, like Shelly, Burblefish, and Father Fury. Father Fury, again, another unit to give you some additional value. Spells are always good in the Mischievous Mirai deck because we can just use them to generate Kex. They're good in Shelly decks, so it doesn't really matter what he generates. He just generates you a couple of spells that you can always use. So I really like this deck, and I'm excited to see if it can live up to the potential that I think it has.
And then for the last deck, when you want to talk about potential, it's another Shelly deck. Can you guess what it is? That's right, it's Nora Nar. Bet you didn't see that one coming. And again, Mischievous Mirai just coming in because of the Pie Toss, the Group Shot, the Make It Rain. And I gotta say, Warning Shot has been in every list as well for LW, as at least a 2 of.
Yeah, warning shot here, obviously, to not only trigger for the Fury, trigger the Plunder, but also there, just as a really cheap spell to trigger Fleet Admiral Charlie to get some burn with Mirai. Apparently, warning shot is making a comeback. It used to be one of the most played cards back when Bilgewater was released, and now it's in here in every deck. It's making a huge comeback, obviously, in Fisamira Plunder, but also in this deck, so maybe 0 mana spells did not all get rotated. Maybe this is the year of 0 mana spells, okay? We have warning shot, we have the set spell. Gotta get ready for those.
I do gotta say, I gotta respect 4LW and his deck building philosophy of playing with, I assume just like Samira Fizz and going, hey, this Father Fury, Warning Shot, Shelly, Burblefish package is really good. Let me see how many other decks I can make that I can fit that into. And, taking, rather than Jack Seraphine going for the Jack Fizz, understanding that the Fizz was more useful in this list than it was in the Samira, and then rounding it all out with some fun little Nora Nar.
Some fun little Nora Nar. Yeah, Nora is also a champion that, again, was huge before rotation. Was in so many decks. Worked so well in all of them. And now post-rotation is struggling a little bit, to be honest, because we lost the most important card for basically any Bandle deck, Pokestick. But luckily, she has a trusty companion Nar here, who is going to generate that for her. So at least we have some access to that. We only play Portalpalooza, none of the other Portal cards. But that should be alright, especially because that is not our main win condition. Nora is also just generally good as a elusive unit that does generate portals, that does generate more units. So really excited to see this one as well. Now, with that said, we also have the updated Swiss standings for you. And it seems that at 4-0, we currently have Icardo, Germinator, Renrak, Rito Ruin My Life, aka GT Never Walk Alone, Majin Bay, Sorios, Sauron. And then at 3-1, we have a couple of players starting with Tunnel Shark. Again, 4W also one of those.
And we're starting to really whittle down on these X and O's. Only 3 of them, potentially 4 of them going to be left, as one of those will get paired up against the 3-1. And then, yeah, like you mentioned, I think at the end of the day, we have somewhere between 1 and 3 X and O's left over going into the top 8. Which does not leave a lot of rooms for X and 1. So, really need to avoid that X and 2 where the tiebreakers are no longer up to you to make it in. And 4LW going to be taking on someone. I don't know if I hope or not that 4LW is going to be the 3-1 that gets paired up into a 4-0. Because I have a pretty good idea of what the 4-0 bracket looks like right now. I'm a little more curious about what's in the 3-1.
Alright, 4W is going to be paired up into Mirage, so none of the 4-0 players. Maybe you have some more info. Mirage, not a known name to me.
Assuming... Oh, hold on. This name is familiar, but I think it's because there is someone else with a similar name. But we're looking at a good old-fashioned, sort of aggro-leaning mid-range lineup with Samira Leona, Gwen Quinn, and Garen Jarvan elites with 3 Sisters and Brittle Steel.
Ooh. Okay.
So,
that
yeah.
sounds good. That sounds good. Sounds absolutely doable. Overall, I think I just want to favor 4W in this matchup, because 4W again very creative with deck building, and I just want to see him win. I just want to see him to get in top cut. 4W known obviously to spice it up and experiment a little bit, but I feel like hasn't quite made some huge waves this year. I mean, there was nothing where you could
make waves in.
Yeah, I mean, you could make waves, but maybe this is like the first tournament where you can,
Yeah, I mean, there was a seasonal. That was broadcasted by Boulevard. There's some funny little skits in there if you want to go check it out. It's on YouTube. You can watch the entire last seasonal from the Americas at least. I don't know if apparently you guys didn't have one in EMEA. You just want to throw away the one broadcast that you were on in your home country. We didn't have to borrow you for that one. But yeah, this is sort of, as we end the beta season and get into what 2023 Runeterra actually looks like, this is definitely the first stepping stone for players to prove themselves, because I cannot tell you a single thing about the Runeterra Open from the beta season who went 9-0, because there was no top cut in it. There was no winner. It was just people going 9-0 and getting titles, trophies. I don't even know what they got for going 9-0, to be honest. That's how little I know about the beta season, because it didn't really matter. But now, things matter, and this one matters for money, and next week it matters for even more.
Yeah, because next week it's going to matter for money and Worlds qualification. Although they have said that that they are planning, or not even planning, looking into making some of the community tournaments count for Worlds points as well. That is not the case so far, so this one doesn't count. But next week we will have the Runeterra Open from Riot, so keep an eye out on that one, and that is going to matter. So Worlds qualification, obviously the big thing to look towards too, because it appears that Riot is doubling down on Worlds. Last Worlds was already better than the Worlds we had the previous year, and I imagine that the next Worlds, especially with the format change, is also going to be huge.
You know what would be really cool? If at Worlds this year we could just play the entirety of Arcane Season 2 during the breaks. If that could be out by then, or maybe we could get a trailer or something. I don't think it's coming this year, but if we could like maybe get a trailer to air, then, you know, since we've got the lore stuff on our side, if we could get that instead of League of Legends, that'd probably be pretty cool. You just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I don't know if I wanted to play in the breaks, but yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe
that's the only way to watch it, is you have to watch LOR Worlds, and during the breaks, we play an entire episode of Arcane Season 2.
Yeah, every day, but you don't know when.
Yeah, you gotta just tune in the whole time.
Yeah, you gotta tune in the whole time, and at some point, it's gonna be there. But, you know, yeah, it could be in the middle of the broadcast, could be at the beginning, could be at the end. I would obviously always put it at the end in that case. Because, you know, gotta get that viewer retention. You gotta tease them a little bit every time. It appears that
retention money.
The viewer retention money for that. I don't think Riot is crazy looking out for that one, but it is important.
Probably not.
It is important. It does seem that there is a problem with neither of the players having added the spectator account, so we're gonna go into a very, very short break, and once we're back, we hopefully have that game for you. And as I say that, a little friend invitation from 4W flies onto my screen. So it appears that I am able to send us into the game. Who would have thought? Not me.
I'm just here for the ride, T.
Same.
T, you're driving.
Am I?
So for game number 1, we've got Samira up against Elites. Again, this is not Mono Demacia. You're looking at that Freljord wondering what it is. It is 2 copies of Brittle Steel and 1 copy of 3 Sisters. A little bit of Frostbite coming in to eke out an advantage in some of the more mid-range matchups, as Brittle Steel does importantly hit Ranger Knight Defector with most weapons.
Again, I'm
Galio getting
not
here.
too surprised to see this. Because honestly, I've been facing up against this deck on ladder a bunch of times. And from your reaction, I reckon you haven't. But
no, this is oh, I see what happened here. You said the player is Mirage, and I was looking at Chrono Mirage.
Oh.
Who, weirdly enough, also has a Freljord Elites deck.
Okay, hold on. See, I think this is perfectly making the point that I wanted to make when you said I'm driving this. Because sometimes I feel like when you do production on these big open round community tournaments, it's very much the players driving the car. You try to steer it a little bit, but...
The worst part of this is that Chrono Mirage and Mirage are each running 2 of the same deck in Frostbite midrange and... Or sorry, in Samira Leona and Freljord Elites, and then the difference being the actual Mirage, the one that we are watching, is running Frostbite midrange rather than Gwen Quinn. So this Freljord list is actually very Freljord heavy. We've got Brittle Steel, Harsh Winds, Omenhawk, Trapper, Hearthguard, Revna, Darkspear, Bone Club. Very Freljord heavy. This isn't even an Elites deck, actually. This is a I was gonna say Formidable, but it's actually just Galio and Broadwing that have Formidable, so it's not even that. This is just like mid-range Freljord Demacia with 1 champion strength.
We have stats, we can block elusives, and if we queue into freeze, we also have a couple of formidable units. Let's go. Actually, it doesn't sound like the worst idea. But it's also pretty good against what Fall W is planning to do here, because Fall W all of a sudden can't really get through with elusive units early on, because those Badger Bears are going to be a pain in... Just really trying to find a word there. That's...
Good luck.
A pain in the... Water?
Sure, man. Whatever you need to say. But we do only have 2 Stony Suppressor in the deck, so it is fortunate that Mirage did find one of them that's really keeping 4LW down and going to make it rather difficult to actually level up the Samira. I don't think it's even possible at this stage of the game. I think we're going to get stuck on A.
Yeah, 4W must be feeling great right now. Imagine bringing like 3 elusive Spellslinger decks, and then you queue into someone who plays Stony double Badger Bear.
4LW had the option to ban this deck, which means that it's either the Samira Leona or the Frostbite midrange that they were more afraid of, and I would imagine that it was Frostbite midrange. I don't think any of 4LW's list have a good answer to the Reckoning.
No, that's true.
So
you kind of have to choose between that and this.
Yeah,
it's kind of sad.
Probably just looking to 2-0 the Samira Leona, which is still scary because I don't think 4LW's lineup is well positioned into the more aggressive decks like that.
Want to prove yourself? Now's your
Alright,
turn.
Odd comes in. We're trying to trade one of these Badger Bears off. One less elusive blocking threat on the other side, but Brittle still comes in and... yeah. Whew. Well, it was a good try for W.
Yeah. I mean, we already saw in the Glory and Devoid Brawl how effective the blocking Badger Bears can be up against these Samira decks. How much of an absolute house. And now with Garen threatening to come down as well, just buffing up the board, at least, you know, might be able to take the Stony Suppressor out.
Yeah.
Mirage can save it with a single combat if they want to.
I mean, once we play Garen, we are gonna lose Stony Suppressor, but it is gonna trade 1 for 1. So I guess he was just fine with that, saying, okay, hey, we take 1 damage to the face. Stony Suppressor is going to trade evenly here. Our board is getting even bigger. We are getting closer to Galio. Slamming Galio, obviously, on the board is going to be scary because 4W is not looking to remove any of those units on the board currently, which means Galio has an easy flip, and once that happens, single combat can obviously be used to rally, and that just means too much pressure for 4W to handle.
And we'll see how Mirage wants to play this, because if the Darkened Spear does come down onto Garen, that will save it from the heavy metal, just from the 2 health boost that you get out of that once you are damaged by one of these other units. Depends on if 4LW goes for... It's going to be kind of weird here, but I think, yeah, with the way that things have lined up, a block plus a heavy metal would do it, unless Mirage wants to single combat in combat now to auto level the Garen. Not going to happen.
Alright, there we go. Bye-bye, Garen. We're going to take the Samir with him. Yep.
Yep. Doesn't really matter, though. I mean, once the Galio comes down, that's effectively a Garen, right?
Yeah, that's true. But it appears that we do try to flip Samira here.
Okay. Might as well get the next copy flipped.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all.
Not like these cards were doing a whole lot either way.
Try to keep up.
I'll also generate another flare here.
Yeah, that just 14 more of those, and 4LW's got lethal.
Okay. I feel like it's probably going to be a little bit easier than that. All right. Okay, so listen. We have Bevelfish, we have Inferno. We can start cycling.
Yeah. There are still 2 blocking Badger Bears.
Well, for how long will they be blocking, you ask? And I say forever, because we have Galio.
Yep, and here comes Galio. So up to a 4-7, a 4-6. Galio currently poised to level and probably threaten lethal after that. Especially considering that a Naka could come down on the following turn.
Yeah, I think we just open swing, threaten lethal, and out rally, play a Naka.
Yeah. So we're going to get a flare. 14 off lethal.
Once again, Boulevard, you are proven right. You win this game either by drawing a million cards or rallying a bunch of times. So
whatever you're going to do, you got to do it at least 6 times in the turn. Attacking, playing cards, rallying, playing elusives, gaining mana. Who knows? Whatever you got to do, you got to do it a lot, though. I have never had to scroll so far up to make it through 1 turn on the sidebar history.
Alright, not going to swing in here. Obviously going to wait for Shelly to hit the board next turn. Those fucking Badger Bears way too big. But
you know,
even
I feel
with
like
Shelly, it's not going to matter that much.
I feel like in this meta, your average turn 10 has more cards played in it than your average game in previous metas.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. There have been metas where it has been incredibly slow. We've been playing a couple of cards. Even back in Akshan Sivir days, I feel like the average Akshan Sivir turn, when you flip the landmark, didn't play as many cards as most of the turns play here.
Probably not, no.
Alright, this is a clever play. Just gonna take some health off, reduce the damage. And does this prevent Galio from flipping? I don't want to do the math, so I'm just gonna check.
I thought Galio
yes, it
was
does.
like out of... Oh, okay.
But not after
this...
Anarka's committed.
Well, the parlay...
Parlay and another prize fight, yeah.
Yeah, parlay and prize fight both will take the Galio level off the table, but...
At what price?
Badger Bears aren't going anywhere.
No.
Yeah. Not only that, but now 4LW is, if they want to keep the Galio from flipping, yeah, is forced to use their one last mana to do that, rather than playing their fleeting one drop. And also, look, 1 damage push through this turn, 13 more flares, and 4LW has found the victory. Currently at 0 flares, so a lot of mountains to climb here. No flare off the top.
So what do you do if you are on the Mirage side? Do you just play the Anarka down, swing in, force 4W to block?
I don't mind just like Hearth guarding and then attacking.
Keeping the single
I think
combat mana
Anarka's
up?
fine too. Yeah. I just kind of like banking the mana.
I feel like even with Shelly hitting the board, your stats are way too big. There's no way Shelly buffs the board in a significant way here. And we get Scout. All right. Doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, little Scout Combat Cook action. 27 damage coming in. 4LW has to block at least 3 units here because of how diversified the threats are. So that's fun. Again, if 4LW can just find 13 flares, they can swing it back. There's still time.
Yeah, with Inferno surviving, this might be possible. If you consider that,
yeah.
we might be dreaming.
Yeah, you know, Barb Chain doesn't draw immediately, which means that this is an impossible mountain to climb for 4LW. They are going to hang on to 1 elusive alongside the Shelly here. But there are still 2 blocking Badger Bears.
Such a great card.
Plus a single combat. This one's over.
You know
this is what Limbo looks like, folks.
Yep. You know what my most liked tweet of this month is?
What?
They printed the answer to Samira Fizz in the last expansion, and it's a picture of blocking Badger Bear. And there were quite a bunch of people under that tweet making fun of me. But now I look at games like this, and my dude, blocking Badger Bear is just taking care of the elusives the entire time. I'm sorry, but he is the answer to the problem.
Until the battle's won.
Alright, okay, we have Senior Combat in hand, Galio is flipped, Rally is available, 4LW has a Swindle and a Dream.
I've seen 4LW do more with less. That's not true. That's straight up not true, actually.
Whoops, I lied a bit, but it's fine. Yeah, okay, the cutscene comes in. Took a while.
4LW is draining my mental energy right now. I am trying to coast at 40%. I dipped down to 15 in the B-ball match. I'm climbing. I might be at 30, 35, and I definitely didn't climb during that set. I definitely stayed kind of stagnant.
Oh, I climbed. Down.
Ah, descending.
Yeah.
But we are on to Frostbite Midrange versus Samira. This is, I guess, the matchup that 4LW was looking for then, which is terrifying to say considering the triple reckoning.
Hey,
It
maybe
might have just been a bad
dodge
matchup all
them.
around, and 4LW trying to make the best of a bad situation, but I am not... I'm looking at 4LW's lineup, and I am seeing 24 units in each deck, and I am seeing 24 units that die to Reckoning.
Well, but it might be 23 units that you can save with an all-out. Probably on 23.
That's fair.
Probably about like 12 of them you can save with an all-out. So.
But this is also the only deck with all-out in it. That said, though, the other two decks are Mischievous Mirai decks, and the biggest problem that Frostbite Midrange has with Jack Seraphine is interacting with the Mischievous Mirai, as well as the kegs. Bloody Business is your only answer, and you have to pick your poison on whether you're going to take out the engine or the keg that's actually wiping your board.
Alright, 4W here deciding whether they want to swing in again on turn 2. You can usually run into a Reckless Trifarian, so you kind of want to pass some of the time because you're again afraid of Samira dying to the Trifarian, so you want to keep that challenger open, but it usually doesn't matter because they could just play the Trifarian on the turn after. Usually they have protection for Trifarian anyways, so 4W just swinging in their last turn, getting a little bit of damage into the enemy Nexus, and now finding some removal potentially for this LeBlanc, but the Elixir of Iron is going to be there, saving this LeBlanc.
Yeah, and that means a lot of damage going to be coming at 4LW. Reputation starting to stack up. Bloody Business going to get cheaper. Incisive Tactician going to get cheaper. At the moment, a couple of elusives in the hand of 4LW. No Plunder procs have happened just yet, I believe, so not going to get a lot of value off of that Powder Pandemonium just yet. We get our first one now.
Alright, we generated another Stylish Shot. You know what? Maybe there's a burn angle.
Could be. That said, though, 4LW can't actually get through any unit damage this turn if Americanus doesn't want them to. They have Flash Freeze Brittle Steel.
Ooh, pass over says, okay, here, waste some mana. Don't want to commit anything on the board. 4LW knows exactly the situation he's in, and generating another Stylish Shot means that you don't necessarily need to get the one back you just used. Samira, currently 2 out of 6, so could flip this turn as well. That was a really good pass from 4LW.
Yeah, what 4LW is trying to leverage right now is getting Americanus to develop while tapping below Reckoning mana, and then 4LW just needs to try and go as wide as possible to take advantage of the one turn where they can slip through the Reckoning. Because Americanus is playing the full 3 copies. You can't really pretend the card doesn't exist and play around it. You're going to have to play into at least one of them. And I think this is the turn where we see 4LW fire off some spells, throw down the Shelly, maybe try to flip the Samira instead. I don't know if 4LW can actually develop Shelly and flip Samira. It's looking pretty possible, especially thanks to the Attune.
Oh, this is a painful turn because there's so much damage on Americana's side. We obviously would have liked to develop Shelly or Inferna before triggering the Plunder there, but weren't allowed, and now the Trifarian comes down. The Trifarian Glory Seeker. I was calling it Reckless Trifarian the entire time, but Reckless Trifarian is also on the board. Yeah, Glory Seeker. Yeah. We talked about this. There are too many Trifarians.
Too many Trifarians. They don't have a creature type that's called Trifarian, like Dragon or Yordle or Elite or anything like that, so it's all in the name, and it's hard to keep track of, okay? They have weird titles. What is a Glory Seeker?
I don't know. Right now it's just seeking to kill this non-threatening elusive, to be honest. Yeah, I think there's some high-value targets you could go for instead.
I know it's hard, but try not
I think Americana's just kind of understanding, like, this Samira is leveling. There's not much I can do about that. If another Samira comes down immediately after the fact, then I am going to feel like I probably wanted to take out one of the elusives. Inferna potentially getting thrown under the bus here as well, unless this is going to be an all-out to protect the Inferna to level the Samira.
I think you have to. Like, if you want to level the Samira, you're going to have to play it all out. You don't want to play it Samira. You want to get some value off of it. Why not save some HP? That said, you could also just, like, not level the Samira.
I don't know. I like playing towards the Samira top deck. I think that is one of your avenues to victory, is actually rallying with these elusives.
Now's your chance.
Sure.
And there goes the Brittle Steel.
That means we don't generate another flare. And sometimes I'll just like giving up my Samira, not leveling her. Just give me another flare. Maybe I can do something with. That said, as you mentioned, you probably need the rally once you get the Samira. You want to get as much value as possible here. Also, the extra plunder did draw you another card. You get the warning shot in hand. Can just play it out. How big is the pot of pandemonium? At 3 currently.
That's not bad.
Ooh, okay.
And you could actually get it up to 4 with the swindle.
That does mean that the next card you draw will probably be left unplayed. Unless it's a warning shot.
I think 4LW is past the point of being allowed to attempt to play around Reckoning.
Bloody Business, Flash Freeze, Mirror Image. This has
I was
to be
going to say Mirror
Freeze,
Image. I was going to say Mirror Image could be cool, but I forgot it does have to target something with 5 power. Okay.
Best thing we could have drawn, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Powder Pandemonium is going to fill the board, so we can't Burblefish until after combat. Unless we want to overwrite a monkey, but I don't think you want to do that. It also does give you an attacker should Reckoning happen. So that's cool.
Small little Bubblefish doing his job. No, it's actually the perfect draw because you can actually play it out this turn. You don't discard it at the end of it. Flash Freeze potentially going to keep you in life for another turn, but yeah, the draw is looking really grim. And one thing is really important. Unless you draw Barb Chain next turn, as you mentioned, Barb Chain only draws at the start of next turn, so could potentially be too late once we do find it.
Looks like this Burblefish is going to come up after all, yeah. It is so awkward, though, that you do not have anything that can kill a LeBlanc.
A perfect puppet.
Alright, this LeBlanc being copied means that there is going to be another blocker.
Yeah. So we're looking at... I mean, it depends on if Americanas wants to use the Bloody Business or if they plan on saving that for something a little more impactful down the line.
I mean, I feel like we will really want to survive here. Like,
yeah.
At this point, there's so much damage, you kind of have to use it.
Yeah, you absolutely do, because 2 of those units for Americanas can't block.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, yeah, 4W was like never pulling those.
Yeah, Americana's going down to 2 here.
So obvious.
Also, did you see that Bubblefish generated another Stylus shot?
Yeah. So down to 8, that's a lot healthier. That Bloody Business really keeping Americanas in this one. 4LW feeling like they had a little bit of a chance, and they still do, actually. There's 2 Stylus shot in hand. Elusive has survived. There's a Flash Freeze, but an all-out top deck could actually be lethal. It's also just a second Elusive.
Alright, Americanas here obviously could go for the open tech. Try to force down lethal. Would run into a Flash Freeze. Has to remember there was a swindle, so probably knows that there is a Flash Freeze in 4W's hand.
Yeah. Ooh, so what Americanas could do here is target the Glory Seeker with the mirror entity, force the Flash Freeze out of 4LW so that it's no longer a valid target, and then you still have a challenger to pull a blocker out of the way as you continue to develop the rest of your board. But it is just going to go onto the LeBlanc. This, I would imagine, is going to be the Flash Freeze in response to negate the copying.
Classic misdirection.
Now I'm going to let it result, though.
Ooh. That is interesting.
Going to swindle another Flash Freeze. And I believe now aware that there are 2 champions in the hand of Americanas.
Okay.
All right. 4LW
Okay.
staying in it.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
That kills the Ephemeral unit.
They're alive.
I think 4W potentially hoping to keep this Inferno alive. That's why we didn't freeze the LeBlanc.
All the world on one arrow.
Oh, T, I'm sick, man. I'm feeling so sick right now.
So, we are going to survive this turn.
Yeah.
There's going to be double Flash Freeze on the other side, though. So,
yeah.
It's not like we're getting lethal.
Which Shelly can get around double Flash Freeze with that other elusive unit.
But Inferno is It's not gonna survive here. Oh, is she? Oh, she is, huh?
Good question.
You're mine.
I don't.
So we block one unit, we kill one unit. Yeah, actually we can use the flash freeze to collect it. Yeah, for W, just making the right calls. Again, we wanted, hey, why didn't for W freeze to LeBlanc was to keep the Inferno alive, is actually going to accomplish that target with a clutch prize fight generation.
Yeah, Coral Creatures. Oh no, 4LW doesn't know about the prize fight ephemeral strike.
Wait.
Flash freezing the ephemeral LeBlanc.
Is it? Are we wrong?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the ephemeral unit strikes and dies because it's ephemeral. It doesn't matter that it can't fall below 1 HP there. Inferno top deck, but I mean, it's just play Shelly, swing into Flash Freeze, and Reckoning top deck from Americanas.
It's a little unfortunate. Now that I see this, I don't think there was any way for FLW to just get out of this one anyways, but
probably not.
That's rough.
Yeah. I think 4LW had, like, I think an all-out top deck could have done it had the Inferno survived, but I think the Reckoning even beats that.
Inferno committed over Shelly here.
Option to just end the round, which at this point 4LW cannot take. Would just die to the open attack.
And Mirage knows that, so just offering it up.
4LW just gonna hit end round, see what we can draw here. That's not gonna do it.
Okay, yeah, what if Americanas just like develops here? You go Style shot into plunder, into I don't know what needs to happen. Wait, Style shot into plunder, into another plunder. You get another flash freeze.
What is? Oh, you mean a swindle?
Yeah, a swindle. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you plunder with a unit. You plunder again, maybe. You get a swindle at some point.
Yeah, I was gonna say Americanas has to pass back for you to plunder again.
Only the finest serve.
Hmm. Hey, maybe.
Here we go.
Okay, wait. It's not a plunder trigger. It's not going to draw you extra cards, but it's going to draw you one card.
There are warning shots, multiple warning shots in this list from 4LW.
Oh yeah.
Flash freeze going for the Ash level here, yeah.
Well,
all right.
Yeah. Oh,
there are warning shots.
Guide me.
But how do you can only get to one? That's the problem.
There's warning shots.
Wait, are we gonna try it? Or I mean, I don't think it's possible, but it's nice to try it.
Swindle the flash trees. No, it's not gonna happen. It's the Burblefish off the top, and there is nothing 4LW can do. Americana's picking this one up, moving on to 4-1. Well, 4LW falling down to 3-2. Likely eliminated from the top 8, but it's not set in stone. There is still a chance because tiebreaker mats are an ancient form of magic that nobody really understands.
Yeah, not even TOs, honestly. I used to run almost wiki tournaments. I still run tournaments quite a number of times in EMEA, and I honestly just let like the website do the tiebreaker stuff. I probably does it well. I wouldn't know. Right.
I mean, look, a TO is easy. You plug the tiebreakers into the computer. The player says, "Why did this happen?" And you say, "That's what the computer told me."
Yeah. So you want to argue with the computer? Didn't think so. Okay. It seems that there are still some games going on, and we can actually hop into Lunari's game. Lunari again beating out BB last round. So Lunari at 3-1 right now, potentially looking to make a run to the top 8 as well.
Is
do you
Lunari
remember what they played?
I don't. Are they American or European?
European.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure why I thought that.
Have you watched a little bit of Monday Madness, maybe?
Yes.
All right. So Luna plays.
Monday Madness.
Thank you. Luna plays every Monday Madness. For those who don't know, Monday Madness is my weekly, or used to be my weekly, now it's my bi-weekly random deck tournament. And Luna is either a huge random deck fan or a huge masochist, because they play in every one of those tournaments.
They win?
Quite a bunch of times. I think they are the second most winningest or third most winningest player of Monday Madness.
Number 1 Ghoster Driver?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah. Number 2,
I know because I watch Monday Madness, T.
Let's go. Ghost Driver is just a really correct player. Unfortunately, he seems to have too much of a life to enter America's tournaments and play till 4 a.m.
Understandable. I don't know how you don't have enough of a life to cast until 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's honestly a good question. Okay, what else am I going to cast? What are all the EMEA tournaments I'm going to cast?
Look, man, it's not my fault there are no EMEA TOs, all right? Gotta come over here, infringe on American tournaments, take jobs away from American casters.
Well, I hope some EMEA players are going to take some wins away from American players today.
No!
And Luna is currently 3-1, maybe looking to do just that. There is a flip Maokai, there is a flip Nautilus, but on the other side we have Seraphine flipped with double bar, which is looking quite scary, to be honest.
Yeah, and I believe that Alexander just using the high note there, because the Maokai is leveled in hand, that means Maokai has already gone off, so Alexander cycling cards back into the deck with the Seraphine's high note, which means it is very important for the Seraphine to survive, and the only removal spell that Lunari has for it at the moment would put it back into the deck anyway, so it doesn't matter too much, but Alexander can't have too many options left, and actually going to take out the Maokai rather than the Mega Tusk, really valuing getting not only that regeneration unit, but the additional 2/1 sapling at round start off the board.
I could shuffle that one back with Whip type, but keeping Riptide for something else. 1 card left for the Seraphine deck.
That's just the high note.
I mean, that means we already would have shuffled one into the deck. Oh, you mean a real high note? I thought you mean a Seraphine's high note.
Oh, no, I mean a Seraphine's high note. The one that we played last turn should be the last card in deck.
Which means that if Lunari would have started off by trying to kill the Seraphine here, we could have potentially decked out Alexander.
You can't do that because you play the fish, right? And then it gets hit with the high note, and now it's down to 5 health and doesn't kill the Seraphine.
That's true.
But now you could have tried, but instead we're actually going to go after the elusive that seems to be the pain point for Alexander, who really just looks to be playing to deck out rather than going in with this Nautilus or any of these other units. I have to imagine at some point Lunari's going to start attacking. Here's actually... Okay, yeah, there are 2 Seraphine's high notes, actually.
Let's try 1 octave higher.
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. I don't think you need to play to deck out, because while Seraphine is an amazing card, just a high note every turn is... It's not going to help Alexander that much.
Oh, man, I can't imagine what that last card is from Alex that could possibly pull them out of a situation like this. Especially now that the Hexpliterator is gone, which felt like your one potential Nautilus kill spell. Drum Solo to draw the 2.
If that was a Catastrophe, I would say maybe. But even Catastrophe just gets countered by the Nautilus spell. Double high note here, taking care of the units. But it's actually going to end with a deck out. Nice. I haven't seen it in quite a while.
Nailed that one.
Well, it's not going to end with a deck out because the high notes are back, so...
I mean, it's going to eventually. Like...
No, I think Lunari has to kill Alex.
Are we just going to kill, like, the Seraphines, and then 1 by 1, and then they're just, like...
I don't think you can kill the Seraphine.
I might be wrong, but I feel like we have a Shipwreck Horde. We should... If we don't find anything to kill the Seraphine, that would be surprising.
I don't know why that hasn't come down yet.
Yeah, me neither. I was like, just generate, like, the Treasure that deals 5, and, like... I wonder. Maybe 3 cards left in the deck? Oh, maybe we just didn't
looking
want to
for that
them.
Devourer? Yeah, because now you can force... Well, You can force Alex to use one high note, but with the way Alex has been playing, they're probably going to throw out both of them, and then maybe you can actually kill the Seraphine. But it doesn't matter because you can also just attack for lethal with the Nautilus.
No deck out.
No deck out.
We were robbed, okay? We were robbed.
I was fine with it. I want to see some violence, man. I want to see you attacking. It's the problem with you EU players trying to deck everyone out all the time.
You know, I was totally down there for Luna to just struggle for like 10 more rounds, just somehow trying to find a deck out lethal. I was so down for that. But yeah, obviously, you know, you gotta win a tournament, so you probably don't want to mess around too much. And gets the fearsome lethal there, easy peasy. And Deep is doing quite well this tournament. This should improve Luna to a 4-1 if I'm not mistaken.
I will say, I put out a preliminary tier list, as I tend to for these tournaments, and I put Deep in tier 1, but between making the tier list and actually putting out the video, I moved Deep down to tier 2. When I looked at the event today, got about 110 players, 20 of them are on Deep. There's only about 2 or 3 names that I recognize that are playing Deep. It's a lot of the lesser known players that are on it.
Alright, Boulevard?
Yeah?
Would you believe me if I tell you that this was actually not the last game between Luna and Alexander, and we actually have another one, even though the timer is running quite low? And will you believe me when I tell you it's gonna be a Seraphine mirror? It's not. I'm joking.
Don't do that to me, T.
I'm not joking. It actually is.
Ah!
I gave you hope for a second. Oh, that was so good.
Oh, that was so evil of you. Who are you, and what have you done with my sweet baby blue-eyed sparkling iced tea? You're sparkling radioactive waste. Still just as beautiful to look at, but damn, are you toxic.
So pretty.
I gotta admit that was pretty evil. But if it makes you feel any better, I also have to go through this now. And
you know what? Just for that, no Taco Bell ASMR tonight. All right, I was gonna do it, but no, it's off the table now. You guys don't get it anymore.
Oh, chat is gonna hate me for that one.
Yeah, you can tweet at Ice T for that one.
Well, let's look at both the hands here. We see that there is a jack and there's a bar in one hand, and there is a jack on the other hand.
Knock, knock.
And now both hit the board.
Come on, hit me.
How do we evaluate this? We have an aftershock to counter the bar. Both players have the drum solo, and that's about where the draw power caps out, at least. Song Spinner versus Ebb is effectively the same amount of progression on the Seraphine, obviously. Song Spinner gets you in there a little bit more, but I think Ebb usually has more impact overall. Mirai could be the bit of a difference maker here, as Lunari doesn't actually have great removal tools immediately available, and is just going to have to use a Caustic Rift here, which is going to get hit by a Caustic Rift as well. So both jacks going down.
This is going to leave Alexander with a little bit more mana, though. See if we can take advantage of that one. Just gonna throw out a mushroom cloud. Put some shrooms in the deck.
Found one.
Prize fight.
Coral Creatures. Yeah, Prize Fight's not a bad card.
Yeah, Coral Creatures receiving a huge buff of prize fight being added to the region, because if you think about the one-cost cards that you could generate, there were quite a bunch of duds in the build royal roster. So prize fight really being built out in that scenario.
Yeah, you want to hear the story of how I figured out that Bloodbait didn't rotate?
Can imagine how. Oh god.
It was a cold, fateful night a week ago.
You are happy, content with life, thinking, hey, I'm gonna play this new Seraphine deck.
I was thriving. I had just crafted a Prismatic Jack and bought the skin. I thought I was gonna have the best time of my life. Oh, Coral Creatures is in the deck? That's cool. I like Coral Creatures. I have a Prismatic left over from the Nami days. And that's when I saw it for the first time, staring back at me with those cold, dead eyes. A Lurk card had found its way into my hand, violated the sanctity of my game. I felt dirtier for having looked at it, for having touched it. I didn't even play the card. I discarded it to rummage, but it passed through my hand. It went on the journey with me, and for that, it was tainted, soiled, and so I must make yet another pilgrimage in the future, one unaffected by the scourge of the lurkers, one that is wholly my own, one where I am the master of my own destiny, so that I may redeem myself from this.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you, T?
Yeah, perfectly fine. Someone get me out of here, man.
Hey, you're telling me. Got room on that train tomorrow? I'm coming with you wherever it is, as far away from here as possible. Now, the bar has been killed on one side at least. It looks like there is a backup bar on the side of Lunari, but instead going to value the keg board space. Encore has been, I will say, a very weak card for me for the most part, but Fracture actually going to do a good amount of work here. I imagine we'll get a Make It Rain in response, try and clear out some of the board, and is going to hit all 3 units. Caustic Riff is going to be the response from Alexander to take out the kegs and let most of the board survive, though not all of it. It's actually just the bar key. I don't know if that was worth it.
Probably not. This could have been used in the future to actually get one of the important kegs for the board that threaten your life. You're not actually in a really good position. Again, on the other side, we obviously do have BB already, but we have another bar in the hand for Luna here. And another bar. All right.
Yeah, I mean, the BB's going to come down, but without Seraphine, Alex doesn't threaten a whole lot here. We're not getting anywhere near Warning Shot lethal anytime soon. And I gotta say, the bar advantage is much more impactful. Yeah, we're gonna have to use yet another Aftershock to try to take this one out. And then the third bar gets to come down for Luna on the next turn, the first player to actually stick one, while Alex is left scrambling here. Really feel like we needed to get a progress day out off of this one. But gonna Aftershock the bar.
Ooh, hold on. We're trying to kill BB here. Somewhat of a risky try. Okay, so you could potentially fire off that ab.
Ooh.
RNG that one out.
A risky venture.
Not doing it. Alright. BB is unfortunately gonna die here. Again, bar advantage for Luna is gonna be huge. So much more value, and it just looks like Alexander really has to find a bar on their own. There's no bar removal for Luna either. So if Alexander would be able to find one, that could potentially even it out. But right now, Luna just with a huge value advantage. There's a one on bar on the other side, though.
I mean, so there's a bar on the side of Alex, but this not only is this Luna's third bar, so they're getting a lot more value out of this, they also just have more draw power to take advantage of the bar cost reduction. And now they're the first player to find Seraphine.
Oh, is it BB or Seraphine here? It has to be Seraphine.
You don't currently have anything to do with BB? Comes Puff Cap Pup.
Just gonna discard a few cards here.
There goes Coin, as well as the guy who doesn't get played in Thralls, even though he should, whose name is escaping me. Because it's not Dark in something, but it's like Dark in something.
It's Draklorn Inquisitor.
That's the one, Draklorn. I knew it was something cool with a D. But a little bit more damage going to be pushed into Alex here.
Get shipwrecked.
But both have now found Seraphine and Bar on their side. So there is no removal currently for the Seraphine on either side. Plus Luna has a bit of protection. Ooh, decides to use protection for damage. Pushes 7 here. I mean, with Seraphine in hand, if we now find BB, and with that much draw, we are basically threatening lethal.
Not just that, but honestly, this Grandfather Ruble is going to get a lot more value than a Grandfather Ruble ever should have.
Sorry, what?
In Luna's hand, that 8/4 Overwhelm with Spell Shield that gives 2 units plus 4 health.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Look, I play a lot of AI games so that I can test interactions, and it's really hard to test interactions when you're getting Grandfather Rumold on turn 6 like the Trundle AI used to do to you consistently.
I didn't know that was such a pain. I didn't know what you had to go through, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
That card.
It's either that or they drop 6 1-drops by turn 3. The AI is unforgiving. But now we're starting to get a little bit of draw. Actually, a very timely top deck on the side of Alexander, who was previously very down on card advantage. Not finding anything super impressive. Although, we do find a way to kill Seraphine with that sump work.
Now let's
And the high note, I believe that one hasn't been played either so far.
Don't
So
have
the
to
cost
be sharp
reduction.
to make a point.
Sump Fumes, I imagine, is the lineup here from Alex. Yeah, so that is going to be 6 damage onto the Seraphine, whereas Lunari can only push 4 back. Gonna see what hides inside.
Boy Monkey Business for some burn damage. Oh, Celestial
Time
Blessing
Winder.
could save the Seraphine here.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Is obviously
Would
going to
live
be
at 1.
answered on the other side with the high note, but... Oh,
okay. Form up.
Yeah.
Let's mix up the set list, yeah?
She's going to be alive. Oh, wait, this is going to be a huge Overwhelm spell shield?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be quite big with the Celestial Blessing, huh?
I told you, it's Roomel, man. And now the Song Spinner on the side of Alexander. We'll see what's inside of this one. Any additional kill pressure onto the Seraphine, although High Note would be enough at the moment on its own. Not through the Celestial Blessing. But, of course, Alexander doesn't know that that's there. Also doesn't have any mana now.
But have you heard the remix?
Found something. Trixie Tentacles. You can go ahead and use that Celestial Blessing if you want to. Although, honestly, I think Trixie Tentacling this turn was a little strange, just given that you knew there were 2 0-cost cards in your opponent's hand. Although taking them out for one of yours, I guess, feels fine.
Alright, and now, the health buff can come in. Grandfather removal. Can buff up the Seraphine, save her.
Come on,
further.
Grandpa.
You can do it.
Come on, Grandpa. Yeah!
This is honestly quite a bunch of stats. This is really hard to deal with, actually.
I told you, Grandfather Rumel's built different, and here comes a Puff Cap undoing some of the healing that Alex got. But another Seraphine, as well as a Time Trick. I'm really curious what the other option was that Alex took Shadow Shift, unless that is just supposed to be protection for the Seraphine.
It probably is.
Things are flying so fast through Alex's hand that Olay gonna catch up. Now we've got a Mirai and another Bar. Gonna go for the Mirai first, though.
This can obviously be taken out quite easy, but how much can we do with that Mirai?
In the meantime, I mean, do you ever Shadow Shift to save the Mirai instead of the Seraphine? You do have another copy of Seraphine in hand.
I think if you Shadow Shift here, you are in big danger.
I think you're in big danger anyway. Yeah, you probably do have to just... Oh, man. With 5 mana, though, you're not getting any kegs through.
Alright, Shadow Shift comes in. Ooh,
Oh,
Mystic
gonna come
Shot.
out.
Instead of the
I know
high
it's
note.
still available to deal with the keg, though. Another spell queued up for Alex. I didn't see which one it was. 2 spells queued up for Alex to fill the stack.
I don't think we quite get there to fill the stack immediately. Depends. Oh no, Seraphine is going to double them up. There are going to be spells that haven't been played before.
Oh, I almost would have liked to see... I guess you can't fill the stack and do Caustic Rift, but now, yeah, there's no answer from Lunari. Beautifully played by Alex to take advantage of the stack max in Legends of Runeterra. Is going to get to kill the Seraphine on the opposite side. That said, though, you're still taking a Grandfather Roomel to the chest.
With that, there's also going to be a little bit more draw on the other side. Check. Alright. Really just a little bit more draw.
Show me what you got.
Willing to take a life off the Seraphine to kill the coral creatures. Still thinking about it, but is going to eventually throw it down. Another question is, does Alex value developing the Mirai or the second copy of Back Alley Bar? We are down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in the round, with the timer advantage going to Luna by about 20 seconds here.
I mean, now Alexander has BB back up. Still has the warning shot, 15 HP on Luna's side. And no way to Okay. Oh,
This-
yes, way to deal with that. We could just recall Seraphine.
Yeah, this Seraphine drawing retreat return is something.
Surely.
Could counter this potential, or at least attempt to, with the Caustic Riff. High Note would not be doubled. Oh, actually, High Note would do it anyway because you would get a third keg.
It's gonna be saved here. You
Yep.
just sometimes just bring in Jack for 0 here. Just swing in next turn. I mean, you
Okay.
can, nah, you kind of have to get Seraphine back.
You don't have a lot to double with the Seraphine. I guess the High Note being doubled is still relevant enough. And Time Winder off the top as well as a Rummage. Yeah, I think that's going to be Seraphine coming back into play.
Yeah. From the High Note, still hasn't been played as well, so High Note can actually take out BB, the Seraphine on board.
Yeah. Down to 3 minutes. Alex still down by about 10 seconds.
Oh, it's getting really close though. Luna is approaching the timer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Although we finally...
it's past now.
The Seraphine is still buffed. Here comes Ebb.
Whoa!
Hitting the Seraphine.
Sniper Ebb.
Disaster for Alexander, who was about to make up the time difference, but is now taking quite a bit to respond. The first player to fall into the negative on the timer bank, down by about 10, 12 seconds still. And still going.
Let's change the world.
Down nearly 15. Second Seraphine coming out.
And just healing up here.
Insight of ages.
Okay, you could potentially kill the Seraphine really easily here. Alright, this goes on the keg.
Not ideal for Alexander.
We're just healing back up to 20.
Oh man, Insight about to fill the hand with spells.
Ooh, but
Just
that
about.
is no mana left, which means Luna can actually just with the High Note take out BB here. Plus the keg.
Oh, Test of Spirit gonna take out the spell shield on the Grandfather Roomba, so that's something at least.
I think Luna's probably just gonna...
Yeah.
Oh, take out Seraphine and BB, I guess.
Yep. You don't have to pick. You can have them both. Can you have them both? It's 4 and 3? Or you could do it like this.
Alright, we deal a bunch of damage. It's not
I
enough.
feel like I think you needed to High Note to kill both of them, but
Nope.
oh, gonna High Note with the
Has
kegs
to on
in
sec.
response.
Nailed that one.
So that's so weird. Alex warning shotting
Shoot.
for no real reason. The kegs
Okay,
weren't in danger there.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta take into account that it's literally less than a minute left on the clock, so both players
Yeah.
probably just playing this one real quick. Passing as fast as possible, but I think Luna has it on board already, has lethal, in hand lethal, and on the clock.
Oh, fight.
Amps live. Let's go.
Exploderator onto Roomel, but still 20-second advantage for Luna. I don't think they could lose this if they tried.
They just have to pass as
No
quick
way
as
for Alex
possible.
to deal. Yeah, no way for
Oh.
Alex to deal 12 damage. And the level up animation, I don't think these pause the clock. I think they keep going.
Yeah, wait, I don't know if you want to do this. I mean, okay. Alex is just like so far behind.
Yeah, at this point. Yeah, first priority sequence. Alex down by more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds left on the clock. Luna can just take the 10 seconds if they want to, and that is going to be lethal. But they're going to give Alex a fair shot. Play out their cards as fast as possible. 2 seconds on the clock. 1-0. Luna takes it.
God died forever, little fish. I got what I came for. Blood and a belt.
I hate you so much, T.
Well, we really just went to timer.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
See, there's
I
2
hope
more
you
rounds
all
of
had
Swiss.
fun. I know.
There's 2 more rounds of Swiss. We're not even done. We're not even close to done. That is the halfway point of the tournament.
Okay. Really hope you viewers out there are having fun because we just really went to timeout with this one, huh? Which means we have a mini small 5-minute break, maybe 3 minutes before the next round starts, before me and Bull will have to go back in, which means that this time we're just going to send it straight to break, and we are going to be right back for you guys with round number 6, so stay tuned.
There is is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
Hello and welcome. It is round 6 of Swiss. Me and Boulevard are still awake. I'm staring at the camera right now. Boulevard, how are you doing? How much caffeine have you had?
I am trying to limit my caffeine intake, but I finished both of my energy drinks by like 3 hours ago at this point. So I might have gassed out a little too early, and I have to find something other than caffeine. I just changed my pants. I don't know if that's going to help, but I do feel a little bit fresher. So hopefully that will substitute caffeine.
All right. A, info was not needed. B, same. I also finished my 2 caffeinated
I thought you were going to say you also
beverages.
changed your pants right after telling me that was TMI.
No. I also consumed my 2 caffeinated beverages and then went for a third, which is causing this, but I think it's fine. So I'm just going to go for my 4th in like about an hour. But we are here to bring you the next round of the Mastering Runeterra April Open. And as long as we are awake, we're going to cast this tournament for you guys. And we have Sleepy Punda for you next, which we haven't seen so far, but just like everyone else has brought an interesting lineup. But before we check that one out, I think we got to check out what the bracket looks like. And the bracket is going to look like Icardo and Renrek being together with Majin, the only undefeated players. And since I think at least 2 of them are going to face each other, we're going to be left with 2 or 1 undefeated player at the end of this. Now, they are joined by Overloaded, Sleepy Punda, Tunnel Shark, Jibinator, and Pig Dogman, who are all 4-1. We know that there are a couple of other players who are also 4-1, like Luna, but obviously they don't quite show up in the graphic yet. The graphic at the end of the last Swiss round will show you guys who is going to make it into the final top 8. But let's get quickly into the decks, because again, we don't have much time. The round has almost started. So, Jack Seraphine, wow. Karma said, who would have thought? And
wow,
this is a new one. Samira Leona.
I mean, it's actually been banned quite often, actually. It's been in a couple of lineups, but we haven't actually gotten a chance to see it. Players more willing to go into the Jack Seraphine and the Karma set rather than these sort of mid-range Samira decks.
What, are you excited for it?
Yeah, I've never been more excited for anything in my life, if I'm being honest.
Well, we're not going to see it now, but we might see it.
Wow, Jack's Karma set versus Aatrox Vayne. This must be my special day. Just for me.
Honestly, Boulevard, I don't even know what would be decks that you would enjoy. What are your favorite decks?
What I enjoy playing and what I enjoy casting are wicked different. Because I enjoy playing Jack Seraphine and Karma set. Things that I enjoy casting, I got asked the other day what was the deck that I enjoyed casting the most, and honestly, nothing jumps out to me as like, yeah, this was super cool. Except for, I think like, my answer was, remember Lux Asol? It was like the best deck right after Targon released.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty cool. I think Lux decks are usually pretty cool. Aphelios decks are pretty cool, as long as they weren't full-on stall tactic. I think the problem is just like anything gets boring to cast after 3 months of doing it.
You know what? That's for sure. The problem is we're not 3 months into Karma set, so you know what? We're gonna rough this one out. To be fair, I think this meta has some exciting decks. We had some really exciting moments on broadcast today already, and I'm at least getting some hints of what I like to cast and to play as well. Because if we get some more Bandle Madness, that is usually exactly my thing. Just don't like it when it's too much value and too much draw. Now, that said, a lot of value and a lot of joy is already in Sleepy Punda's hand, because we do have not only the Clockling, but also the formula already there. And here we can actually get rid of the Vayne and the weapon in one swoop. That is just taking all the wind out of Potenio's sails.
Although they do have another Vayne, so they are still going to get a push a little bit of damage this turn. Not much left in the way of stall power on the side of Punda, although, I mean, Set is going to get to come down here, take out the Vayne. It doesn't look like Portenio is going to have anything to say about that. No Quinn top deck is going to save you from the boss.
I saw you looking at me.
Another Vayne. Gonna bite the dust here. This is an Aatrox deck, however, and unlike what we saw with the Jack stack, This one actually has some late game. And that you have to be really careful of, right? And as we know, World Ender, yes, you can deny it, but the Aatrox is still going to flip and he's still going to get that cost reduction for the Darkin rolling. So if we ever get that, it could actually be kind of dangerous for Sleepy Punda, because if we don't have the Karma set on board at that point, might be running into a little bit of trouble. If we have set flipped on board when that happens, I think we were pretty much fine, because even if Aatrox flips and reduces the cost of everything, we can just obliterate that guy and not worry about it.
You know, Quinn's flipping here. And that's kind of wild.
You'll pay.
Because now Quinn can attack, like open attack, and even if you stun it, we are one attack away from Quinn flipping, which is just a Cataclysm or another unit being played.
Sun comes through, Cataclysm can come through here as well. Again, as you mentioned, go for the Quinn flip. I wonder...
It's kind of awkward to Cataclysm because Valor isn't going to grab anything. Quinn's going to be the one grabbing the 3-2 with the
and
Cataclysm.
Zed is going to kindly try to kill that Quinn the turn after.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite worth it.
Ooh.
Ooh. Dicey.
Ain't no fight I can't
set.
win.
Just such a good unit to stabilize the board for Ionia in the mid game. And you know what? Me and Bull kind of had a discussion before, okay? What our United Champions got rotated, which were left in, and we noticed, hey, Lee Sin got rotated only to be replaced with someone who basically does the same thing as Lee Sin. And that is Zed, even has similar keywords here. It's going to be tagged out for now, because that is quite a scary Cataclysm. Not only would it flip the Quinn, it would also kill the Zed, rally, and all of that is going to be negated with this recall.
I think I'm a little surprised that the Quinn wasn't the one that was bounced.
Yes.
You would have given a Valor back over to Portenio, floated the rest of their turn, but you also would have set this Quinn back down to 0 out of 4 instead of 3 out of 4.
And there truly wasn't any counterplay for Portenio if you think about it.
Yeah, because there's no, I haven't looked at Portenio's deck list. I'm going to assume that there's no single combat, but even if there was, like the Quinn is still getting bounced anyway, and the single combat could have come out in response to you bouncing the set. So yeah, I feel like that probably should have been a bounce onto the Quinn.
Where valor goes,
all right.
victory
Luckily,
follows.
all of that does not matter, because the hand of Sleepy Punda is looking absolutely insane for this matchup. We have another Hex Obliterator that can just target the Quinn right here. She can potentially be safe, but the Caustic Rift
blow out this catch with the Caustic Rift, and that's even going to let the 3-2 survive, which is now a perfect blocker for the bear that's going to be set up to a 4-3. Absolute disaster for Portenio.
Yeah, Sleepy Punda never in any danger here, has healing as well. And I don't think there's anything Portenio can redo get back into this game. Even if we find Aatrox, it's the value that Zed and Karma, who is now finding their way into the head as well, are going to provide. This is going to be way too much.
Time to give them a show.
Yeah. Again, Showstopper does obliterate, so it will also, even Aatrox hit the board, kill the weapon as well, so we can't even revive Aatrox off that one, and the surrender comes in, seeing, hey, there's no way out of this one.
That's how we do it in Kai.
That was something. You know, I think I finally figured out the kinds of decks that I like to cast.
Mm-hmm.
And they're sort of, I guess they fall under the umbrella sort of like proactive control decks. I'm thinking of like Jaceheimer, most Viego decks, stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Well, totally makes sense. Now, would you consider Deep a proactive control deck?
I think of Deep more as a mid-range deck. I don't really think of Deep as control.
Too bad for Deep, because it's here. Sorry, Deep. Favorite.
No, not really. You're just kind of running out units at every stage of the game.
On the other side, though, we have Seraphine, and this is an interesting matchup because we just saw it from the other side where we spectated Luna, who was doing very well with Deep versus Seraphine. Let's see if we can do it here again, and obviously that was because we turbo flipped a Maokai on the side of Luna, which is usually really hard to do.
playing from the Jack Seraphine side, this matchup has felt a little awkward at times, because you can't really just sit and wait and do nothing, because then there's a good chance they're going to flip the Maokai. Or they're going to go deep, and all of a sudden, even if you have BB, you can't necessarily wipe the board because everything is a little bit too big, or they actually do have cheap keg interaction in the undergrowth. So it's pretty easy for them to keep that 3 spell mana up once they bank it. There's not a whole lot that they're doing otherwise. And yeah, it can certainly be rough for the Jack Seraphine player in that regard.
Now, we don't have an early Maokai on the side of Portenio, so...
We don't have an early anything on the side of Portenio. Yeah. This hand sucks.
Not really getting early toss triggers, which means that this is going to be a super slow Maokai flip. It's going to be a super slow Nautilus flip as well. So, in the end, I think this is a pretty good position for Sleepy Punda to be in.
I mean, Punda's got the Seraphine, they've got the BB, they don't have Bar, but you don't need every single piece of the puzzle to come together, especially when Portenio's hand is so slow.
The Sea Scarab had the potential to get a few more tosses in combination with a couple of other cards, so like Sleepy Punda just taking care of that one early on. Not trying to give any more. Yeah, what do we do here on Portenio's side? Do we just like slam down the 5-drop, try to kill the 2/2 here, draw card?
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Because if you just pass here, you know, Punda's probably going to pass back. They might even develop a Seraphine because they're not really worried about anything that you're doing. I don't know that they're going to always develop BB into Vengeance mana. They're probably going to hold back on that one. But Portenio doesn't have any way to accelerate their own game plan. They have no toss in hand. They just have to sit here on a bunch of sea monsters. And we might even just see a pass here with the Abyssal Eye and saying, hey, you know, I can obliterate your elusive on the following turn. I don't really have to go in with this right now, or at least I can block it. Maybe make you use a removal spell because 3 can be a little difficult for you to hit as a Seraphine player. 2 is really easy, but 3 might be a bit of a challenge. And instead, Punda just going to go for some draw and might even just hit the pass button right after this.
Sure. Make your opponent commit 9 mana here. I like the attack as well. Again, you can't really block the 2/2 here because there's so much that will take care of your small little sea monster at this point. How far away are we from deep?
That undergrowth getting tagged here is so important, as Portenio no longer has keg interaction. At least cheap ones. Like, Vengeance is something that I'm hard-pressed to imagine Portenio actually getting off an impactful Vengeance onto a keg. It's not impossible, but it doesn't feel realistic. And actually just grabbing a second Seraphine for protection.
The second Seraphine picked up by a Clockling this game.
Yeah.
To be fair, we actually have seen an impactful Vengeance on a keg in this
yeah,
tournament.
But I don't think it's going to happen again, okay? That was Lightning. And
Yeah.
Lightning don't strike twice. Which I actually also don't think is true, but...
Yeah, that's just like... It's actually the opposite. Like, if Lightning strikes twice, it even is very likely to strike the exact same spot twice.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what wives' tale you're spinning here, but Lightning does not care about it. It's gonna hit the big metal thing as many times as it needs to.
So what you're saying is, we might see another Vengeance on a keg.
It is certainly possible, but highly unlikely.
Ooh, and we're just passing back and forth here, and Portenio really not advancing their game plan at all. Meanwhile, there are 3 Seraphines in Sleepy Punda's hand. There is a BB already there.
Technically.
Yeah, that's it.
Technically, Portenio is advancing their game plan by drawing a card every turn, but I'd like to see a little bit more hustle in their step, but I think they're just kind of waiting until they can get down Nautilus with a reduction, maybe find some additional tossers. Getting this deep sea monster, Lore of the Depths, that's what it's called, cost reduction, certainly going to make them feel a little bit safer in terms of playing into their cards. Megatusk, you know, it's really not much. I think you really just do need to find a way to go deep, and that might just be slamming down an early Maokai and trying to get some additional tosses off of that. Even if it's removed by Punda, you're at least getting a toss off the Sea Scarab.
Valve Beast rotation hit Maokai a lot.
So hard.
Yeah.
So hard.
It's really sad, but again, this is just a really unfortunate game from the get-go here. We're gonna recall the Sea Scarab, so throwing down a Maokai, even in a more unsafe now, because you don't even get the toss of the dead Maokai. Listen, for Sleepy Punda, this was just a freebie, okay? We got another Seraphine stack there, just recalling a unit.
And I like using it in that situation just because it's not really going to get value, because I don't know if that was the 3 or less attack or the 3 or less health. If it was 3 or less health, you're never getting value there. 3 or less attack, maybe you save that for a Maokai. But either way, I feel like using it to flip your Seraphine was probably an effective use of the card. And now rewarded by Piltover into Aftershock.
Again, just choking out the toss options here from Portenio. Not only because of Deep, because we are getting quite close to Deep, but also because of that Maokai flip. I think the Maokai flip is really what could turn this game back around, and this is the only thing that Sleepy Punda is afraid of.
Sorry, Papa.
We did see Lunari win the game earlier with Deep by choking out the Seraphine player into the late game after the Maokai flip, forcing them to just cast High Note after High Note every single turn. Sump Work Map is a pretty good hit.
We'll lose BB if we want to. Alright, more toss. Got rid of a couple of toss options there as well. We now actually have the Nautilus, and because we have the cost reduction on these sea monsters, we can play Nautilus plus one of these Devourers.
A little awkward that you can only get one down, but I feel like traditionally Nautilus is a very safe play into the Jack Seraphine. Unlike Karma's set, they don't have good answers for large units, but instead it's actually just going to be Devourer coming down, not wanting to put anything else in harm's way. High Note getting queued up to protect it.
Yeah, BB is gonna be safe here.
Try again next time, but Mystic Shot is looking like it's going to be the same line of play when Portenio tries again on the following turn. Megatusk going to heal it back up, though. Now combat's looking pretty good on the side of Portenio.
Why are you here?
An easy jump block. I don't think Sleepy Punda is too worried. Again, gotta remember, no more Atrocity in Standard. You're not gonna get bailed out with that one if you have a big Nautilus on board now. I mean, at 12 HP, before that was actually a scary moment, because your opponent could just play Nautilus. As you mentioned, Nautilus incredibly hard to remove for Sleepy Punda, and then Atrocity just finishes the game, but this is nothing you have to worry about anymore.
Yeah, there's no, like, they didn't give us a replacement either. There's no, like, makeshift Atrocity that you can try and threaten.
I think that was on purpose. They,
yeah.
They would have gotten a lot of flack from Skarsgård if they tried to get another Atrocity in this game.
Oh, man. Time Winder queued up here. Looks like it will save this because it's doubled by Seraphine. I was trying to figure out how this turned into 3 damage, and yeah, the Seraphine does make that make sense. And again, no interaction for Portenio. But the board is still very large. And even with Seraphine Mirai established, okay, here comes the progress day. This is where problems start to arise because Caustic Rift can wipe a sea monster board in the right situation, which is what Punda has found themselves in, the right situation. But we gotta be getting close to that Maokai flip. Gotta be at least like 15 out of 25. It actually is probably
19.
very low. 19. Okay, we're really close then with this jettison.
We haven't played Nautilus the entire game. Just spent a lot of mana on these sea monsters so far. Soul Harvest is going to finally take BB down. We saw one Soul Harvest discarded earlier by Toss, which again was really important because an early Soul Harvest would have potentially nipped this Sleepy Punda game plan in the bud. But
not only is this going to be Caustic Rift, but you still have the mana for Bar after the fact. That said, Portenio, once they're... Oh.
Wait, can you just find it here? There is the Vengeance mana on the other side, but they have to commit a Vengeance then in that place.
It's one of those things where you really get to fork opponents in situations like this, where if you can set up lethal on the Mystic Shot, and they Vengeance in response, you can just Caustic Rift after the fact. Like, in response to the Vengeance on the keg, you fire off a different spell, and now you wipe their board and Mystic Shot them in the face, and they lose a Vengeance.
Oh, that's 11 damage. We need a little bit more. I mean, come on.
Yeah, just Jury Rig.
Yeah, just Jury Rig. Gonna find it. 13 damage exact. Lethal committed, and there's actually nothing that Portenio can do. And Sleepy Punda is gonna get a rather quick 2-0 in this round number 6.
Yep, a GG from Portenio and Sleepy Panda going to be moving on to the 5-1 bracket. 1 win away from an absolute secured spot in the top 8. Otherwise, leave it up to the mystical, magical land of tiebreakers, which is not how you want to be playing the game. So Panda, keep on pundaing. I'm flying at 40% T. Don't look at me like that.
Yeah. Very close to pounding. I'm sorry.
I couldn't think of anything, alright? Whatever, man.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take...
Just find me another game before I talk about things that aren't Runeterra.
I'm gonna take a look at the bracket, and you know what? I think we have not spectated Renrek a single time, even though they are currently 5-0. So, let's hop into Renrek versus Majin Bay. I mean, that gotta be a good one, no?
Ikado's the slippery EXO that got paired down. Huh? I see you, Ikado.
Oh my. What a matchup.
I told you all. I knew this was going to be the weekend.
Well, we're going to have to get through it anyway, so let's just appreciate what we have here.
Yeah, what do we have here, T? What are we appreciating?
I don't know. Seraphine and Karma actually facing each other off in the same meta? That's crazy. They basically do the same thing. And now they're being played against each other. Wow. It's like, I don't know, the old Karma versus the new Seraphine. Who's better? Who's going to take it? As far
Depends
as
on if you have the
even.
Karma skin or not.
It seems like Renrek doesn't.
That's rough for Renreg.
Yeah, it's not even you have a specific Karma skins because both are really good.
Yeah. I actually, I didn't buy the new one, but I do use Ruined Karma because it is the one time I won one of those Twitter giveaways. And I got it from Charmer.
Nice.
Ooh. Now I just need to actually queue up Karma Set because I've been avoiding it. I've been putting it off. I don't really understand why. The deck looks fun. It looks very strong. If I was playing in gauntlets or tournaments or something, I would definitely be more practiced on it, but...
As you mentioned, and I think that rings true with a lot of players, this is, however, not the most intricate Karma deck ever to hit the landscape of Legends of Runeterra, right? So I feel like usually as a caster, you have like some obligation to play most of the decks at least for like 2 or 3 games to like kind of get an rough understanding of how they work. I feel like with this one, you might not need to do that.
No. What's actually really funny about that, though, is there have been a lot of decks where I just never played them, and I lied and said I played like 20 games, and no one could tell the difference. I'm like, I've watched 5 games, all right? That's like playing 20 games.
In some cases, that might be true. Okay, listen. I'm not gonna lie. If there's a new Overwhelm pile hitting the
Drinks are cold and
scene, I don't think you need to play it. I think you can probably take the skill set you have from the old Overwhelm pile you played and transfer it to the new one.
Yeah, which would be true if I ever played an Overwhelm pile.
Oh, you're missing out on a lot of fun.
Is that what I'm missing out on?
Yeah, you just like play big dudes, big gals, swing in.
My problem is I love to be the player that's like, you slam down a big unit and I just remove it, and I do that until the game ends and you're in out of big units, and I'm so terrified of that happening to me that I never want to queue up the big unit deck.
So that's a unique form of ladder anxiety. Alright, we have Majin's hand and now as well. We see BB is already there. Seraphine is already there. Now, if we can somehow get to Burst Lethal, we can all go home in a timely manner.
Yeah, except for there's one more round of Swiss left. The winner of this is... Well, I was going to say the winner of this isn't guaranteed for top 8, but the winner of this one specifically is guaranteed for top 8. The worst they could fall to would then be 6-1, which is going to be enough for a topping record, considering there will be between 0 and 1 X and O's when all is said and done.
Alright, Mischievous Mirai hitting the board. Seraphine probably soon to follow. On the other side, Karma could hit the board, but it's not quite turn 10 yet, so maybe just trying to get this one off the board. Gonna commit a lot of spells to get Mirai off the board, but again, it's one of the most important units, and if your opponent has none left, you can feel pretty safe. The problem is Majin with 2 more in hand does not care that much if this one dies, especially if it gets 2 removal spells out of Renreg.
Lyrics just aren't coming to
I
me.
thought Majin
Time to
might even
find a
throw
muse.
down another BB here. And if Renrag wanted to throw down Karma, Majin actually would be able to take that out with line him up, knock him down, because it is not turn 10 yet. That will just be a 4-4. And then Renrag would have to pick between protecting the Karma, killing the kegs. It wouldn't have worked out for Majin. You know, we see the high note, we see the caustic rift, so good on them to go for the Seraphine instead. And Renrag actually not even throwing down the Karma, playing a little more respectful than that.
Draw the set as well. Alright, we have a high-powered showdown here, okay?
Yeah.
With important cards on both sides, so let's see who wins.
Usually
Karma
it's
versus
Karma.
Seraphine. Alright.
Especially
Maybe the
since the Karma
newcomer in
players-
Seraphine can do it.
Yeah, maybe. If Renrag didn't have place your
Want
bets,
a piece of
I'd
me?
be a lot more
Mine
inclined to
starts
believe
here.
you.
Never lost yet, and I ain't starting
And
now.
we'll get your announcer voice on. On the left side, we have 20-year veteran Karma.
In this corner, we have 20-year veteran Karma, and on the other, the new challenger Seraphine, dyeing their hair away from pink and back to blonde in order to be the Light Archangel of the tournament, paired with Jack, previously the winner, now just Jack and Set the Boss, matching Seraphine's energy here, Super Saiyan for both champions, but only one of them is level 2. Only one of them has a chance to obliterate their opponent. But here comes BB, the tag team champion, with Seraphine and Karma, yet to join the game.
That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Okay, Renrag. You just gonna slow that Karma down or not? At some point you have to.
Yeah, it is really awkward that Renrag, even with
2
reduced
for
cost on a
flinching.
Karma, does not have the mana. Well, actually, no, would have the mana to place your bets because they have a coin. So worst case, you throw down the 4 mana Karma, you coin, that gets you 2 mana, and then you have 5 to place your bets. And then you have 8 mana. Actually, no, you'd have. I guess the problem is you would have 0 mana. You wouldn't be able to
Heart
coin
and mind
again.
as one.
Was that the, okay? So throwing down the 5 mana Karma, a little bit of a
Ionia
bait here.
speaks through me.
How many coins do we have? Oh, these are 3.
Oh, never mind.
And with a steel chair.
Okay, yeah.
Coins.
I thought it was just a folding chair made out of plastic, and then they like tapped it, and it's really titanium.
Okay, alpha set. 10 out of 12. Gonna be obliterating stuff here as well. Good to know.
If you hate spike a keg, does it amplify the damage?
That threw me off. What? I don't know.
Because I know Fervor does, but that's because Fervor deals damage to both things.
Also, did we just let a keg burn down? This Karma now dies to just a caustic rift.
True. We're coining, so I guess we're going to place bets. Which, I mean, Renrag can just throw down another Karma after the fact.
That's very true. And showstopper generated as well.
Yep.
Caustic rift.
It's so difficult for the Jack Seraphine player to actually fight through the Karma.
Or caustic rift on the other side. That also kills the Seraphine, but do we need the showstopper for then, you ask? I don't know.
Man, I'm trying to envision a world where you told
Oh,
me
you
that
can tag
Caustic
out
Rift
Karma.
was the defining card of the meta.
Oh, you can just tag out Karma as well, if you want to.
Good.
Oh, you can play this
Good.
every which way.
That's the problem with Karma set is it's hard to screw up because every option is so good. Even if you pick the worst option, it's usually good enough.
Yeah, because you have infinite mana and infinite draw.
Yeah, you have infinite mana, you draw a billion cards.
Alright, there we go. Hate spike.
Lights, stage, amp. All right, let's jam.
Dealing 5. Oh,
we didn't sack the keg though. Yeah, so we don't actually know. Yeah.
Ugh. It's annoying. Could have done also solid for science here, Majin.
Yeah.
And okay, this one we do butchering sets. Hold on, Renric. Slow down.
Another 8 mana. Casually. Here's tag out for the set. One more spell on the stack fills it if Renrag really wants to. But I think there's room for one more card to slip through. I believe the stack limit is 9. Sometimes it looks like 10 and it's hard for me to tell, but I'm pretty sure it's 9.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, you probably should have filled the stack here. Another Cosmic Rift would have also killed the Seraphine. Yeah. Now, Majin can fill the stack with Mystic Shot and kill the set. Yeah, I don't know.
It looks like something... okay. No, it's just a slight delay on the hand there. Yeah, so 9 is the stack limit. That Mystic Shot did not get doubled by Seraphine like it should have, because we know it's the first one because it was cost reduced by Bar.
Here's my money.
I don't know if that was worth it.
I think because a set was just burned off the top, you now suddenly feel like you actually can kill all of your opponent's sets, which normally feels like a very tall task.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, though,
here's
more
karma,
karmas. Problem with that is we can shuffle more karmas into the deck as well, and never gonna run out of karmas.
Why does this card deal 1 to everything that you're on your opponent's side? Why does it do that? That's not what an Ionia card is supposed to do.
Listen.
I'm all ears.
Once they printed Cannon, all the rules went out of the window. All of a sudden, Ionia had like damage-based removal.
Yeah, but that was the Bandle City half. The Ionia half was the stun, which actually is also a Bandle City archetype. I don't know why Wallop exists.
Wait! We obliterated another set! Renrag! Buddy!
I'll make it my business.
Renrag's out of sets.
Why did we do that?
That doesn't not matter. But Karma is still the big threat.
Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't matter as much, but still, like, I'm kind of upset.
You know, I have a friend who changed their league name a few years ago to I'm Upset, spelled like set. And anytime any one of us says I'm upset around them, go down the rabbit hole again. Ooh. No, I'm upset. It's... Sam, if you're watching, this is about you. Dumbass. The worst part is he hasn't even played Set in like 2 years.
Set has been out for 2 years.
Set's been out for like 5 years.
To make a point.
Oh, damn old.
I'm actually confirming this. Let me check. I'm expecting like 2019 as a release date. Oh, the website won't tell me. What about League Wiki?
I think you just...
That came out in 2020. So, January of 2020, so it's been 3 years, yeah.
I think it just made a lot of people realize they are gaming boomers.
Yeah, League of Legends is like 13 years old.
Oh, Alright, Seraphine going in. Trying to double some value before she dies.
Hold on. When was the LOR beta? Did Set come out like 3 days before LOR?
LOR beta was in 2019.
No, that was
beta.
the pre-beta weekend. Yeah. It was like,
actually.
it was mid-January, but I don't remember the exact day.
Me neither.
Oh, hold on. I might have found it. Wait, I know where to look for it.
Right, well, Boulevard is searching for the release date of the LOR beta. Majin Bay is currently searching for a way to somehow get out of the grip of Karma. It's looking bad, though, because, again, we have Tag out on the other side. We have infinite mana with the coins. We have ways to kill the Kags. It's not looking good. Shadow Shift coming in, though. Trixie Tentacles. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, you just...
Set. Go ahead.
Yeah,
if you have something relevant to say to the game.
Yeah, we're just gonna refill our mana here. I'm probably gonna recall Karma and kill Seraphine. Alright. So, When did LR beta release?
January 16th, 2020, if I am reading this correctly. So set came out 2 days before the LOR beta.
All right.
And now he's here.
Now he's here.
So Renrag has the option to fill the stack here.
I just gotta really think about how we want to do it. Is this gonna potentially discard a Karma?
Yes, potentially. Mystic Shot and Karma.
I feel like we could have played around that.
Renrag is down to their last Karma.
Renrag is really underappreciating their champions, I gotta say.
I guess with the tag out, they feel safe.
Look. Okay, I get it. Somewhat, but like you could have shuffled more Karmas. The Karma was also a lot of value. That's a lot of spells.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I probably would have played the Karma.
Yeah.
The Insight of Ages and whatever the name of the spell is.
Shuffle more Karmas. You're gonna lose the tag out, but...
Well, you might have also generated something that was cheaper, a 0 or a 1 mana spell that would get discarded instead.
True.
But...
Alright, what's the open attack looking like?
Gets old.
A lot.
Bomb 11.
No board presence on the side of Majin means it's going to be very difficult to sort of get back into this one, reestablish their presence in the game.
Let's change
They're also
the world.
constantly stuck tapping out every turn, no spell mana able to be banked while Renrag also taps out but then gets 9 more mana.
Let's keep that
Look.
beat going.
We are not even close to the end of this game from the clock, but because both players are in a negative for this round already, the rounds are fast, really fast. So both players actually have to think, because the timer, the rope, it's burning. I'll risk adventure. But we're gonna save the Karma here.
So many different ways to do it as well. Tag out, definitely the safest. Majin, no way to fill the stack.
Alright, one last effort.
Unless Rummage can find us something. But with only 1 mana, it seems very unlikely that we could possibly fill the stack here.
Yep, and Karma is gonna survive this one. It's gonna be replayed.
We'll bring peace to Ionia.
Oh my.
Whatever the cost.
We do have confirmation from the other side of the bracket that Icardo is moving on at X and O. So we'll be playing the winner of this, see if there is 1 XO left, or if we will have... Well, yeah, there's just going to be 1 XO left, actually.
Gossip's hot.
Good news for everyone who is planning to go X and 2.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's bad news because we could have had 0 X and O's.
Ah, yeah. Potentially, yeah. If Icardo lost and then next round the winner of this one lost, I guess.
I guess if you're an X and 2 and you're like, yeah, I'm waiting for one of the X and O's to also go X and 2 so that I can get in over them, I don't think that's how that works, buddy.
No.
But with the board filled now on the side of Renrag, we actually don't have the game count up. Do we know what that is?
Listen, if this is not game 3...
I feel like this has been going on for like 20 minutes, so this might be game 2.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. Boulevard, no.
What's not?
No, it's not game 2.
Are you sure? Is that hope in your voice I hear, or is that I checked the bracket that I hear in your voice?
No, this is despair.
This is game 1. This is game 1.
Oh god. Imagine. Oh,
See, we might not have to imagine. That might be the world that we're living in. Wouldn't that be something?
I mean, this could also be game 2. And then Renrag wins this and then we have game 3. I don't know.
You think Majin lost game 1? Bold. Here is a big rummage. Here's a big time trick.
I'm just waiting for any of these players to accidentally tag, just like burn their own cards. Just
champions, yeah, like 2 sets off the top maybe, plus
maybe one of them is going to deck themselves out even by accident.
Kinku, hold fast.
I don't actually know who would do that first, because Majin did just draw a lot of cards, but that might have just been catching up to everything that was drawn by Renrag. But no, it looks like we are...
Yeah. We didn't have enough time. Timer 1.
Yeah. It extends a little bit, but not enough, and Majin Bay gonna fall there. But again, we do not know what the game score is, so we might be hopping right back in there, folks.
Woo! That was a pretty interesting case of the timer interacting with the game, though, because the timer for the whole match did not run out. But because you had so little time each round to do your plays, Majin actually had not enough time to put the removal on stack there, which cost him the game in the end. I think he would have lost anyways, and it appears that this was the last and final game because they're out of the challenge, which means Renrag is going to go on undefeated and is going to face Icardo, and Majin is going to go Axon 1. Whew. Yeah.
Round 6 might not even be over. Is there another game that we can get into? I imagine that wasn't the only Jack Saravine versus Karma Set matchup that we saw. There might be others still playing it because there were 15 minutes left on the clock, which is quite a long time as we get into the final stages of this tournament. Sparkling Iced Tea.
There might be some players still in the matches. I see for W is somehow still in a match, so could expect that 4W again. Maybe catch him in a bit of a better matchup, because last time around 4W did seem to get countered quite hard by their opponent's lineup, right? Maybe this time we catch 4W in a slightly better lineup matchup. It is also Logic versus Lan O'Neal still playing, and Past and Shame, though I don't know if they have added the spectator counts. It seems that 4W has just finished their match, which means that I think we have no more matches to spectate for this round.
Oh no, what a shame. We have to throw it to an extended break. How awful.
We do have to throw it to an extended break. But before, gonna give a quick shout out to the sponsors for this tournament. One of them is Activate Games. Activate offers a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a wide variety of real-life challenges. Once inside, you and your team choose from hundreds of combinations of games and difficulty levels, each lasting 1 to 3 minutes. Your electronic wristband tracks your score and progress throughout the experience, making Activate perfect for a casual night or intense competition. Another sponsor is the American Red Cross. And the American Red Cross has the mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. More than 90% of the Red Cross workforce is volunteers. Your donations are key to saving lives because they make the Red Cross's mission possible.
And we also want to thank BetterHelp. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy. Your mental health matters, so take care of yourself in therapy, which BetterHelp makes starting that journey easy. Whether you're dealing with grief, you want to improve your coping strategies, or you're just feeling down, therapy is the gold standard for mental health treatment. Asking for help takes strength, and no more waiting days, weeks, or even months to find a therapist. Sign up with BetterHelp and get matched to a therapist in less than 48 hours. We also want to thank Breakout Games, which offers a new entertainment concept of escape rooms in which groups of friends, family, or coworkers are challenged to escape a room by following clues, solving puzzles, and answering riddles in order to crack a code in less than 60 minutes to unlock the door and escape the room.
All right, and with that, we only have one final round of Swiss make or break for a couple of players, so this is going to be an exciting one. Stay tuned, and we're going to be right back after this break.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, and that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, The American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
And hello and welcome back to Boulevards and Ice-Tea Slow Descent into Madness. It is round 7. And we have a new player lined up for you that we haven't seen so far that is still doing very well in the bracket. But before we tell you who it is, let's look at the bracket. So currently, we obviously have Renrek and Icardo at 6-0. Followed by Sleepy Punda, Majin Bay, Overloaded, Gerbinator. Oceros? Soros? And Tunnel Shark at 5-1, but there are a couple of other 5-1 players that are not on here. This is just a current top 8. And one of them is Donut, who we are going to spectate next. And Donut has brought some familiar decks. Don't worry, it's not going to be Karma. It is going to be Seraphine, though. So be a little worried, I guess.
Might be a little unavoidable at this stage of the bracket.
Yeah. So, Seraphine Jack. We've seen it. You know what it does. This one has 5-punch Pablo, Dreadway Deckhand tagged in, though, which I find really interesting.
Yeah, there's also a Timewinder in the main.
I think this is something that we have seen already from a couple of the players. At least I think Luna played a main deck Timewinder. But it's for sure, as one of it's pretty nice. Yeah, could be randomly generated, could be a Seraphine, could be main decked. Also main decks some Fumes. Looks like a pretty interesting list as far as Jack Seraphine goes. Also followed by Fist Samira.
Another familiar face.
Yeah, this time with only one Inferno, just going even more down in Infernos, adding 2 Dashing Dandies in. I like this list.
You do love your Dashing Dandies, and only one Inferno. A little strange, but the Powder Pandemoniums, yeah, I can see why you like this list. It's got everything that you're looking for, T.
It does. It's the most exciting list that Fist Samira has brought this tournament so far. Now let's take a look at the third and final deck, which is going to be Deep. Again, a deck that we have seen quite a bunch today. Has had some success, you know. We've seen it lose, we've seen it win. Has put up some decent performances so far. This is a pretty basic list. Again, triple Undergrowth, double Vengeance here, together with Heavy Metal, rounds out the interaction package. Then we have Dredge Dredger, Sea Scarab, Dreadroom Wanderer, and Joel Hunter for the early game, obviously followed by the basic sea monsters that we are always expecting in this list.
Yeah, I don't think we've really taken too close of a look at any of the Deep lists, and I don't even know what we're sort of looking for in terms of variation amongst these, right? I think gone are the days of 2 Maokai. I think with how prevalent Karma and Seraphine are, 3 Maokai feels like a must, because it's one of those cards that you would love to be able to slam down early to accelerate the second and third copy.
I'm pretty excited to see if Deep can do well in the next matchup. Again, I hope that we at least get a few Deep players in the top 8. That said, Donut here, one of the last ones left at 5-1, because Luna also went Axe and 2 now.
Ooh, I believe Donut and Luna were the 2 Deep players who I recognize the names of, so if Donut can make it into the top, and no one else does, we don't know what the rest of the top 8 is running. And I don't recognize every name that was on the top 8 leaderboard. So it's possible that a few of them were running Deep, but a 1 out of 20 representation for Deep, not a super strong sign.
No, but we've been down way more for Deep representation in the past, so, you know, there is hope.
Yeah, we have. It's been about 2 years looking at 0 Deep.
Now, Donut is playing up against Sleepy Punda. That is a spec that we can actually hop into. And did Sleepy Punda? We just saw Sleepy Punda last match, but everything is just kind of morphing into one giant game of Runeterra that is playing Seraphine and Karma on both sides at the same time. So I don't even know if it was the first thing we spectated or the last.
Suddenly, I am 5 years old again. I am staring at the corner of the room. Karma has just cast Place Your Bets and gotten back 8 mana, and everything is coming crashing down around me. But we're going to get into this game, and look, it is...
Yeah?
It is Karma versus Deep.
Yeah.
A classic matchup from way back in the day. Early days of Legends of Runeterra. Though back then it was Karma Ezreal, which killed you a little bit faster.
Did it?
Yeah, I feel like Karma Ezreal would sometimes even kill you before turn 10.
If you are also, yeah, for sure.
That's all there is to it.
But Karma said, obviously going with a slightly slower game plan, just outvaluing you really. Yes, they have so much draw, they have so much removal, they have so much protection that you find yourself just lost for answers, and then they just drain you out. And find lethal actually in a myriad of ways, right? Sometimes it's burn lethal, sometimes sport lethal. We saw everything under the sun happening already here. Set is going to block here next turn, probably going to pull up the Sea Scarab, going to try to trade that one down. We don't see the hand from Donut quite yet, but if the Worlds 2022 player has any removal in hand, Set can currently still be protected by a tag out, which is why Sleepy Puna feels pretty safe just blocking with the Set here.
And actually, Donut, a very fast deep here, which unfortunately, in a lot of situations, if you find yourself going deep this quickly, you also find yourself with not a lot of cards in hand. So it's really, really hopeful that Donut has strong card quality here of the remaining 5, and that it's not like dead copies of Jettison or something along those lines. And I have to imagine the Maokai probably not too far away from being leveled. I don't know the Maokai number. My guess is somewhere in the 15 to 16 range at the moment.
Ooh. We can actually take a look, but first Set is going to be saved here. 18 out of 25.
More than I thought. Tag out. A heck of a card, T. Heck of a card.
Already 13 mana out of 40. Again, the mission for Sleepy Punda is just to get to turn 10, and then we pretty much win the game. No Nautilus can withstand a showstopper, so...
Yeah, although with this Caustic Rift, we are up now to 20 out of 25 on the Nautilus, and there is no dual champions in the hand of Punda. If Donut actually has the Maokai and can get just a couple more tosses, we might be looking at a very quick win for Deep here.
Which is always a danger if you're playing a control deck up against Deep. Now, obviously last round we had quite an unfortunate game for Deep where they neither got Deep very fast, nor had the opportunity to play against a deck that did not draw the champions. But this time, it could be happening for Donut. This means the Maokai is 23 out of 25, should incredibly close.
Yeah, situations like this are always kind of weird because it almost feels like you need to just fire off all your draw spells as quickly as possible because you know they're going to be unplayable once the Maokai touches down, but you also have other things you need to be doing with your turn. And right now, it's feeling relatively safe for Punda to hang back on this place your bets. Although, they're going to take 10 damage here.
5 cards left? Wait.
That means, I mean, yeah, Maokai...
Depending on our hand, we could just draw a Maokai here very easily.
Yeah, and we're at 24 now for the Maokai level, so not quite there.
I think he's flipped. Yeah, he is.
Oh, he is. Where did I go wrong? I thought we were at 20. Oh, maybe we were at 19, not 18. I don't know. Here comes Maokai.
That's game.
Didn't see. I believe Place Your Bets was played. I don't know if multiple champions were drawn. Nope. Yeah, that is going to more or less be game. I'm hard-pressed to imagine... No, it's got to be impossible for Punda to come back from this, right? Because Maokai only leaves you with non-champions, so there's no karma coming.
No karma coming to save you.
Take over this game so fantastic. Even if Set takes over the game, I don't think you are killing your opponent fast enough. Even if this Set came down at level 2 and you immediately played your Obliterate spell, I still don't think that's enough. I just don't think you have that many attack tokens in you. Especially if you want to play the Shadow Assassin, which pumps up the clock.
I was just going to end the round here. Yeah, I mean, might as well concede at this point.
Yeah.
Nothing can get you back into this one, unfortunately. That was just a perfect game for Deep, and Nautilus also, yeah, I mean...
The water rises.
Again, we can sort this game out if we want to, on Sleepy Punda's side. We can level the set, we can even obliterate the Nautilus, but it's all going to be for naught.
All for naught. To list. Now, I do understand that Donut actually has a lot of practice on Deep. This is actually one of the decks that he was looking at taking to the World Championship, citing that it did very well against Jaceheimer and the other control decks that were kind of taking over the meta prior to the actual release of the Darken expansion. Once things all got spoiled and the players got to play with the cards, I think he fell off of Deep pretty quickly, but it was something that he put a lot of practice into, sort of once he learned he had qualified.
Not making use of it here. Drawing like a Worlds 2022 top 16 player as well.
Yeah, I'm sure every Deep player in the tournament that is currently watching was like, man, why didn't my games go? Why couldn't I get a 25 flipped Maokai by turn 8 before the Karma could even come down?
Not even come down. She could even show up in the hand.
Yeah. I don't even think Punda has 12 mana worth of cards in hand here.
Oh, no, we do.
Okay, they have like exactly 12, so they can get one obliteration.
Yeah, I know why Punda is playing this one out, because it's a big tournament.
Eat the clock.
Yeah, you gotta eat the clock. It's a big tournament. But it also has to feel a little bit demoralizing. Okay, get a little bit more damage in. We can full swing with this entire board. It's not gonna matter much to Donut.
This
Alright,
one's gonna hurt.
look at this. We have exactly 2 cards left. So we actually, technically, have 1 more attack token in us if we never play the Shadow Assassin. So we are minus 1 card in hand.
Me in the ring.
Yeah. Of course, level 2 set can't take damage or die while attacking. That sounds right. So going to be able to just bump off of this, but now what a good second to last card from Sleepy Punda 27, former champion of some grassroots tournament. OLS, Mastering Runeterra Open, who can keep track anymore? And also forced to block here to not die with at least 2 units.
Okay, this one we're really just playing for clock it.
You cannot
yeah.
win.
Which is always really scary if you are going down 1-0, by the way.
I think the plan is for game 2 to take forever, and then you win that, and then game 3, you pull it back. Because you know you need to reverse sweep anyway, so you are operating under the assumption that there will be a game 3.
Hey, Meg, whip up anything special for tonight?
I call it pit grit.
Alright.
It's got cherries.
If those are the strats, those are the strats.
Yep. Donut. Actually, now Donut's the one eating the clock, because I can't imagine why they wouldn't just pass back. Get a GG and a formula for you're out of cards. I believe that's the first actual factual deck out of the day that we have seen, T.
I'm still getting paid, right?
Let's go. I'm down for more of these, okay? They seem to end the game a lot quicker than any of the other win conditions we have seen today, okay? Especially against those Karma decks.
Yeah, my concern is the Karma deck's going to be the one decking you out.
Ooh, okay, no, don't want to see that one.
That's what you asked for.
No, okay, the monkey part, obviously, okay, I'm gonna ask for more deck outs, it's gonna curl, it's gonna give me some Karma deck
I want
outs.
you to go ahead and take a look at some of the names that we have locked or borderline locked for Top Cut, and say again that you'd like to see more deck outs.
True, I do spy from Majin, Icardo, yeah. No, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of Karma.
Yes, it is. But for now, we are back to our classic matchup of Jack Seraphine up against Karmaset. Quiet on the pitch as each player goes for their mulligans. It looks like Acorn the Hextatician going to be kept in the opener by Punda. A 3-mull by Donut, now sporting the Riot Games card back, an honorable sporting player. And here comes Acorn looking to reduce the cost of an Aftershock, and Donut likely to have nothing to say. A little touch of the Nexus, a little cost reduction in hand, some light tax evasion. Good job, Acorn. Here is a nut.
Found one!
He's losing
Little
it.
critter joins the fray now, giving a little bit of mana back to Donut and going in to touch the Nexus of Punda as well. The small woodland critters each getting to touch the Tree of Life. And Acorn's back. Holy crap, these guys are really going at it.
It's nature.
This is what high octane Legends of Runeterra action looks like right now.
I should be in bed right now.
So should I after the day we've had. It's only 7 p.m. here, and I still feel like I belong in bed.
Well, you know what? It's what I am here, but I'm down to watch some more Runeterra and nature documentaries. I don't know why you started out with commentating a cricket match, but I'm sure that fits in there somehow.
I've been watching a lot of Ted Lasso.
Oh.
Which is about European football.
Technique is for lightweights.
Not that they get quiet, but I don't know. I felt like this is going to be a quiet, slow matchup, so I should get us down to, like, golf.
I saw you
looking at me. A pitch. Yeah, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense.
I've whipped up something special.
But from an actual technical analysis standpoint here, we've seen a lot of Jack Seraphine versus Karma Set, and we've been talking about why it's Karma Set favored. Maybe we haven't done a great job of explaining why. So T, unless you have anything that you want to say, I'm going to do that now.
I don't want to... Nope, you can do it.
All right, so...
you.
In a reactive matchup like this, you really don't want to have the burden of priority on you. And the burden of priority is very much on Jack Seraphine. Not only because if you get to turn 10, then the karma is a lot stronger than what you're doing, but you also have to be the one to play 9 spells in order to level your Seraphine, and you don't have a lot of proactive ways in the deck to do that. It's really because usually you're only running like a drum solo, a formula. You're running so many one-ofs that even the draw spells that you have are very high cost and few and far between. And there's not a lot of things that you want to be spending removal on in the against the Karma deck, because you want to be saving those to get doubled up by Seraphine to remove the Karmas and the sets. Jack also doesn't do a lot in this matchup. He's a cool kind of proactive play, but you know, he gets stunned out or recalled or removed or anything like that because you have so few real threats that they really just need to remove Jack and Seraphine. Everything else kind of inconsequential. Obviously, BB is a bit of another one, but there's so much more removal that they have available to them once the Karma hits the board. Back alley bar, another thing that you need to watch out for, but again, that's not actually it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? Progressing your Seraphine plan at all. You are still stuck very low in the level up. Here we see Donut, like it's turn 7, you're getting down back alley bar, really cool. Probably only played 3 or 4 spells. I don't know, T, if you can hover the Seraphine for me, because I did pull that number out of Fairyland. 4 out of 9, so it's still pretty far away, given how close we are to turn 10. So once the combos start flying, you know, obviously the Karma is going to be more powerful, not just because it's doubling everything, but also because it's doubling cards that you have already played before. And there are multiples copies of cards in the Jack Seraphine. You're running a couple of Mystic Shots, you're running a couple of High Notes. So those first copies have to be really impactful. Like here we see a Blood Bait is forced out of Donut at 0 mana, and I'm hoping now that they're either going to shuffle in some way or draw a card, because drawing that Snapjaw, very, very unfortunate. Bloodbait, again, just another very unfortunate card. I feel like you do have a few more dead hits in your RNG pool as the Jack Seraphine player than you do out of the Karma deck, because you have Bloodbait in the pool. You have some other really mediocre Bilgewater 1-mana spells. Even the Piltover and Zon 1-mana spells, pretty mediocre. But Ionia opens up so many more possibilities. On top of the fact, I don't even know if Karma can get every region. I'm going to pretend she can't, because I don't think she can. But yeah, really what it comes down to is just like the Jack Seraphine player has to be more proactive. It's difficult for them to be proactive. And if things sort of hit this lull state into turn 10, then what the Karma set player is doing is inherently more powerful than what you are doing. The breakpoint that you have for this is slamming down BB and either racking up a lot of kegs with the level 2 Seraphine or just getting off a big warning shot. But as we have seen time and time again, getting into turn 10, the Karma player's at usually 18, 19 life. That has been the norm throughout this tournament. And so even if you can establish the Mirai in the late game, because you had to spend the early game building up the Seraphine to try and get the Mirai Seraphine combo on turn 10, you've got a lot that you need to do in order to actually fight through it.
Oh, that was a really decent breakdown of this matchup. And as you mentioned, Donut so far did not have the greatest of time being proactive. Now tries to go in with the progress stage, draw a couple more cards. Sleepy Punda, in the meantime, did just use a lot of spells, but does have double karma in hand. So, as you know, the refill is right there, especially once we hit turn 10. We are getting dangerously close.
Yeah.
Now,
the other, I would say, just as an aside real quick, the other big thing, Jack is not a champion. Jack is a follower. Set is a champion.
Yeah, Jack is a pretty good follower. But, especially in this matchup, not the greatest. And here we see again, also super annoying, obviously. Not only is Set gonna survive, you're also gonna get the barrier, which makes it even harder to remove. There is the Seraphine. Seraphine currently being 8 out of 9, is getting really close, but again, next turn is turn 10 already. We don't have a draw spell right now, we're not gonna find one. But even if we don't have a draw spell, just with double karma in hand, the amount of value that we are able to generate is absolutely insane. The only thing I would be a bit worried about is that we have no direct removal for kegs. So if Donut actually finds a BB as well, this could potentially be pretty dangerous.
Now let's really bring it.
Yeah, there's I mean, there's not a lot in hand for Punda at the moment, but there is Karma formula. So that's sort of the other thing, right? Is like Seraphine's not doubling any of your draw spells outside of Rummage, and Karma rather is doubling both formula and place your bets. There's just so much more draw power in the late game coming out of the Karma deck. So much more refuel once you get done fighting over the BB.
Now, we did just give up on the Karma formula. Still do not quite have enough to kill BB if she would come down this turn. Obviously, next turn with the Karma, it should be pretty easy to remove her. But we have no force feed interaction with the Keg, which again could be pretty dangerous. But again, we've seen it happening, right? Even if you can threaten the Karma with Tag Out and all the coins that you have, infinite mana, Sleepy Punda is probably not feeling in any danger here. The only thing that can really endanger you is damage to the Nexus. This set, however, could potentially go down, but it appears that we are just trying to save him. That is pretty risky, again, because if there's an answer on Donut's hand, we might be using our second Tag Out.
Yeah, or you could just play the second set, as I do believe that is a set all the way to the left of Punda's hand, not an actual Facebreaker. But some of these players actually do main deck Facebreaker, so it's hard to tell. But it was a set. But like you mentioned, infinite mana on the side of Punda doesn't do anything if you don't also have infinite cards. Here's BB. Still no fast speed interaction for the Keg. This might be a turning point. Donut has a light combo established. Back alley bar would make this chef's kiss, but unfortunately not quite there. But still, 16 health, a lot to get through.
Yeah, we do have the Karma into Karma, which means we can generate some spells that hopefully help us in this situation. Ionia has quite a bunch of duds, obviously, but PNZ, fantastic. Can generate us Mystic Shots, high nodes, all kinds of stuff.
Keep in mind that Donut also has one less card in hand than you think they do because they have a Snapjaw Swarm.
I think they discarded that last turn.
Did they?
Yeah,
that would make sense. Yeah, Time Winder was played. Oh, we're going for something. That's a lot of kegs. That's really not a lot of kegs, but like back in the day, that would have been a lot of kegs, but now with BB, we're like, yeah, 3? Chump change.
Back in the day, you would have called this keg control, okay? Stacking out 3 kegs? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. And now I'm going to play my Withering Wail. I'm going to deal 4 to everything. I'm going to heal. It's crazy.
Getting flashbacks to Go Hard now. Thank goodness it rotated.
Oh, and PB is going to bite the dust here. But, again, because this is slow speed interaction, while she's biting the dust, she can throw out a couple more kegs left and right.
So that Punda can tag out and coin.
Hey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo.
A lot more protection in the Karma set list as well, because there is none in Piltover's on Bilgewater.
That was a sentence.
Yeah, I'm just, going back to why this matchup is so one-sided. If I take aim at your Seraphine is dying.
Ooh, those decent numbers. Wait, what? Oh, we are showstopper, huh?
Yeah, we got a showstopper. Does Set just make one of those on play?
No.
Want
Okay.
a piece of me?
Oh,
Mine
yes.
starts
What?
here.
Okay.
Oh, because you already spent 12 mana this round.
Okay.
Let's hit
That makes sense.
Now, he doesn't do it on
This'll
play,
be a
like,
good
in
warm-up.
general, but if you obviously if you have spent 12 mana, then he's going to...
Okay, I feel like every time I've seen a set come down, it has created a showstopper, and I'm like, does he just do that?
No, each round created a showstopper in hand once you spend
Gotcha.
12 mana. He doesn't have to see it, but you just have to
Yeah.
spend 12 mana.
Which is pretty easy for the Karma player. Pretty difficult otherwise.
It's kind of crazy.
But a good amount of damage chunk through here.
Yeah, not only does set level in deck, he also generates showstoppers already in deck. You could draw into a set, just play and get a showstopper.
They call this
think
getting your
that's
bell
something.
rung.
Alright, the extra burn comes through. End of the round is going to be taken here. We are... Oh! Generating place your bets. So everyone place your bets. Who's going to win this game? Who do you think is going to take this one? 9 HP on Puna. Maybe Donut is going to do it, huh? Yeah.
You know what I think is my least favorite part of this meta so far, T? It's that no one's
man,
banning
whip up anything
the Jack
special for tonight?
Seraphine or the
I
Karma
call it
set. They're
pig
all
grit.
banning the
It's
Samira
got
deck in the
cherries.
lineup. Donut's Samira Fizz was banned. I'm under the assumption that Sleepy Punda's Samira Leona was banned, and that means if Sleepy does win, that we are going to get a
Let's
Jack
change the
Seraphine near
world.
to close this out.
Which really makes you think. What is it about the Samira deck? Is it so hard to build a lineup against it? Because you could try to target that deck and then ban one of these.
I think the issue is that coming into this, you were probably very prepared for Jack Seraphine, Karma Set, X lineups. And so you're like, I will just ban the X every time and play against the decks that I know I need to beat, that I'm going to see in every lineup. I don't want to like get my ban strategy thrown off by whatever the
Why
third
don't you
deck
sit
is
this
being
one
an even
out?
worse matchup for me or something along those lines. Maybe seeing Karma Set as a high roll deck and saying, you know, so much needs to go right for them. There's no way it happens every single round. And then in the rounds that we watch, it just does.
That's the third Seraphine. And we again have enough to just take care
Goodbye,
of her.
third Seraphine.
Oh. There's Shadow Shift, which has been a surprisingly consistent card throughout the day today, especially in the Seraphine decks. Now that it is at 2 mana, doesn't really see any play in any other deck, but as a randomly generated card, it is a bit better. I don't know if it made the Seraphine pool better or worse.
I'd say better, given that it is the
Protection.
most consistent protection that you can get, right? Because if you buff up the health, that doesn't really help you against like a Vengeance or something. Although here we see Punda back to 8 mana, 8 cards in hand. I feel like a lot of these games are coming down to like one time we will see the stack fill, and whoever gets the better of that full stack interaction, pretty likely to take the game. Here, Punda's going to be the one.
Yeah, but we've already seen today that some people actually
Sorry,
can't
Papa.
miss filling the stack, getting punished for it. So something that you have to look out for, and something that maybe in the past you didn't have to look out for all that much.
It doesn't come up in a lot of matchups. It's not even possible in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, so players learning something new. Having to play around something they didn't have to play around before. We're going to push 8 damage here. Not lethal. We are getting close, and now with the Seraphine's gone, I don't think Donut has a way to get back into this game.
No, it's not looking good, and that's sort of the problem, is that the board is so much easier to secure for the Karma player. Just the base health of Set and Karma are so high. On top of the fact that they have tag out and deny.
Yeah, the protection really does it in that case. Especially because technically the champions, quote unquote, because we don't consider Jack a champion in this deck really, also have quite high HP for Donut. Just doesn't work out that way in the end. And BB is going to try to get lethal here, but oh my god, the mushrooms are almost killing Donut.
Oh no. BB can't get lethal here. You have 1 mana, no bar, no Seraphine. Yeah, 6. A valiant effort from Donut, but T, we're going to game 3.
Going to game 3. Again, maybe Sleepy Punda here making the right call last game to like let the clock go a bit, play that one out, because we are winning the second one. The master plan is working.
Yep. And for those of you at home interested, as we are cresting the back end of the Swiss portion and going into top 8, I am currently putting in my Taco Bell order. One of the reviews for this Taco Bell was 5 stars, and it said, a little too spicy, but still yummy. Which, that's gotta be the only time I've ever heard that about Taco Bell.
That sounds perfect, no?
They have a bacon chalupa? That's wild. That's too much for me, man. Couldn't be me.
Alright, game 3 is up, and as you predicted, we might be seeing a mirror match here. Seraphine versus Seraphine. And now, it wouldn't be the first time today. Won't be the last time. And we learn a little bit every match. Maybe. Hopefully. Let's see what we learn from this mirror.
I don't think I'm operating at enough brain capacity to be learning things right now.
Oh, no.
Once I learned that Jax's champion spell forged, and I learned a little more of what Samira did, I think that kind of tapped me out.
Yeah, you remember when you talked for like a solid 2 minutes about why Karma's favored into Seraphine?
Yeah. But that's something I already knew.
I completely blanked out while you said any of that. Alright, but here we have BB already in hand for Sleepy Punda. Again, in this matchup, we already seen it's usually important to get the bar on board, get a bit of cost reduction, and then obviously hit the BB and the Seraphine. Now, chip damage also matters quite a bit, because in this matchup you don't have any healing.
At least not any legal healing. You gotta find it somehow, which doesn't happen easy. Actually, no, you do have ebb and flow.
Yes.
Although I don't see ebb in the list for Donut. Let me take a look at Punda's list.
Can already generate... Well, ebb and flow can generate guiding touch.
No ebbs. Although it can be randomly generated, so something to keep out for. But yeah, in the main deck for these players, no healing.
Ooh. There's actually an opportunity, if we had it, that a prize fight would have been kind of insane here, just allowing Jack to swing through. Oh, wait, Jack swing through anyways. Pushing 4.
Not wanting to block with the coral creatures. And now the risky venture going to take out the Clockling as well. Things looking really good for Donut here in the opening turns.
First, the people are slowly ascending their hand. They have Seraphine, they have BB again. A few turns before the bar hits the board, but we've seen that 1 bar most often in this matchup is not enough. You need at least 2 because there is removal there. Can easily obliterate the bar. Tailstones are main decked. Now, for Sleepy Puna, this is an awkward turn. Looking at the hand, we don't have fantastic plays. We can just throw down another Clockling here. Draw another card that puts us to 2 mana.
So the thing about the mirror is that a lot of it comes down to BB because she's a little more difficult to remove than you might expect because, again, obviously, like, Hexbliterator will immediately take her out, but you have to be wondering, you know, how many spells can I really string together to hit the BB? If it is one of my, like, a high note or a mystic shot, if you line up, like, a high note mystic shot to take out a BB, those are 2 very important spells that you are not going to get doubled by Seraphine in the later stages of the game. On top of that, that is probably your Seraphine removal.
Ooh. The Pablo here, that is a tech from Donut in this deck. Don't see it all too often in other decks. It's a cheap, generates a cheap spell for Seraphine here. gives the Jack the opportunity to get the Seraphine down to 1 HP, generate another coin in hand, and this makes it also easy to actually kill the Seraphine with something like Caustic Rift.
I do like the Pablo in this list, and we see Punda, sort of accepting it, not waiting for the spell to be played before responding, actually taking the proactive parlay approach, but kind of have to when it's a slow speed spell.
No kills, no entry.
Alright, this time around we're blocking the Jack. Can't take 4 damage to the dome anymore, okay? 12 HP is insanely scary against the BB deck. We have 2 BBs ourselves, but it's all so costly, right? We have not thrown down a bar yet, so our hand is looking so expensive. On Donut
Not
side...
only that, but
yeah.
no answer for a bar either if Donut does have one. No Aftershock, no Piltover Telestone. We do have Clocklings, and we can try and play Clocklings and see what we can find. The issue is that if you throw down a Clockling and your opponent throws down BB, all of a sudden you're tapped out of your removal, and they get a little bit more leeway in their opening turn to make kegs.
And we actually get BB down, but it somehow still doesn't feel great, right? You have Seraphine on the board, she's not flipped. You have BB on the board, you have BB on the other side, and Donut might have a hand that looks just as expensive as the one from Sleepy Punda, but just because we have 5 coins in hand, Donut probably
oh boy
has a way more playable hand.
Donut gonna try to push the mana advantage with the heavy metal, and this is where things get so scary. Yeah, because if you try to respond to this, things could turn out worse. Like, if you try to go after the keg with a high note, then Donut could respond with a Caustic Rift and wipe your entire board.
Alright, one BB gone, 1 more in hand for Sleepy Punda. Jack flips!
I'll take on the lot of you!
We haven't seen a lot of Jack flips today.
You know, Jack flipping is really interesting because on one hand, yes, he does give you more coins than usual, but he doesn't really do anything new, like set, for example. A set flip is huge, but Jack is one of those few champions, and we have a couple of those in game, that when they flip, they get a little bit of extra.
By far, I think the most impactful part of the Jack flip is the Overwhelm.
Which is really funny because he already has an evasive keyword. You know what? I think we should give Jack 3 levels. Actually 4, okay? Jack should be an Omega Ascended champion. Should get Fearsome and Elusive as well.
I don't think there's anything elusive about Jack. I have never seen a more brute force your way in there, barbaric kind of champion.
I don't know. Since when does this matter in Legends of Frontera? I might remind you that there's a giant ass Star Dragon that is considered elusive in this game.
Yeah, because you need a telescope to see it. It's out of orbit. It's up in space, so you can't even see it. That's why it's elusive.
Alright. What? Might I remind you that there's another just giant dragon that is also elusive.
I did my best.
I like the idea as well that, you know, you think about like Shadow Assassin, and that can block the giant space dragon.
Yeah. It's gonna take one for a team.
Exploderator lining up onto the BB, who's going to take one for Donut's team. Still no Seraphine or Bar established for either player.
This BB going to be taken out here. Can potentially get some kegs on board, but since we currently do not really have a target for the kegs, doesn't really matter that much. And I think Donut is just happy with the Jack on board right now. And now with Seraphine as well. Seraphine is currently 7 out of 9, is flipping really soon. Jack alone is a giant threat already. Again, you just can't take another 5 damage here. But removing Jack takes a ton of effort for Sleepy Punda.
Now we're getting, is that a Song Spinner I see? It looks like this Seraphine is going to level up in 1, 2, 3. I wanted to count backwards, but it rhymed if I said it that way. But now, so one spell not going to get doubled. The other 2 absolutely could. But first, we're sending Jack into combat. Looking like 5 damage going to get pushed here as that brash keyword doing some work. Time Winder plus High Note plus Caustic Rift. All lined up for Punda. Let's see what these Song Spinners spat out.
It's so scary that you have to commit all of this and your opponent might just blow you out right here.
Yeah.
I hear
Starting
you,
off with an
son.
encore.
Now you're about to hear me.
I feel like my encore spells have been the worst ones when it comes to RNG. Encore is just weighted negatively.
Well, let's see. I think we are actually just... I was just straight up
Whatever
playing
this is, the
Encore spell. No.
Trixie Tentacle
No
that's
way.
going to hit Warning Shot and Seraphine.
Oh, no.
What a rip from Donut.
Oh, this was from Song Spinner. Okay, it's not the Encore spell. Encore
okay.
spell might still be terrible.
It is fleeting, so Donut does have to play it. Is that the Encore spell?
Yes. It's not
Oh
terrible. It's pretty good.
Goodness, Donut.
Yeah, Sleepy put his hand looking absolutely empty. I mean, we do have Song Spinner as well, so it's not as empty as it might look. But compared to what Donut is offering up right now, Sleepy put his hand is not looking like the game is going to be playable from here on out.
No, and there's nothing to pair with the BB, even if you do get it down. More powder's so good for Donut. Who needs BB when you can just make your own here with 4 kegs immediately? Well, actually, okay, yeah. The way the animation played out, I thought we were going to 6 somehow, and I could not figure it out. But hey, you know, is what it is. Here comes the tentacle at the kegs. Donut, what do you have in response?
If you have a warning shot, do you just fire it off or do you wait for BB? I mean, it's like 5-6 damage you're dealing here.
Because I have Seraphine, I probably wait for BB, depending
Yeah.
on how many kegs I can make, because I feel like it's going to be a lot more than 4.
Oh, and there she is.
There's BB.
All right, but we did find some draw on the other side, so maybe we can do something here. Nope. Yeah, no, it's really expensive what we just drew. Oh,
Yeah.
oh dear.
Ugh. 1 card available to be played by Punda this turn unless we find something good off the Clockling. And if we don't, then Clockling looks like the weakest play available.
You gotta imagine that anything you play in here will get wiped up with Seraphine and BB on the board, though, which means a Cosmic Rift. Yeah, just gonna wipe up the...
It
Mirai
feels
as
like
well.
you probably just have to throw down Bar. Donut
Yeah.
almost certainly has an Aftershock, but without Seraphine or BB in play, I don't feel like this Song Spinner is doing much for you. Like, cool, you found more powder and weapon hilt or shared spoils. I don't even know what you were necessarily looking for here.
So one shot as a Cosmic Rift. Cosmic Rift probably the card you want to take here. That or skip for and look for Seraphine, right? And ooh, the high note could have been skipped.
Might have been a skip. Might have been a high note. Then we're gonna give our top 3 units +1/+1. And finally, we can give our Tentacle +2/+2. Great use of 5 mana.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Yeah. Sleepon are really not getting what they need here. And this has been Donut dominated for quite a while already.
We see a GG out of Donut, implying they have something. Bloodbait certainly means that we are getting something else here. There is still the second copy of Knock 'em Down in hand. Swindle as well.
I can get form up.
Pilt over Tellstones.
All right,
Warning
and then the
shot.
warning shots.
Donut taking out Sleepy Punda in the Jack Seraphine mirror, looking like they will be moving on to the top 8 of this tournament.
Now, and that was a pretty long series, so I don't know if we actually have a couple more players lined up for you, but we're going to take a look. And again, fantastically played by Donut. Obviously not the game Sleepy Punda would have wanted to play there. In these mirrors, obviously comes a lot down to draw, as in every mirror. It's just that this mirror also has random card generation, so might be a bit tougher to play out. It seems that we only have a few players still left. For W, to me, looks like he's in a game in a friend challenge right now, but this might be fake, because sometimes these do bug out. And it appears that, yes, we only have one game going on in this last and final round, which I think is not going to be spectatable by us, which means that we are actually done with Swiss. 7 rounds are over. We are going to move to the top cut pretty soon, but before that, we're going to jump to another break. So we are going to be back in a few while The TOs are figuring out who's gonna make it and who's not gonna make it. Okay, the magical tiebreakers are gonna happen. So see you after the break for the top 8 of the Mastering Runeterra April Open.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
Hello everyone, and 7 rounds of Karma Set and Seraphine Jack later. Boulevard and me, we find ourselves here with the top 8 of the Mastering Runeterra April Open. And to remind everyone, this is a big tournament, $2,328 on the line. For those who don't know, this is a giant tournament where you can almost get as much prize money as in the classic Runeterra Open nowadays. So it's going to be a totally stacked top 8. I'm excited. And Boulevard, how are you doing for this one?
I spent the day coasting at about 40% brain power, and if my casting wasn't up to snuff, I apologize for that, but I needed to make it to the end where now I can crank that dial all the way up to 50% brain power for the remainder of the event. Boulevard, can you go higher? Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, 50% it is, and with my 25% added to that, we had 75% brain power for this broadcast. To remind everyone, this one is going to look, though, we are going to go and pull up the Swiss standings for this one. And here we see Icardo, the only undefeated player left, which is why we're going to spectate Icardo for the first round of the top 8, followed by Renrek, Majin Bay, Aceros, Mirage, Logic, Donut, and Overloaded, rounding out the top 8. We have spectated quite a bunch of these players, but there are 1 or 2 players in here that we didn't catch, which is unfortunate, but I'm happy that we caught so many of the players who did make it into the top 8.
You know, you asked me at the start of the day, was there any player I was looking out for to make top 8? I called out Donut. Here Donut is in the top 8. You absolutely love to see it. I believe your call out was Salty Simon, who, unfortunately, the triple aggro lifestyle did not play out well for this time. In fact, I don't see a lot of EMEA players here in the top 8.
No, you didn't. You know you don't. It's no problem. Next time it's gonna be Control Simon again for sure. Okay, I gotta remind him that the last time he did win one of these America tournaments, last time he did win a Mastering Runeterra tournament, it was Control Simon. So maybe it's time to get back on that train. But that is the Swiss rounds. That is how they turn out. That informs our top 8, which is gonna look like this. Again, we're gonna show you Icardo versus Overloaded as the quarterfinals match to begin with. I'm really excited for that one. I'm less excited about Icardo's decks, but they are, again, a little bit different than in some of the tech choices in the decks that we have seen so far.
T, do I have beautiful news for you? I'm taking a look at this here top 8 breakdown that is now currently live in the deck sheet. There are only 3 Jack Seraphine, and there are only 3 Karma Set, and Icardo and Majin are the only players that are running both.
You know what's really good for you and me? They are on the opposite side of the bracket, so technically they could be in the finals.
You know what makes me angry, T? It's the fact that we spent all day casting these matchups, and none of them made it to top cut. There's as much Ash LeBlanc as there is Jack Seraphine.
Oh, God. Wait, how unlucky did we get?
Very. There's 8 Samira.
This
8
is
Samira
insane.
in top cut.
All right, this is just really unfortunate. I don't know how that happened, but it's just the day was against us. Anyways,
what's wild to me is, like, I don't even know how to evaluate Seraphine, because when we've seen her play, it's looked really weak, but she's been banned so often.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's kind of crazy.
Because I was really down on Seraphine on Samira rather coming into the weekend, and I don't feel unjustified despite the fact that she took 8 top 8 spots, which is a wild statement that I have to be incorrect on.
Yeah, here's a list from Icardo. Again, this is one with 2 Dashing Dandies, Triple Powder Pandemonium. This is the list I like. Makes sense that this is the top 8, but again, was banned so many times. Like, whenever we've seen Icardo, he was playing Karma, he was playing Seraphine, these other decks. But again, this list just seems so scary to play against that most people are banning it, rather going up against Karma.
Yeah, and for the actual breakdown, I believe it's mostly Leona Samira. I think it's 4 Leona Samira, 3 Fizz, and then 1 Kale Leona. So yeah, 5 Leona Samira, actually. Fizz in the minority here, but working out well for Icardo.
Yeah. Again, this list banned so far, so we gotta take a look at the list that Icardo actually got to play, and we're gonna start with the Karma Set. This one does have a 1 of Cyan Disciple and 2 Attentive Accountants and only 1 Pit Professional. So a few tech choices that I really like in here, as well as only 1 formula. makes this a little bit different from the other lists we have seen so far, but all in all, it still follows the same game plan. So you can just expect this deck, get to turn 10, infinite mana, infinite drop, win the game. You know the drill, right?
Oh, absolutely. And from a new player perspective, it must be so weird to look at this deck and say, what's the win condition? And the player unironically answers, there isn't one. And yet it is still one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah. But I feel like as a CCG player, you just know how good draw is, and you know how good mana is. And you look at something, okay, this has infinite draw and infinite mana at turn 10.
Okay,
and you can kind of find
it. You can have infinite draw and infinite mana.
It's
a lot, but it's not infinite.
Okay, it's not infinite, but it's a lot.
I was supposed to, I can count it. It's like 20. Yeah, 20 draws a lot, but it's not infinite. I only specify this because we have had actual infinites in the game already.
Technically, they are also not infinite, I guess. But...
They technically were until we introduced the 25 card cap.
Riot actually went against them. Riot made them not infinite. Because some people actually went in with no win condition and like to make their infinite deck just infinite. Without the win.
Yep. We call those hostage decks in online CCGs.
Yeah. But we have been held hostage quite a bunch of time today, not by an infinite deck, but by this deck, Seraphine Jack. Together with Karma has kidnapped me in Boulevard and has been forcing us to watch their mirror matches time and time again. This one, again, with only 9 units outside of the champions. 2 Jacks, which I kind of like because, again, Jack has not been doing that much. A bunch of draw, back Ali bar, and here the combo is way more obvious, right? If a new player looks at this, sees Mischievous Mirai, sees, okay, that one generates Kex, I probably try to build as much Kex as possible, get the damage done. But even in this deck, sometimes if you don't find that combination, you have a lot of value just because you double that much spells and you have the back Ali bar that you can win without that combo against a couple of other decks. Obviously, against more mid-range decks or against control decks, you kind of need the combo to get rolling, though.
Yeah, and I think what has been so frustrating about Seraphine decks is when you look at this list and you realize that, like, you know, there's not a main win condition. Obviously, like, if you can't get the Mirai going, then yeah, it gets a little bit awkward. And you're looking at Seraphine to kind of bury the opponent in value. Because you have to play non-duplicated spells, you are reliant on random card generation to further bury your opponent. Which just feels bad sometimes from a playing against it perspective. But is what it is. The deck is doing very well. I am still so shocked at the lack of Jack Seraphine and Karma set in Top Cut. As well as there's only one Aatrox Vayne.
Ooh, that's kind of crazy. Aatrox Vayne, we have seen a number of Aatrox Vaynes today, right? To be fair, they have performed not that great. We've seen
I remember
it win
them
like once.
Winning a good
Really?
amount, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
I remember them losing. I know that we saw one win by just going for a mid-range win condition. Maybe I'm just like putting like Jack Vayne and like Aatrox Vayne all in like one big pile. And like, okay, I've seen it lose quite a bunch of times, seen it win like once. But maybe you're right. Maybe we've seen it win more
I just
often.
remember Ranger Knight Defector going in and going in and going in as many times as they were possibly allowed to, and that working out a couple of times. But yeah, it feels... Now that I've gotten back into the habit of making and maintaining tier lists means that like I'm putting my foot down and making predictions going into the weekend. And I was down on Samira. So to see 8 out of 8 Samira is a bit of a shock to me. But again, I think that the deck was banned most of the time, which makes it even harder to evaluate and adjust my perspective of going into the Runeterra Open. So I'm curious, like if it just continues to get banned through Top Cut, that does not help me at all. I need to see these Samira decks play.
Yeah, same. And I also want to see them play because so far when we actually saw Samira, it was really fun. At least compared to like the value Karma matches, right? Where Samira had some really close games where they were like 1 damage or 2 damage of winning. We saw some pretty devastating games, obviously, when we spectated for all W, because there we just lost against the mid-range decks, which now, when I look back, I think the first time we saw Samira today was also a Salty Simon game, losing against midrange. So whenever Samira was left unbanned, so far hasn't been doing so hot.
No, and I think 4LW like barely squeaked out a win with Samira, or like came close to winning with Samira, but couldn't quite actually pull it out. The times that we've seen Samira, it has not looked like a must-ban deck.
Mm.
And so, I mean, I don't even think we've seen a single Leona Samira. I at least correctly identified that as the better version, but I do not think we've actually gotten to see that deck play yet today.
We have seen it in a lineup, but it was banned, so yeah, we have not seen that one play today.
And there's 5 of them in top 8, so hopefully we'll get to see something, but now we've got Elites from Overloaded up against the Jack Seraphine from Icardo for our first match here.
Alright, and that is pretty cool, okay? We haven't seen Elites all day. We've seen some Demacia, but not Elites. And even though Elites is not the most exciting deck, it isn't a deck that I'm really excited to see, because it is taking huge hits with the rotation, but apparently it's still something that players like to bring.
Just didn't matter.
Nope. But, I mean, we still have the key cards, right?
Yeah.
So
the one thing that I was doing is I was looking at our top 8 breakdown to see if there was anything that made the top 8 that I left off the tier list, and there was. Akshan Varus made it back into Top Cut.
Oh, okay.
So that happened.
I like to see that one. Kind of surprising that it did make its way into Top Cut. It was not Roji. You would think Roji would bring it to the tournament, because Akshan Varus has been one of Roji's favorite decks.
Roji is either kicking himself right now or fist pumping, because he was either like, oh man, I should have been the one to play Akshan Varus, or he's fist pumping like, oh man, Akshan Varus is playable.
Yeah, I think Roji's just pretty happy that it's playable.
To be fair, I don't think Roji cared if anybody else thought it was playable. I guess in his own testing, he found it not to be, or maybe he was just tired of running the same lineup for the last 6 months and wanted to try something new.
That could also be the case. Again, a lot of Roji decks actually stayed in the game, which is kind of funny. Like, Roji was not impacted by the rotation as much as one would think, right? Back when I was thinking about rotation, I was like, yeah, okay, they're probably going to rotate Malphite Talia and stuff like that. But no, Roji pretty much unaffected.
I want to kill someone.
Sorry about that, T. My ASMR has arrived.
Oh, okay, guys. You're gonna be treated to some...
No, they're not, T, because you tricked me earlier into thinking that it wasn't a Jack Seraphine mirror, and it was. You devious little sneak.
Alright, I'm sorry, guys. Boulevard is probably gonna mute himself for that one then. Yeah,
no, I'm just gonna... I'll wait until this round is over. I'm not a heathen.
Okay.
This can just sit here next to me for 45 minutes while I... watch Garen absolutely run Icardo over.
Man, this was Demacia is supposed to do, right? So just take these combo decks to town.
And even if Icardo throws out the BB, there is a single combat in Overloaded's hand with enough mana to play it, so we can't even get that champion set up. Or not you know what? No, yeah, BB's the champion, not Jack. This is BB Seraphine.
It is. This is BB Seraphine. Jack, unfortunately, just like a really good blocker, gives us some coins. Really nice dude, honestly. But yeah, BB actually could have been a cool champion as well. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future.
You know, T, I got a question. If BB was the champion, what would their champion spell be?
Oh.
The I want to do broken stuff inside of me says line them up.
Yeah, it would be line them up for sure. I mean, it would fit so well. I mean, they would probably just invent a new spell.
Probably.
But that would fit so well, though. I mean, it could also be worse and it could be more powder.
That was, no, Gangplank spell was parlay. I don't know why for half a second there I thought Gangplank spell was more powder.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, that's a quick surrender out of Icardo. The single combat taking out the BB does mean turn 5 going to be the end here. Man, even if this game ends fast, I can't start eating because we are just going to hop into other games. but at least I don't. So this Icardo is one of our Jack Seraphine Karma set players, one of two. Do we want to see Icardo go down here and get that out of Top Cut as fast as possible? Since we spent all of Swiss watching that.
Oh, hold on. We're like neutral casters. Like we want to see everyone succeed.
I want to see one person succeed. Everyone can't succeed. I'm not handing out participation trophies here, okay? Not everyone can succeed. We only get one winner, all right? And I want it to be whoever brought the cool decks, or Majin Bay, the main character. No, I called my shot for Donut. It's a Donut win.
Yeah, it's Donut win. Oh, wait, Donut is also bringing this.
Yeah, but he didn't bring Karma Set.
Okay, but deep.
He's the one player with deep in Top Cut, so, you know, people got to be rooting for him.
Yeah. No, I mean,
rally behind Donut. Give him your energy.
Know,
I think he's playing Majin round 1. That's not even true. So
it's not like we're rooting against Icardo. We're just like rooting against his deck choices.
Now I'm not. Take down Aatrox, Icardo. Get it out of here. 2-0 this deck.
Go get him, Tiger. No, I think what people got to realize is that just some people like Icardo just have like really terrible taste in decks.
I have I think to his face, I have called him dirty shellfolk player more than I have called him Icardo.
Okay.
Only a few days till the show.
I think that's a true fact about our relationship.
You would be correct. You know what's crazy? And you won't believe this, but I've been called dirty shellfolk player.
Huh. What are you doing in your spare time, T?
I'm not playing that. I played like 2 games of shellfolk, but apparently in EMEA, that is enough to get you.
Huh. I'll keep that in mind. I'm going to start going through match histories.
I mean, nowadays you will just find pure baseness. And maybe some Kaiser in there.
Kaiser? What are you doing with Kaiser? You put that down. That's too strong for you.
Okay, listen. Do you think so? You know that
a little bit.
rules and right of calling. Are you planning to play Kaiser nowadays? It's a tragedy. All right, we do see that Overloaded though is overloaded with weapons in hand. Does have the Aatrox as well, but Icardo has the perfect answer in hand, has the Hexbliterator, and what little protection there is for Icardo is probably not going to hold some additional removal being generated by Icardo in the future. We also have heavy metal, so we are perfectly set up against weapons.
You know, I'm thinking about it. I do want Icardo or Majin to win because I am of the opinion that Jack Seraphine and Set Karma should be the baseline of a lineup, and if one of them wins, it's really going to validate that. That's all I got. On the other side of things, though, I mean, double fish fight's pretty good when you've got this many weapons, right? It is a little awkward when your opponent has gotten this high in mana, but you just got to play a little patient. Don't try too hard to take out the Seraphine. Understand that nobody cares about their first Seraphine. In fact, they want you to kill it so they can play a second one and get a new spell to level it faster.
Yeah. If you really need to kill something, it's BB.
Yeah. Seraphine, that's the problem, right? Is like, you don't want either of these... I was going to say champions again. You don't want either of these units to just sit on field for forever.
What? I think BB just got promoted. At this point, she's a champion.
Yeah, we used to say that about, who was it? I think Radiant Guardian was the first follower that we constantly referred to as a champion.
Oh, yeah. Also got rotated, by the way.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if Jack was that big of a deal. To form up Fish Fight?
Listen, he's a big mid-range unit.
Yeah.
The only thing that can challenge us on the board, potentially.
I mean, you're going to find Mischievous Mirai challenges you on board pretty harsh.
Oh. Second one. Back Ali Bar also. Back Ali Bar, again, is a card you can basically take in any matchup. In this matchup, it does give you an additional blocker, but you do spend 7 mana, so that's pretty rough.
You would have just spent 6. Right? It comes off the Clockling, you throw it down in response to the Aatrox, maybe that's fine for you. I mean, this Elkin... Yeah. The Elkin has been doing a good amount of work, though, holding down the early game. Unfortunately, not as aggressive as you want to be. We didn't find any Vayne, we didn't find the Ranger Knight Defector, sort of the star of the show mid-range units that make Aatrox Vayne a viable, competitive deck.
Alright. Explorator. Still in the hand here. We do have... no, wait. We don't have any protection for Aatrox anymore. This is going to be pretty bad, yeah, once the Explorator comes in. Not only going to lose Aatrox, we're also going to lose the weapon. Luckily, we have another one in hand, so not all is lost with this.
Never mind, there it goes.
I mean, okay, we can tutor it back up, so just using it to kill everything makes sense.
But we did just tutor one.
Sorry, Papa.
So we're pretty low on the totem pole of ability to tutor Aatroxes.
Yeah, we actually do need to draw another Darkened weapon, right? Because now it doesn't work anymore if you just like cycle the same Darkened weapons over and over again. You actually need to play 3 different ones.
And Catch is not what Overloaded was hoping for. It really just needs to find a secondary unit. The Elkin is good for holding down the early game, not taking over the early game. And this is not a deck you even need to hold down the early game against.
There's Mischievous Mirai. Icardo just building up. But yeah, Overloaded just looking kind of done over there.
Yeah, the only option that Overloaded has is like put on, and it looks like they might even be going for it, is put on the 1 attack weapon, Catch, and Fish Fight, which is awful because that gets blown out by any 2 damage removal spell.
I could technically put on the 1 mana weapon, play the other one as a Xolani, and then get...
We could also top deck Aatrox.
Thrall, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Just do that.
Actually, a 2 damage spell would not have done it because you have Tough, and it would have gone up to 3 damage, but you would have gone up to 3 health because of the Catch. Just throw it out there before chat does. Not that it really matters.
Listen.
Now Formula coming out, 8 mana available. Yeah, this is looking pretty dicey for Overloaded.
We've been live for 8 hours. I think at this point, chat is probably just as lost as we are.
I like to think that chat didn't come in until like 3 hours ago, if that. Maybe they just came in for Top Cut, so they're fresh and they're like, "What is this guy talking about?"
Who are these guys? Who let them on the mic?
Catch was a bit ambitious here. To think that Icardo couldn't possibly have another spell, even though Coral Creatures had been played. So, a bit of a swing and a miss for Overloaded there. It's looking like we're going to a game 3 here, T. 2 Aatrox down, but at least you have the weapon this time. Which, actually, you can throw on the Elkin and fire off the World Ender next turn. The question is, will the Elkin survive for the World Ender to resolve and actually transform into Aatrox? And even if that happens, I think Anaka is the only Darken you can follow up with. Zolani, you don't have the units to Zolani. You haven't had the units to even try and play to make Darken Thralls to sack for Zolanis.
It's looking really grim for Overloaded here. Probably needs to top deck a couple of units that can't be traded down by a couple of spells. Plus some kicks from BB, which looks impossible to be honest. Like, this BB just sticking on the board, potentially sticking a second BB here means that Overloaded, yeah, I don't think it's ever sticking a unit again. Right, yep, there we go, formula. So a couple more cards. Push comes to shove, you can always use Blood Bait.
Juicy looking Caustic Rift. Encore also an option. Actually, no, Caustic Rift will do it because you have 2 BBs out, so that'll just get you to 5 damage straight away. But we're going to Encore anyway. And Pale Cascade. Why not get a Pale Cascade off the Encore? These people are really showing me up on their Encore generation. And now, Song Spinner Warning Shot could it be lethal? 8 kegs off of just that. Warning Shot's another 2. We'll be at like 16. I think this might be a 17 damage Warning Shot. No, yeah, I'm kind of forced to save one of the BBs here. But
not
with
certainly
complete
forced
board
to,
control.
Yeah.
Well, I think with complete board control, you know, You can just attack your opponent down. You don't have to go for the cheesy warning shot. Also, the cheesy warning shot doesn't work without double BB.
It's interesting that we didn't commit one of the Dark Enthralls here. We were very optimistic throwing that Aatrox sword. Really trying to get that one in. And again, we do have to mention though, we are 8 hours in, not only for us casters, not only potentially for you viewers, but also for these players. And, well, a lot of the players do have some experience playing longer tournaments. 8 hours is a lot.
Do you, T, have you played IRL card games before?
Oh yeah, I played some MTG pre-releases.
Do you remember the longest event you played in?
It's probably 4 to 5 hours at max.
Oh.
Why?
I was just curious.
None of them have to been that long, to be honest. It's just like a pre-release at like a... What, like 4 to 5 rounds of Swiss plus top 8?
I forget that you're so young, T. You weren't doing this 10 years ago like we were.
Wait, hold on. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid.
I also played Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For 20 years.
I didn't understand when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! How the game works, though, so...
Yeah, that's why I gave up on Magic as a kid. I didn't understand mana burn. It's really hard to get when you're 7.
What's mana burn? It's really
mana burn was this... It was a rule that they took out, but what it effectively boiled down to is if you tap for mana and you don't spend it, you take 1 damage per unspent mana at the end of your turn. Which was worded in such a convoluted way that 7-year-old me could not understand it and put down Magic for 15 years.
Damn you.
It also sounds like terrible ruling. I don't want to know what the meta or what the cards were like that were printed at that day that had to be implemented.
I think it's just something they put in that didn't come up unless you were like, you were trying to do it essentially.
Oh, okay.
Because you never accidentally over tap, right? Speaking of though, Icardo gonna clean this up to a 1-1, which we alluded to multiple minutes ago, which is why we kind of got off the rails there.
Yeah, I think everybody was expecting Icardo to wrap it up. There was actually nothing in Overloaded's hand that could have changed the game there. And Icardo just, had a firm grip on that game for like a solid 5 minutes there. Again, though, we're going to go into game 3 and it's going to be another Aatrox. This time around, we do expect this to be against the Karma deck, though. Which, again, Overloaded can potentially win that one, but needs a lot more pressure in the early to mid game. More than an Elk, that's for sure.
And I think this is the matchup where Karma Set shines over Jack Seraphine as well, because the recalls should do a lot of work in keeping that Aatrox under control. I think Overloaded had a very unfortunate opening hand that time around and just never really got off the ground, so it looked really easy for the Jack Seraphine. And this hand is not looking phenomenal either, if I'm being honest.
It does not. No Vayne, no Rally, no Scout. Nothing.
I mean, you've got... Yeah, without a Scout, you know, your Spear is a lot less impactful.
Yeah, but this is pretty good for you. Like, Overloaded actually gets a chance to
get
one
like
over.
We're going to catch in a Spear.
Yeah. It's the best catch you could ever get. Not only is it protecting the Elk. Oh, you don't even need to catching the Spear. You can actually catch in this one because you get tough. Yeah. Pretty good for
I just
Overloaded.
thought we might want to protect against a High Note or a second Mystic Shot, but it looks like the plan is going to be the Petricite Broadwing into the Spear on the Broadwing.
Yeah, making use of that extra HP in combination with the formidable keyword here. Broadwing is going to be taken out immediate, though, if we don't want to save it.
Is this worth a form up?
Apparently it is. We just want to get that damage in. Understandable. Overloaded, right? Last game noticed, hey, if I don't push damage early, I'm just gonna fall off later on anyways, and I think the same would happen in this match. And we can heal this one back up with the Spear, so not the worst decision.
This is where you start to see the difference between Set and Jack as a secondary champion for the decks, though. Set, so good in these board-based matchups.
Next time we're gonna push quite a bunch of damage though for Overloaded. It's like we elect to push 6, keep our units alive instead.
Which I think is reasonable. I mean, there is still a stun in the hand of Icardo as well if they feel like they need to do that rather than develop set this turn. But I think this is the last turn where Overloaded looks to be in a commanding position from here. I think the advantage bar really shrinks a lot more towards the center as the development comes down, as Icardo is able to start challenging out these units, because Condemn, not only do you not have a unit big enough for it to really matter, but because of Set's ability to gain barrier instead of dying while attacking, you can't use Condemn to save a unit, even if you had something big enough.
Beat, lose. I saw you looking at me.
Also, want to point out here, a little awkward, but because we caught the weapon onto the Elk, we do not tutor an Aatrox here, as we have only actually equipped 2 different weapons.
A very good mention here from you, because I think that would have confused quite a bunch of new players. Aatrox also, again, because he received some changes to his text on how he is drawn, very confusing for some new players.
Which is how Aatrox was intended to work the entire time. It was a bug that he was getting tutored so quickly.
Oh, okay. Oh, good to know. I didn't even know that. But yeah, there are quite a bunch of things with Aatrox that, especially with his level up, that he will level up just when, not when you resolve, but just when you play the world and so on. That might catch some new players off guard. He is going to be played here. We have quite a bunch of tools to stall him out. Stun already in hand. Karma is going to be put on the board. We have another one in hand. We just want a random card generation. We do have a stun, but a few cards that can help us here are not going to hurt.
Down to 7.
Ah, tag out. There it is.
Ah, there it is. These denies usually shouldn't get that much value in these mid-range Demacia matchups, but with Condemn being 6 mana and the primary removal tool for Overloaded right now to try and deal with that set, it's looking pretty good. Deny actually going to come out rather than the Tail of the Dragon after the Cataclysm had resolved and Aatrox was declared attacking. Now we might get Condemn in response.
Yeah.
And valuing the Karma over the set.
Oh, we're just going to take her out. I like this Deny on the Cataclysm, especially because there is Condemn and Overloaded stack. Like, if you get the Cataclysm and then the attack afterwards, that is going to be a 1-mana Condemn. So throwing out the Deny here already, saying, hey, you're going to have to commit 6 mana to that Condemn, and I can just take out my Karma, or I can even lose her and not be all too sad about it, simply because I have another one in hand. That one I can protect. I can now just stun out the Aatrox if I want, and you're going to have to potentially attack with the Elk, which can be traded down, but the Tail of the Dragon is going to be generated here.
Yeah, this is a great stoppage of the aggression by Icardo for the turn. Tapped out on the side of Overloaded. And, you know, you do eventually want to cast the World Ender so that you can level up Aatrox. And honestly, I don't even know if Icardo's going to ship the Deny when that happens, because it's just going to be 1 Elk turning into 1 Dark Enthrall. It is going to matter how much does that... Okay, taking the damage, going down to 4.
I mean, there is overwhelm damage on the other side, but it's might be manageable. A Naka is like the danger, right? If you go down to 4, if there's a Naka going to be played, okay, all of a sudden maybe they have one more attacker that gets through you, and you're gonna be in a little bit of danger there. But Icardo just takes it there, and it still looks pretty alright for both sides. This is a very close matchup. We gotta also mention that, I mean, you guys can't see it because I can actually pull one up for you because I'm doing production at the same time here. The hand is pretty much face up. Now it's completely face up. Icardo knows exactly what he's playing against.
Oh, man. Yeah, and the tag out. This is where the big difference between this deck and Jack Seraphine starts to settle in. Tag out so impactful when your opponent has to spend 6 mana on something. And, I mean, yeah, Vayne comes down just to generate the tumble. Set's going to make quick work of her.
I'm not done.
There we go again. Set getting the barrier right after. If we had a single combat fish fight, anything here wouldn't matter.
I hate so much how Set operates with this barrier, because I thought the game was intuitive enough to go, oh, this thing will kill Set, we will now give him barrier. No, Set has to die first, has immunity to death, then gains barrier after the fact for some reason, so you can't kill him with a spell or just pop the barrier with Mystic Shot. That feels like a bit much. Sump work map? Icardo's high roll in here.
Yeah, some work map to just potentially generate some sneaky lethal there. We were one off the big Karma turn, But it is also World Ender time, and that can get really scary real fast because all of a sudden all the sockets are going to be incredibly cheap. There is a Steratu in hand as well, and Steratu one of the scariest Darkin to play against in this case.
Although Aatrox only gives a reduction. Is it 4 or 5? I want to say it's 5.
I want to say it's 5 because you can play a 0 mana draw. Okay, I should have that one up as well. Like, why
so
don't we
not
just, like,
enough,
put
but yeah, I think this time around though, not going for the World Ender here, instead looking to tumble the Scout and put the pressure on Icardo before the Karma gets to flip. Unfortunately, the Deny is going to stop that in its tracks. Does open up the potential of the World Ender on the following turn, but I think Tag Out is going to take care of the Aatrox there.
I mean, playing World Ender here just has the implication of your Aatrox getting recalled. And then you just like lose the game because you spent all the mana on the World Ender.
Tag Out on the Tail of the Dragon, returning back into a Concussive Palm is not great for Overloaded.
Nope. Enough mana to play a second Tag
out as well. How close is this set to flipping?
So, set is 39! Literally, if we play the coin, just replace it in hand, we can... Yeah. Get Obliteration going. Yeah.
Surprised to see the Elkin coming in here, considering your hand is face up and Karma can just block that.
You must enjoy this. In some way, at least.
A little bit. The concern is that this is not a done deal from Icardo. Being down to 4 does give Overloaded a chance to slip through the cracks. It's very slim, and will probably be non-existent once Place Your Bet resolves, but for now, there is still a world where Icardo loses this. I don't really know what it looks like, but I feel in my bones that it's out there somewhere in the parallel universes. But also, I don't love watching Aatrox lose because it means I was wrong about how good the deck is.
No, I think just since you've probably said that the deck has just been nerfed a number of times.
Yeah, I also didn't like. I do not value it for its matchup into set Karma.
No, not for. I don't value anything for its matchup into set Karma. Because like the decks that are good into set Karma.
I felt like Vayne Aatrox was better for matchups where you're leaving up Seraphine. Or not Seraphine, sorry, Samira.
Just because you have like a big mid-range threat in the Aatrox, some healing, as well as some low-to-the-ground units to contest the board early on.
Yeah, also, not all of them, but there have been Vayne Aatroxes that have been running blocking Badger Bear, which if Samira is going to be... I believe the second ever 8 out of 8 top cut champion that we have seen in Legends of Runeterra. T, do you know who the first one was?
Attack is obvious.
Was it Akshan?
No.
No?
No.
Aphelios?
No.
Okay, who was it?
Gnar.
I forgot that Gnar used to be Giga broken.
Yeah, 4-3 quick attack Gnar was the first ever 8 out of 8 top cut grassroots champion that we saw in Legends of Runeterra. And the only one since. Now Samira has usurped that.
I wonder how good he really was. And how good just the package around Gnar was, and the fact that maybe the overall power level of the game wasn't there yet. Because I feel like 4-3 Gnar right now would be completely fine.
Probably. The other thing is, there's 8 Samira in Top Cut. There's only 2 Samira decks. It's Fizz Samira and it's Leona Samira. When Gnar had his 8 out of 8, there was like 4 or 5 different Gnar decks.
I do remember
You could just put Gnar in everything. There was like Gnar Tree, Gnar Swain, Gnar Sejuani. I don't even remember the full extent.
I mean, if you listen to me, you can basically put Samira in anything as well, okay? I built Samira G, Samira Sejuani, Samira Akshan. All right, I've been putting Samira everywhere. Just didn't work out quite as well.
Hey boss, check
All right, the GG from Overloaded came in, but he's going to play this one out till the end. Now, the end is going to be incredibly near because we already have the attack token turn 10. Karma is flipped. Infinite mana. Oh, no, wait. Limited mana is achieved.
Like 20 mana.
Like 20 mana. I feel like 20 is not enough.
Yeah, it might actually be close. It's probably more like 25 or 30.
Yeah. Because we could technically start with like we could technically start with 13 mana and then have like 2 formulas.
Yeah. So we're going for back to 13 mana. Now we get our set spell, which is what we were looking for. So we can obliterate some of these units, get them out of the way. We also just have the face breaker if we just want to stun things out, get a few more coins, send things in. But with double Mystic Shot in hand, it definitely feels like that's going to be lethal.
Yeah, I can also just go for the Hex Obliterator. Kill the unit plus the weapon. Oh, yeah, we could also sit, I guess, replay him and make more coins. And...
Oh, man. Picking up the set and replaying it is dirty because this is how... Actually, I don't know if this works to reset set for the champion spell because it counts in... Oh, it does. That's weird to me because you can play him from hand and he recognizes that you have played 12 mana, and he doesn't get the spell for every 12 mana you spend. He gets the spell the first time you have spent 12 mana. So it's interesting to me that you can generate one on field, put him back in hand, and then replay him even though he initially sees it from hand.
Might be a bug.
Does that make sense? Might be a bug. Who knows?
Doesn't make sense to me. But GG comes out, and Icardo is going to continue his X and O rampage to the top cut.
I came into the weekend expecting Jack Seraphine, Karma Set X lineups to absolutely dominate. There are nowhere near... I think 2 out of 8 is a criminally low amount, but it's Majin and Icardo. So I've got some strong backers on this one.
Absolutely. Let's see if actually Majin is still in game, if you can catch that one. Nope, it seems Majin has already been done with his game as well. I don't know if we actually have any matches left in the top 8. It seems like Donut versus Randrack is still going on, so we can actually hop into Donut's game and see how he is competing versus Randrack. Again, 2 players, and we have actually spectated throughout the Swiss bracket, so I'm really excited to see this one. And what a classic of a matchup.
Let's try 1 octave higher.
How do we always catch these? When you're like telling me there were like only like 2 of them in the, the top cut.
There are. We have Renrag. There are 3 Jack Seraphine and 3 Karma Set. Renrag is the 3rd Karma Set player, and Donut is the 3rd Jack Seraphine player, with the other 2 being Majin Icardo for each.
How does this happen to us, Boulevard? How does this happen to us?
Well, because we are looking for the match that's going long, and surprise, surprise, it's the Karma Set versus Jack Seraphine. And this game is deep into it. We are at -1 minute for Renrag and -2 for Donut on the timer. So this game has been going on for a little, I think close to 20 minutes at this point. So that leads me to believe this is only game 2.
Center stage. Sing it with me now.
Yeah, still a bunch of time on the clock. All right, high note.
Yeah.
Killing both of these units.
I will say, this is what it looks like when the Jack Seraphine player is winning, is when you have actually successfully started to run the Karma Set players out of cards. The scary part of this is that you know that a Karma and a draw spell, and suddenly they are just back to a full grip. But without that specifically, these are the situations where the Jack Seraphine deck starts to come over, especially since we have all the pieces to the puzzle here too. We've got Mirai, we've got Seraphine, we've got back Alley Bar.
Yeah, I was just about to say that everything is assembled here for Donut. And it seems like nothing is there for Rendrack. We have seen how this one goes, right? When you don't draw the Karma, it's just an absolutely terrible deck, even with this set.
And that's the first set that has come down post-level, and at this stage of the game, with how long this has been going on, I have to assume that is just the first set that we have seen. Unless maybe an unleveled one came down on, like, on curve and got hex obliterated immediately or something. But we don't actually know for sure.
Younger than I thought. Oh.
Sinister Poro. What a get there, Donut.
Wait, that means that little guy didn't get rotated.
I would be surprised if they rotated any of the Poros.
They've rotated Braum.
Yeah, but
Hey boss,
not
check out
really
the
a
size of the
Poro
crowd.
And all
That's
of them
true.
here to
He
see you,
he
of
makes
course.
a Poro, but like, did Aurora Borealis rotate? Hold on, let
No.
me check this.
But the
How do you
Poro
even
decks never
spell
played
that?
Bomb. Also, I feel like you just can't rotate them because you have to have new players see that there are Poros in every region. Okay, it's like kind of like the Riot like mascot.
I controlled F and tried to type in Aurora Borealis and realized that I cannot string together 3 letters in sequence anywhere in that name with any degree of confidence outside of Poro.
Wait, really?
I don't
Okay,
know
that
how to
makes sense.
spell Aurora, and I don't know how to spell the back end of Borealis.
All right.
At least not with the degree of confidence to search for it with Control F and know if I found it or not.
I was like,
This
sorry,
is what-
I could probably do that, but I was like, yeah, also with like very low confidence.
This is what 50% of my brain power looks like. I can't string together 3 letters in Aurora Borealis.
All right, if you got it, tell me. I gotta know.
I gave up.
Oh.
I actually closed out of the rotation list.
They rotated Poro Cannon for sure, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 0 mana spell. They said they rotated the 0 mana spells, left some in and
Didn't they
created
make-
some new ones.
Didn't they make it 1 mana?
Yeah, they did make it 1 mana.
Oh, we get a bounce on the kegs! So the good news for Donut, at least. There's not a lot of good news, because sets live in here. But it does mean that with just coins in Renrag's hand, they cannot top deck Karma into a draw spell. They can draw... I mean, like, the worst case for Donut here is a draw spell that draws Karma and another draw spell. And I don't know how this game has been going.
Wait.
I don't know how many Karmas we have seen or
We
not
kill
seen,
Set.
but that doesn't feel likely.
We just kill Set here.
Oh, yeah, we do. Would you look at that?
Hold on.
Don't tell Mom.
I think
It's looking good for Donut.
it's looking incredible for Donut. I don't even Karma top deck is gonna do it for Renrag here. It's gonna have to be draw.
It has to be draw spell into Karma plus draw spell, but even then you're not running all of that out this turn. Actually, you might be. I can't see how many coins there are.
It's 2.
So yeah, not gonna be able to draw Karma draw. And we're song spinning here.
I mean, we could go draw Karma draw if we find the
Why
coin
does-
draw.
Sure, it's a classic.
Why does
But
Apprehend
have
get
you
offered
heard the
so
remix?
much?
I have no idea. I don't know if these are weighted in any. I think the devs have probably said that they're not weighted, so.
Probably not. It's just confirmation bias on my end.
Alright, we're
Here's
gonna.
an Apprehend.
Yeah, try to get through with pure board power. This is this is how it looks when these 2 decks just go into the mud.
Ring the flippin' bells.
Yeah.
I ring your
Here
flippin'
comes
bell.
Pablo. Okay.
Hey, why not? What else are you gonna use it for?
Well, I thought you were gonna high note to clear the board and attack with everyone.
Oh, we're keeping it high note. I mean, I guess in case we don't. Yeah, we wouldn't have gotten lethal here, so I guess keeping a high note to remove Set or Karma makes a lot of sense. Oh, Jack.
Ain't enough though. Still need. We're
Wait.
so close to lethal here, Donut.
We don't have any more units in the deck. We only have 2 cards left. I just noticed because
Oh.
Seraphine double casted shared spells and we only drew
Yeah.
1 card.
Mystic Shot.
All right, that's it.
Yeah, and it's gonna be doubled. Wow. Is the last card in Donut's deck also Mystic Shot? I'm pretty sure they run 2 copies.
Might be the case.
Oh, come on, Renrag. Mystic Shot on the keg means it's not lethal yet. Down to
Close,
1.
though. Just
High
so
note
we're
can
alive.
clear out the blocker. Jack comes down as well. Definitely spent 12 mana in a turn at this stage of the game. And the Overwhelm on Jack. Hopefully gonna end things out here. Renrag does still have 1 card in hand. If it is a Karma, they have a fighting chance. It is a Pit Professional. And I think this is where I would have liked to see a high note here, I think. Warning Shot's the last card. Okay. Oh, so there's shrooms in the deck. Okay. down to the absolute last card for Donut. The warning shot they'd been looking for ever since they got this Mariah established with the Seraphine. What a game. And that might have... Actually, I am certain that that was game 2. And whether that is the end of the match or not is a different question. But I am certain that was game 2.
That was game 2. We have another one.
Sometimes it's a burden being this smart.
All right, but we do get to see Samira again, finally.
Yeah, but it's not Leona Samira. I've seen this deck flounder before. I've seen this deck just splash around in the mud. It's not impressive. I want to see the good one.
I think this is also a pretty good one, but I know what you mean. Appreciate to see some Leona again. Although, to be fair, I feel like a huge part of the community is kind of getting tired of that Leona deck because it has been around for quite a while as well. I remember us casting Leona Noxus for like the last 2 of these.
Yeah. You know, I will say though, just another thing that I didn't quite catch here. The 3 Fizz Samira players in Top Cut, because the rest of them are Leona Samira, are once again Donut, Majin Bay, Icardo. So the only difference between Donut's lineup and Ikado's and Majin Bay's is that they are running deep instead of Karma Set.
Alright, can Renrek stop them here? That is the question. Warning shot, alright.
There's plenty of killing left.
Wanna see a trick?
Ooh, if we full swing, I find it interesting to see that we didn't go... we went for a warning shot. Okay, because we didn't want to go stylish shot because we wanted to full swing and swing in with Fizz as well, which means that 2 stylish shots are going to be left in hand. Don't overvalue these. If you play them, they can often be just used as another warning shot.
This is what I don't understand about this deck sometimes. Like, if you just Caustic Rift, the game looks over.
Yeah, especially now, right?
Oh, go ahead. Jailbreak me another one. Oh, another 1 HP unit.
I mean, this deck just really relies on All Out. Like, All Out is the big threat, right? We just used one, which makes the threat a little less apparent for Renrek. But you never want to just go in and lose to All Out, which is like the big thing. But if you get yourself in a position where that doesn't really matter, like right now, I feel like a Caustic Rift would be absolutely insane, and there it is, because like even if there's another All Out, you're not really losing the game on the spot, and that is just almost winning the game on the spot.
I don't know why Renrag did it there. The Nexus had already been damaged this turn. We already played a stylish shot. So I don't know why Renrag didn't wait until combat to play the Caustic Rift.
Doing a little bit more damage because of that.
Yeah.
And look at this. Yeah, our board looks empty. Our hand looks empty. And then Nexus HP is at 8 though, so if Renrek doesn't find any healing, this might be getting a little bit dicey.
And a third stylish shot from the Burblefish. Can you believe it? Sparkling Iced Tea.
I can.
And this is actually
this quite a bunch of
so
times.
Incredibly relevant that this Crackshot Corsair got to stick around.
Yeah, another burn. Another point of burn. Ooh, good top deck. This could actually enable us to get these stylish shots back in hand.
Sure hope you know what you're doing.
Here comes Dash and Dandy.
My best, and looking it too.
I'm guessing Dandy's a Bilgewater card because they have Plunder.
No. He's an Noxus
Dandy
card.
is a Noxus card. Okay. It makes sense that they had to rotate Draven before they could print this card.
Yes.
Too much ego in Noxus if they're both out at the same time.
Runeterra wouldn't hold.
Not in the slightest. There'd be chaos everywhere. But now, what can you do, Donut? Do you have the lethal, which is full sending with the stylish shot?
Don't know if I like it. Because if this is stopped and we somehow top... I mean, I guess it's fine. Honestly, yeah, no, good play, Donut. It's like, maybe we want a Plunder trigger for whatever we top deck, but I don't think that really matters in the context of things, because even if we don't get one back here, whatever can potentially be Plunder can also be planned on the following turn. our cards are pretty cheap.
Got Mystic Shot, High Note to take out the Dandy, and that means just the Crack Shot Corsair damage is going to be coming through. No stylish shots going back to the hand because no unit connected with the Nexus. And with Decimate rotated, Donut now in a little bit of a dicey spot, especially given that there's double formula, the bounce spell. Fizz is probably the best thing Donut could have found now, just has to find a spell to accompany it.
Yeah, I think
it's still
this was Barb Chain. Or bust. Barb Chain or bust, basically. There's Samira. More burn.
Yeah.
Don't ask for permission.
Get a little flare going.
Well, when you need the Barb Chain, it's not going to show up, unfortunately. Is Donut one of the players that actually is playing the version with the monkeys?
I believe there were 2 monkeys in Donut's list, but I didn't check. Let me do that now.
That is basically Decimate nowadays.
Donut is playing monkeys.
Yeah.
Actually, I think everyone in Top Cut is playing monkeys.
Costs 5. Mostly deals 4
Majin's
up.
not playing monkeys.
And if there's no deny, monkeys are just a Decimate.
Yeah. Donut, though, top decking Fizz a little too late. Doesn't really have the backup for it. There is an elusive blocker on the side of Renrag, so be able to take that out. Caustic Rift to finish it off.
Alright, do we find them? And is it too late?
Find what?
The monkeys.
What are we looking for? Oh, yeah, I guess the monkey... Oh,
it's all
there's a deny.
Decimate.
Randomly generated off Karma
okay,
is the deny.
Are you ready for a fight?
7 damage going to be pushed in as well. Mystic Shot found as well, which again, next turn is going to be lethal for Renrag. Next turn is 10 Karma is going to flip. Mystic Shot's going to double up. We find some more burn, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough for Donut. Donut got so close, but Renrag is going to take it here. He's going to throw Donut out of the tournament.
Well, that's 1 Jack Seraphine down.
Bunch more to go.
1 Karma set not down.
Can see the finals in front of me.
What do you see, T?
I see Karma. I see Set. I see Jack. I see Seraphine.
What else do you see, T?
No,
Can you tell us more?
No, that's it. That's all I see.
That's all you see, yeah.
That's all I see,
whatever well, I guess you see Samira as well, since all 8 players brought Samira.
You know what, Boulevard? I don't think I will. I might get bad on both sides.
Ah, man. This was close from Donut, but ultimately, it's going to be Karma Set staying in things with the Mystic Shot. Now, we know Majin's match ended. Do we know if Majin won? Are all 3 Karma Set moving on to the top 4? Is that the world that we currently live in?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. But if this game has shown all of these Karma Set players anything, you don't have to be afraid of the Samira. Just don't ban it. Just leave it open. Ban like one of the other decks.
Well, the only 2 Fizz Samira players left in the tournament are Icardo and Majin, so probably don't want to deviate too far from your plan. But it's also wild to me that people are letting Majin play a Karma deck.
Yeah, right. Not only that, they're also letting you play like a Seraphine deck. It's historically not a good idea. Yep. But that's it with the quarterfinals. And as Boulevard just mentioned, we do have the top 4 ready for you guys. And we've seen 2 of those matches already. We missed a couple other ones, but I think it's fine. It was more of what we saw in the matches that we did see. And here is our top 4. It's going to be Icardo versus Mirage and Majin Bay versus Renrag. We are going to be spectating that Majin Bay versus Renrag game. And then we are going to hop into the finals to see who will go up against the winner of that match. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to go and give a quick shout out to the sponsors today. One of them is the Red Cross. The American Red Cross's mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the powers of volunteers and the generosity of donors. More than 90% of the Red Cross workforce is volunteers. Your donations are key to saving lives because they make the Red Cross mission possible. Again, another sponsor is Activate Games. Activate Games offers a new way to play by creating high-tech games that test your team's physical and mental agility across a wide variety of real-life challenges. Once inside, you and your team choose from hundreds of combinations of games and difficulty levels, each lasting 1 to 3 minutes. Your electronic wristband tracks your score and progress throughout the experience, making Activate perfect for a casual night out or intense competition.
And we also want to thank Breakout Games, which offers a new entertainment concept of escape rooms in which groups of friends, family, or coworkers are challenged to escape a room by following clues, solving puzzles, and answering riddles in order to crack a code in less than 60 minutes to unlock the door and escape the room, as well as BetterHelp. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easy. Your mental health matters, so take care of yourself in therapy. BetterHelp makes it easy to start your journey, whether you're dealing with grief, want to improve your coping strategies, or you're just feeling down. Therapy is the gold standard for mental health treatment. Asking for help takes strength, and there's no more waiting days, weeks, or even months to find a therapist. Sign up with BetterHelp and get matched to a therapist in less than 48 hours.
All right, and with that, we're going to cut it to a really quick break and join us for the quarterfinals. For the semifinals, excuse me. Oh my god, just after this one, stay tuned.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
I completed 4 years of undergraduate, 2 years of graduate school, followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of one-on-one, face-to-face interactions with clients.
I chose social work. I wanted to help people in times of need.
BetterHelp has been a game changer across the board. If I just change one person, that's what wakes me up every morning.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
And we are back with the semifinals of the Mastering Runeterra April Open. It's Boulevard in IceTea. We are still alive. We are still awake. And we are going for the semifinals. I'm excited. We are going to have Majin Bay versus Renrek now. The upper side of the bracket has already started. We are going to be following the lower side here. And then we're going to hop into the finals afterwards. Boulevard, what is left? What is in front of us? What do we expect?
In front of us, we have a Karma Setmir. We've talked about Majin's lineup a lot. You know it's Fizz Samira, you know it's Jack Seraphine, you know it's Karma Set. On the side of Renrag, we have the Samira Leona, the Karma Set, and then for the third deck, it's actually Nora Vygar. The only Nora Vygar player in the tournament, and this is the deck that I thought would be used to round out the Jack Seraphine Karma Set lineups if you wanted to lean really hard into a specific archetype to round out your entire lineup.
Yeah, I don't really know how the deck is placed in the meta currently because I haven't really played against it. Maybe you know a little bit more about that than me. Just haven't really faced it at all.
I think that I really don't like Caitlyn Annie, which is supposed to be sort of the best third dirtily control-y deck. I don't think Annie Caitlyn can do well against Jack Seraphine or Karma Set, and I feel like Vygar Nora can.
All right. What do you think about Caitlyn and
Annie?
No, not Caitlyn.
Or Caitlyn Jace?
Caitlyn Jace, Jace Heimer.
I like Jace Heimer more than I like Caitlyn Jace. I think the flash bombs are a little inconsistent. I think that flash bombs don't do anything against deep because they just have too much health. I don't think flash bombs are particularly effective against like Aatrox decks because they have so much tough. And ultimately, I think that unless you are running enough flash bombs to level Caitlyn, she is not the generically good champion that she was when she came out and started replacing Draven and Draven Ezreal. I think those days are gone. I think she needs a little bit more support. And I think if you are just running her as a generically good champion, you are not running a very good deck.
Okay, yeah. Absolutely agree with that one. Now, Majin Bay is about to hop into game versus Renrek. We are going to have to put that perspective up for you in just a second. Just in general, Boulevard, who do you think is favored here in that matchup? Because they are running pretty similar lineups. I would say that is... I think lineup-wise, no one is really favored.
I think it depends a little on the bans, because I like Jack Seraphine more than I like Nora Vygar, but I like Leona Samira more than I like Samira Fizz. So if it comes down to both players banning the Samira decks once again, I would favor Majin Bay for having the Jack Seraphine over the Nora Vygar.
All right, we're going to go into Jack Seraphine.
Oh, look, it's Jack Seraphine versus Nora Vygar. But like I said, the reason that I like Nora Vygar is because I feel like it is the third deck that actually has game in this matchup. Unfortunately, there is no removal for landmarks,
which is going to be a problem. So not even Shadow Tellstones, which is really interesting. Again, this is a card that can be tagged in, but usually wasn't played in any of the Vega decks, especially not in Nora Vega. Nora Vega, a deck that has been hit as well by the hits to Bandle City, especially to the draw. But still certainly a deck that you can play. Might struggle a bit against this deck just because you have so much value and so much combo potential on the other side.
And even if you manage to sneak out a crumble, I don't think that's resolving against Jack Seraphine, given that you'd have to sacrifice something with a good amount of health, which you don't have outside of like Ishtali Sentinel or a high roll 3-drop off of a Nora.
Yeah. And also we got to remember that, yes, this deck has been absolutely dominant in a couple of metas before, but it has had some key cards rotated, like Pokestake, cards that could have potentially been working extremely well against what this Mirai deck is trying to do. Now, I was like looking at stats, and as you mentioned, and as we expected, this is like one of the worst matchups that Nora Vega has. Around 34% win rate.
Woof. Which, I mean, when I say it has game into it, a 34% win rate means you win 1 out of every 3 games. So that is having game into it, right? It's not 80-20. And I feel like we are in a meta with a lot more one-sided matchups than we might be used to. So I'm expecting more like 80-20s.
Especially
an example of that, I think Karma set into Jack Seraphine is like an 80-20. I feel like Jack Seraphine into Frostbite mid-range is like an 80-20. That might be more like 70-30, but...
I feel like, though, the games we do win, we probably don't win with Darkness stacking up early on a Vega. It's games like these where we actually get up to a board start that might be difficult to deal with. Majin does not have a Caustic Rift in hand, does have the BB, so if we had a Caustic Rift, she could absolutely pop off and clean this board, but right now, it's not looking bad for Renreg.
One thing I want to point out about Renreg's list that I do not think is standard for Nora Vygar is 2 Soul Cleave. Not Soul Harvest, 2 Soul Cleave.
What? That card has been immediately forgotten post-rotation, actually. I feel like pre-rotation in beta season, it was in like 3 different decks, and then now it's just like, okay, nobody plays this anymore.
No. I mean, Soul Cleave Scion is still legal, folks, alright? It might not be there now, but I'm telling you, that is a 2-card kill combo. We'll get there one day.
Oh, yeah. Now, but we used to play this in this deck, obviously, to get a few more of those Darkness triggers. It's a card that works extremely well with the Ixali Sentinel here on board because it provides more burn damage to the face, more Darkness that we can throw at our opponents because we don't have that much Darkness generation in the deck. At least not compared to Classic Darkness. And it also works really well with cards like Death and Ada, where all of a sudden you get another board wipe, you get a couple more big units on board that you can swing in with. Just an all-around good card in this deck.
Oh, and Hate Spike going to be used to deny the coins off of the Jack spell. And honestly, there is a... You have to consider the Mystic Shot just because it does not only give another unit summon for the Nora level up, but also it puts Nora outside the range of the Mystic Shot if she does come down.
Yeah, multiple things that Majin has to take into account here. Does it, which, again, very impressive. Almost 9 hours into this tournament. The players still making the right decisions here. But, especially players like Majin and Renreg, they are used to this, okay? Played seasonals, they've played many of these open tournaments before. And we draw Seraphine, so Majin assembling the combo pieces to pop off back Ali Bar. Again, something that you mentioned Renreg can't interact with, so there's one combo piece on the board that can't be removed. And now with 2 BB in hand and a Seraphine, it's probably not that unlikely that we set up the combo in the next 2 turns.
Darkness ends.
And I'm actually surprised at how well Majin has been hanging on up to this stage of the game. It looked very aggressive very early for Renreg, of course. Desinata is still in hand. That can come down next turn. But we haven't amplified the damage of the Darkness at all. We haven't drawn any Twisted Catalyzers or Vygars. They haven't been sticking around in play. Getting Ephemeral off of the Nora portal there, so not going to be able to keep that unit.
That is extremely rough.
There's a Catalyzer.
Gonna be a long
But it's going to be Desinata. 2 damage Darkness to the board.
Yeah, just at least removing 2 blockers here.
Yeah. Ghost and Spirit's Refuge. Spirit's Refuge actually... I mean, it's a little bit of life back. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
I'm going to be taking any damage here,
Oh no,
really.
Bilgewater Telestone.
I am in control.
Yeah, you're taking a smidge. A light dusting of damage.
So, Seraphine is currently 5 out of 9. Not quite flipped yet, but when she is, again, the Ramage is going to draw us a couple of cards. And if we have BB on board and we do get to the Caustic Rift, everything Renreg has built up in the last couple of turns will be negated, right? Because the one thing we haven't built up is the Darkness damage. So getting another copy of Ixali Sentinel is no danger for Majin, right? You could think, hey, maybe we're getting him to like 6 HP and then we're finishing off with Ixali Sentinel. Not really happening in this case.
Oh wow, we're even seeing a fish fight just to progress the level of the Seraphine. This does put her in range for the Hate Spike, at least until she levels. But if Hate Spike and Pie Toss have to be used on Seraphine, those are the 2 key keg interaction points from Renreg, and suddenly BB plus Caustic Rift becomes a lot more feasible.
Alright, that said, after the low roll, we actually get a high roll from the portal. This is one of the best cards that can be generated through the portal nowadays, Cunning Kitten. If you've ever gotten this one off a portal, you know how good this one feels.
I saw so much theory crafting with Cunning Kitten that didn't even feel like it made it to day 1.
Oh, no,
It felt like people gave up on that in the brainstorming phase.
Yeah, because it's honestly not a card that you play around and make a deck around. It's just a card that buffs portals. It's just really good going out of portals.
Some card games make cards specifically for draft. We make cards specifically to be randomly generated.
Yeah, low rolls and high rolls.
That we do.
Right,
Still waiting for that solitary monk to pop out.
Oh, yeah. Luckily, that was taken off. It's really interesting that I feel like since then, we have not had Riot just take care of the pool. Because I feel like something like Dandy is a bit of an oversight, right? Just like, unit that has a plunder effect. I feel like units with plunder effects weren't in there before.
I feel like a 1/4 is fine.
Oh yeah, 1/4 is fine. I'm just like, I feel like plunder effect units weren't in there before. But I might be mistaken.
I think it depended on how they were statted for cost, but I might also just be making that up.
I get the Trickster, I get Cosmic Rays. Unfortunately, quite a bit useless here, but Living Legend and Trickster are just fine units. Serpent. Now that just hurts. Poor Serpent. Oh my god. Well, there's a Cosmic Rift as well, and there is a 0 mana 8 damage Make It Rain.
Do still have a pie toss though for the keg, so this isn't going to work out. But first, gonna fire off that spell whose name is escaping me for some reason.
Tap out.
Even though for some reason when it's not targeting a karma, I forget the name of the card.
Oh no, it's tag out, not tap out. Oops. Tapping out and tagging out, two entirely different things.
Sing it with me now.
Both wrestling terms, very different connotations.
So he just casually swing in for 4 here. We unfortunately did not get the coins because our hand is full on the side of Majin. If we would have gotten the coins, we could have played them, doubled them up with Seraphine, and I think could have replayed BB. Oh, more powder. Oh wait, we are fully committing to this, huh? I mean,
yeah,
it's fine. We just need to get cards out of hand anyway, so like, why not use it?
The other thing is, Renrag probably doesn't feel safe trying to proactively remove the kegs. So Majin can just hit end turn here. And then next turn, when Renrag has to try and remove the keg, we have a lot more options to counterplay that. Or we could just draw Warning Shot.
I feel like we probably have to proactively remove the kegs because the probability of them actually having mana to work with those kegs next turn is way higher. So like doing it now and maybe running into like 2 0-cost spells is lower than running into like 1-cost spells next turn.
I agree with you because you have the Hate Spike backup. And like you said, I think the chance of having 2 0-mana spells, not super high.
Gets it done here. That's a scary open attack.
Look like jokes. I actually don't think it is. I think Caustic Rip wipes this board. Now it's super... Oh my gosh, Majin. The perfect Flash Bomb hit to set everything up for a Caustic Rift.
Yeah, I forgot that Seraphine doubles these.
How could you forget? You've been watching it all day.
I kind of forgot that it wasn't played. So far, I was like, yeah, we probably had Caustic Rift. But no, we actually haven't. This was the whole point of the game so far. This is the whole reason Majin Bay got to 6 HP in the first place. And no Caustic Rift was drawn so far. So this was the first one, and it does its job.
The beauty of Back Alley Bar as a caster is you can immediately identify what has and has not been played so far this game.
Listen, not at 3 AM after 9 hours of casting.
It's only... T, you're such a baby. It's only been 8 hours and 50 minutes, okay? It hasn't even been 9 hours yet. Get your head in the game for 10 more minutes, then you can clonk out.
Alright, I'm going to check in with you in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll take it from there.
Zoologist just desperately trying to find a way to get back into this game. This one got out of control incredibly quick. At least for Seraphine terms. We do have, again, 2 bars on board, which is something that Renrek can't interact with. Renrek got really close, got Majin down to 6 HP, but Majin just stabilized from there on out.
And this is what we were talking about in the pregame, about this deck having game into it, but like you mentioned, only having about a 34% win rate. It looked so good in the opener, and there definitely felt like there was potential to close this out. And just stabilization on the side of Majin Bay, despite having no healing. Not quite out of the woods yet, though. I think there are still enough threats in the deck of Renrag that they can outpace the removal of Majin, especially given that they already have 2 Nora in hand. Unless they, like, die here, but that doesn't seem likely.
Persistence is key.
Majin's being committed. Ooh. Could maybe just skip that one. Formula. Yeah, there we go. More draw, more kegs.
Just really looking for that warning shot. Not finding it, though.
Goes in, tries the missing shot right main. Why not? Okay, Cosmic Reverse. Like, I guess... I mean, Renrek is not going to interact with this one. Oh, he's just putting on a stack for Mystic Shot. Really trying to get close to default here.
The group shot is going to negate the massive keg stacking for the Mystic Shot. But after that, Renrag is finally out of keg answers, at least for the time being. And again, it's a good survival move, but Renrag still feels pretty far away from actually winning the game.
Yeah, look at the board. We completely lost it on Renrag's side. Nora is something that we can never really stick on the board for long.
Yeah, she's leveled now, but High Note has not been played. So that will be doubled up, take out the Nora. That second Nora, though, dies to some fumes.
I'm gonna leave it alive for now.
Portapalooza, though, on the open might high roll something big here for Renrag. Can we get some portals?
Can I get one of them?
Okay, this is why Lurk is a bad deck and a bad archetype. It's putting bad cards in the pool for respectable Nora players.
Not quite how I would put it.
A duet? Heck yeah!
I have more harsh words to say for them, but I figured that was as respectable as I could be after 9 hours of casting.
How many Lurks did we have in tournament today? I feel like I've heard a lot of players theorizing about bringing Lurk and saying, hey, maybe it's time to bring Lurk, but in the end, nobody did. At least nobody that we spectated.
I was going to act like that was a hard thing for me to look up, like I can't just control F Pike. There were 7 Lurk in the tournament.
That's a respectable number. But obviously, even though players might think about bringing a Lurk because they've been riding a high of some high roll Lurks on ladder, and before they actually lock in the tournament lineup, they remember, hey, tournaments work a bit differently, and don't want to low roll on these ones.
I understand the theory that Lurk should have a good matchup into the slower Dirtily decks like Karmaset and Jack Seraphine. I don't think that works on paper.
Right.
Haven't hit you with my good arm yet.
I mean, it works on paper, just it doesn't work in practice.
What are you waiting for? Bantam!
Sorry, when I said in paper, I was thinking of like when we talk about card games and like playing physical card games, we say in paper.
Yeah.
So that's what I meant. Yeah, it doesn't work in practice. I should have worded that better.
I mean, yeah, it mostly doesn't here. But yeah, what also doesn't work in practice. Trying to solve versus Seraphine deck, and we finally get the huge keg damage done, and then just lethal committed to the Nexus. Renrek saying, okay, it was a good try. I'm gonna go down 1-0, but I'm gonna have another run at this in the next game.
I got what I came for.
Oh man, now I've been exposed. I'm Taco Bell ASMRing on mute mid-game.
Oh my
None of you
God.
get to hear that. Ice-T ruined it for you by baiting me with a Jack Seraphine mirror.
It's all my fault. I'm gonna do better next tournament, guys. I'm gonna do better next tournament.
Yeah, I really don't want to eat into my microphone, if I'm being honest. That is not something that is appealing to me. I don't know why you little freaks want me to do that so badly. Maybe it's just because I don't want to do it that you want to hear it. But it looks like the Samira deck was not banned. It was the Karma deck. So taking Please Buff Karma off the Karma makes sense to me.
Yeah, honestly, Boulevard, if you just do it with like enthusiasm and you're really into it, maybe people just stop talking about it.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know how many viewers we have, but yeah, it's like, oh yeah, if you just make that many people really uncomfortable for a few minutes, then they'll stop asking you to do this weird thing. I don't want to make that many people uncomfortable for a few minutes. I'd rather just, again, it's like buffing Katarina. You people don't actually know what you want.
Yeah, you think you want to hear Boulevard eating Taco Bell into the mic.
Exactly.
But once it happens...
Fizz stubbies!
Okay, Fizz, Samira, champions assembled, Shelly, the prophesized third champion. You know, Buzzwater actually has a lot of pseudo-champions. Shelly was supposed to be a champion a long time, right? A lot of people saying, hey, Shelly is the actual second champion in any of the Nami decks. And now, obviously, with BB, we have another champion, pseudo-champion in Buzzwater. Oh, how many pings do we have? Do we want to try this Fizz one more time? Oh, we do.
They're fighting the good fight. And I think it now finally works out if you want to throw out that hate spike, which you've come this far. You might as well go all the way. I don't like sort of half-assing my commitment on the Fizz. I'm throwing everything at it, or I'm throwing nothing at it.
You know, warning shot would have been really demoralizing here.
That would have been so funny. Just for Fizz to die to Quietus on the following turn. Ooh. Oh, and a couple of playable cards off of the Barb.
Yeah. One problem is that they all like Plunder, but if we want to activate Plunder, we would have had to play Samira here, so we just have to play them out without the Plunder effect triggered. Not the end of the world. Does not feel great though. Another Pie Toss. So, you know what I love about Bandle City? Might be the perfect region to actually throw a couple of removal spells at the face. Because we are generating so many pings. It's just not gonna stop.
You know, is there... I guess the question is, like, should you have hate spiked first, thinking that was going to get canceled, and then Pie Toss so that you get the second version, the pastry, instead of the husk? How much do you care about the husk?
It really depends if you really value the Nora as a blocker as well.
A good look in a book and a cat in the lap.
But yeah, potentially it could have been a slightly better play. Really depends on how this game goes. And I mean, fearsome is a pretty good keyword for Nora.
It does get you through the Burblefish as well as these little Father Furies. Doesn't get you through the Shellies though.
Come on, people. Let's make
I like how Renrek was really going after the Fist though, and really trying just to keep this board down, because I feel like looking at Renrek's hand, being so expensive otherwise, like besides the removal spells, you just have to be really bullish in the early game, because otherwise you're just gonna get overrun. And we've seen what happens usually if you are really bullish in the early game, and that is you outvalue these decks and you drive them out of resources, you survive at like 5 HP, you win the game. Now, Majin actually has a hand that is a little more value-oriented, and I think this is an aspect of the Samira deck that we haven't quite seen that often today.
No, you know, for all the comparisons to TFs that have been drawn on this archetype because of the Shelly and, the Burblefish together, it's not often that we actually see the Shelly come down for these players and start to take over a game, and I think that's part of the reason that we're seeing so many of them only run 2 copies.
Make the darkness your own.
Majin, though, on the full 3.
Playing Burblefish here, not wasting any mana. It's not really wasting mana per se, but... Oh, Inferno as well. Okay, so we can just throw down another Shadow. We have enough spells. And with the Bilgewater Tailstones, unfortunately, we do not have any additional protection. If those were Bandle Tailstones, that would obviously be the case. Can't generate those ones in this region combination. Could try to go for Samira first as well. Really depends on what Majin wants to do here.
Yeah, I'd love to share some insight into playing the Samira first, but as previously established, do not understand what that champion does.
All right.
I believe she makes a flare on summon.
Yes, she does make a flare on summon.
Strike if you don't have one?
Yes.
I pulled that out of my ass. I could be a card designer.
It's perfect. That's exactly how she works. And you know what? The whole level up thing, don't really pay attention to that. I usually don't, because I play her in Samira Sejuani, where she's just there to give me flares. That's all she does.
Are you playing like Plunder Samira Sejuani?
This is like mid-range Plunder, Overwhelm, mix, sometimes a level Sejuani.
So like normal Gangplank Sejuani Plunder.
Yeah, but like with Noxus instead of Bilgewater.
Yeah, I don't know how many of the Freljord Plunder cards rotated. I'm guessing
none.
Since they took all of the spells and the Watchers, it's not much.
None. Absolutely none.
Oh, wow.
Which is not that great, because honestly, in real Plunder decks, we didn't play any of them.
Yeah, you know, we are finally starting to see Shelly get to do some work here, though. You know, we see Renrag on the double pastry, and the Burblefish, and the little Piltover chick. That sounded so much more derogatory than I meant it to.
Oh, okay. Okay, listen, Boulevard.
Unable to be taken out by the pastry.
Yeah. First of all, a lot of damage here on the board. You love to see it. There's an all-out as well to go up against some removal. Removal that isn't even there except the Vengeance. So this is looking pretty good for Majin. Not getting lethal here, but getting terribly close. But now that we said that, but tell me once again, is that little to you?
Only to die of boredom.
They're a one drop. That's what I meant by little.
Okay. I was like, hold on, man.
Actually, yeah, I'm so swole that
is not a thing.
That beefcake.
That's what's little. Yeah. Oh, Pirate. Okay, perfect. We can actually trigger Plunder. We can draw cards. We can play Shelly.
Oh, and we're going to play Shelly to dodge the 2 damage darkness onto a few of our units.
The darkness not doing hot at all.
Man, I think that's the second blood bait we've seen cast today, and it never feels good.
Now, if Withering Well was still a thing, this wouldn't feel quite as bad.
If Withering Well was still a thing, I don't think Majin would have made this play.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay, true. Balthus was a thing. He would have maybe considered it.
Yeah, I think you just go for the open attack, though. I'm not sure you want to give your opponent the opportunity to play some slow spells. Looking at Renrag's 4 slow removal spells in hand, and that is going to be lethal. And Majin Bay moving on to the grand finals of the Master and Terra Open April edition.
Yeah? Just trying to get the money back, huh?
Yeah. Do you think Majin paid an entry fee? I think he did.
I think he did as well. Yeah.
I think they probably just pay the entry fee and they're like, we'll sort it out later.
No, I think Majin and Jason are probably also a few of the like bigger contributors. Like if you look into the Vectorino.
They enter the tournament so they can try to win it to fund the next one. They're like, sick, we got half the money back.
Woo! Majin really giving his best here now in the finals, and we can actually take a look at who his opponent actually is, because I think that round is over by now, and it looks like Majin is going to be met by, give me a drum roll real quick.
That's Taco Bell ASMR. I'm drum rolling on a quesadilla.
Mirage. Icardo didn't make it, so we don't get the full mirror. It's going to be Mirage versus Majin Bay.
I was hoping for the full mirror. I was really hoping for the full mirror, but instead we get Galio, Garen, Jarvan, Ash LeBlanc, and Leona Samira, and Majin cannot be feeling confident here given that Mirage 2-0'd Icardo, who is on the same lineup. Now, the difference here is that Majin took to Twitter to let everyone know, or Icardo took to Twitter, rather, to let everyone know that today is his first day playing Set Karma. And Majin certainly much more practiced on the deck. So that could be a difference maker.
It should be a difference maker, but we'll see. This is a really exciting final. I mean, obviously, if you believe in fate, and you want to make a sense of suffering, you would think, hey, maybe Boulevard, we too, after going through all of this, we are gonna, get the final. We're gonna get the full mirror final to make sense of everything as has happened. Make sense of all the Seraphine and Karma matches that we had to cast. But no, we're not gonna get that. But we're still gonna get an absolute banger for the final. And with that, we're gonna go to a very short break. And once we are back, we're gonna bring you Mirage versus Majin for the finals of the Mastering Runeterra April Open. So stay tuned, and we are gonna be right back. And hello and welcome back. We are now at the finals of the Mastering Runeterra April Open. And we've been going through 7 rounds of Swiss. We've been going through a quarterfinals, semifinals to arrive here. It's going to be Majin versus Mirage. And Boulevard, I'm excited for that one. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because we're finally going to be able to look over the decks that Mirage brought to the tournament. We have seen Mirage today already once during the Swiss rounds, but have not been able to take a full look at the deck lists. And Mirage is running a completely different lineup from what we have seen so far.
Yeah, Mirage, you may remember as the Ash LeBlanc player. I was going to spoil their secret super excellent deck, but instead we're going to take a look at one of the few well, I guess there were 3 Ash LeBlanc players in the top cut, so that's not a few, as that was one of the most represented decks, tying with Samira Fizz, as well as a couple of others. But nothing too crazy here. One Ice Veil Archer kind of stands out as like the only, maybe a little weird thing. As well, I don't know if Reckless Trifarian's even weird. I feel like we've seen it enough today that might just be the new standard.
Yeah, I think Reckless Trifarian has been not only been popular in this tournament, but also on ladder recently. So I think that is a new stat, especially if you want to target the Karma decks and the Seraphine decks, right? It's a 3-mana 5/4 pretty beefy unit for the cost, and especially if you want to run down your opponent in the mid game, really good unit to do that. Now let's take a look at the second deck. It's still not the one that Boulevard wants to mention. It is Samira Leona though, and I like that deck as well. This looks like a pretty standard list, although we have a couple more aggressive choices in here with the Precious Pet. We do run Triple Might and Triple Noxian further. So this is again a deck that gets really beefy in the mid game and is really hard to deal with for the Karma and Seraphine decks.
I feel like every Samira Leona that we've seen today has run one Precious Pet, which looks like such a weird one of. But it is the 10th 1-drop, I guess.
Is that a better one we could have found? Probably not.
No. Rearguard's gone, and I guess dead are the days of 12 1-drops. 10 is good enough, we say.
Yeah, and again, if we want to have a chance against the Karma decks, against the Seraphine decks, we do need a little bit more aggression. I think this is probably not as favored as the other decks into that matchup. So potentially going a little bit more aggressive, going in 3 mites, 3 furthers, and a few more 1-drops does make a lot of sense, because you want to like optimize the chances to actually win that matchup, which could be otherwise like a 50-50. But let's take a look at the third deck, and this one is a spicy one. And Boulevard, you've been waiting to talk about this.
Yeah, what is this, man? What is this thing, man? It's just like, it's blocking Badger Bear and some Stony Suppressors, and then a bunch of cheap spells. Why is Bone Club here? How often are you playing Revna the Lore Keeper? This deck looks so weird and so far away from our expectations coming into this event. On top of the champion split, like Garen finally making their way into a top cut, Galio back in the meta for the first time in who knows how long.
There's an Avarosian Trapper in this deck. A card isn't even played in Ash.
There's one Avarosian Trapper in this deck.
Okay, so remember I said that you probably have like about a 50-50 into the Karma set with like a bunch of the other decks, and maybe it's teched. We've seen this deck absolutely dominate Samira Fizz. Just the power of the blocking Badger Bears and the Stony Suppressors just absolutely shutting that matchup down. And we've also seen the Ash deck absolutely dominate the Samira deck. So maybe the strategy is not to go after Karma at all, not to go after Seraphine, but it's actually to go after the Samira decks with some pretty beefy mid-range decks that all of a sudden in the mid-game are just so big that you have to block them and you are going to trade them down. They have some freezes, maybe they have some interactions that are going to keep you from actually killing them, which means that you are just going to be behind on board and going to be trading down every turn.
I feel like when I saw Fizz Samira, I was like, especially after watching it in the finals of the Gloria Navori Brawl, where Aragorn, our current world champion, came in with that Jack Jarvan deck, it really made it look like it's as simple as just playing 3 blocking Badger Bear, drawing a copy or 2 of it, and building the deck out from there. And I thought, surely no, everyone's comparing this to the best deck that's ever existed in Legends of Runeterra. Surely it can't be that simple. This is just the classic case of just whale the Burblefish. But people are showing that it might actually just be that simple.
Yeah. It might just be. And again, this deck looks pretty interesting. Excited to see it if it's not banned. Maybe Majin will ban it though. If Majin has been paying close attention to the tournament, he might have seen 1 or 2 games that this deck has actually played, and might decide to say, hey, okay, it looks a bit wild, looks a bit out there, but so far has been performing pretty well, so maybe I have to get rid of this. That said, the other decks surely are very scary known factors. And usually those are the ones that are going to be targeted for bans.
I don't think Majin can switch up their ban strategy to the point where they are suddenly leaving open Samira Leona, if that has been the ban for the entire day.
Yeah, again, just a very solid deck that has pretty good matchups here against not everything that Majin is playing. I think Samira Leona against the Karma deck is still probably like a 50-50. But again, if we leave the other Samira decks open, if we attack our decks a little bit, that could become really dicey.
I'm ready to get into the game, T. It's the grand finals. We're cresting on. We're likely to finish this one out at around the 10-hour mark. I'm sure it's later for you. Well, actually, no, it's early for you now, so you should be awake now. I don't.
Yeah,
How you feeling, buddy? I don't know. The last time you had caffeine, the last time you ate, you staying like I've been freshening up. I like changed my pants one round. I brushed my teeth one round. I put on some cologne before we got into the top 8 just so that I can smell good for myself. Like I'm staying fresh over here. You doing good?
I'm doing okay. You know,
okay.
Because I'm running production on the side, I like have like less time in between the rounds to do stuff. So unfortunately, had to skip on the caffeine for like the last 2 rounds. But I have some food that I'm gonna eat after this and before I go to sleep because it is currently 3 a.m. But you know what? Somehow I'm hoping it'll be close this out before 4 a.m. I have some hope there that this matchup is gonna be absolutely crushing for either of these players. Either Majin has figured out some new ban strategy and is gonna do the opposite of what Icardo had to endure, or again, Icardo, that ran the same matchup as Majin Bay, was just the blueprint here for what Mirage is going to do to Majin. It's going to be pretty one-sided either way.
And I don't know how quickly the Icardo Mirage match finished, because we know that the Majin Renrag one took a bit of time, but I could see Mirage's decks finishing this one pretty quickly, right? I don't think, like, if you make it to the late game, then I think Majin's winning, but I think that we're very much looking to end around the turn 7, turn 8 mark before the Karma even has a chance to think about flipping, likely before Seraphine even gets to flip.
Yeah, could very well be the case. We will all find it out in the game because we are starting, everyone, the finals, Majin versus Mirage. 1/2 of Mastering Runeterra versus, I don't know.
1/2 of the players in the tournament named Mirage that brought Frostbite Elites.
That's kind of funny how it works out, but yes, exactly. Yeah. Let's go.
For those of you that don't know what we're talking about, earlier in the tournament, we watched Mirage, but I looked at Chrono Mirage's deck list, who was basically running Mono Demacia Elites with Brittle Steels in it. And so I saw that, and then I saw this region combination, and I went, yep, that's the right player. Until I saw Galio in the opening hand. That one threw me for a loop, because that was not in the other players' list. But I gotta say, one of the things that is almost difficult to evaluate about this deck is that over the history of Legends of Runeterra, some region combinations have just never worked together. And Demacia Freljord might be one of the last remnants of a region combination that has just never found a success. So
that's not true.
What was it?
I went 21-1 with Scarground's Demacia.
Anyway, for people that play the ranked ladder instead of normal games...
Wait, that was right. It's Monsters.
Anyway, I'm sure you did this in like the off-season where everyone else... you probably played the same poor soul 21 times in a row. The point is, this is one of those region combinations that has just never worked out. There's never been a tier 1 deck that has been a Freljord Demacia deck, at least that I can remember. And if you comment me on Twitter saying, hey, remember this deck? And my answer is no, I don't know why you tweeted at me, son. That's come correct. But I think like Demacia Noxus is the only other one I could think of, and that changed when we got Rumble Vein, which, I mean, I wouldn't call it tier 1, but it was certainly a deck that was very real, and I don't think we've ever had something like that for Demacia Freljord.
No, we really quite haven't. I don't think that this is going to change it, obviously. It is a pretty cool deck to see, but somehow I have the feeling that even though it could possibly win this finals, we won't see a terribly high play rate on ladder.
Probably not, but I do find it interesting that post-rotation, the reason that this region combination never worked is because Demacia was about getting on board and staying on board, and Freljord was about damage-based board wipes. So the overlap of synergy there is non-existent. We have finally moved away from that. The region identities of the regions have shifted, and thus there is a little bit more harmony between Freljord and Demacia. Is it enough for this deck to win the tournament and then show up in the top cut, 20 people bring this out of 32 at the next Runeterra Open? No, absolutely not. I wouldn't be surprised if they win with this event. And then there's none of these in the Runeterra Open next week. That's just how card games are sometimes. But right here in the opening turns, this is looking pretty good. Why? Because it's a blocking Badger Bear versus a Samira. The rest of the cards are not particularly relevant.
Absolutely, blocking Badger Bear here again. just absolutely perfect versus these elusives, and we do have the pirouette here to stun out like the 1-mana 5/5, which is also coming in. Okay, the one of Amorous and Trapper doing his work there, actually.
A few more.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that players had cut Avaros and Trapper from the Ash LeBlanc decks because I keep seeing it on ladder, but I guess that's what came out for the Reckless Trifarian.
A good fight's the spice of life. Garlic works in a pinch.
Well, you know what? Mirage said, hey, gotta put that guy in one of my decks.
Mirage said, hey, I can't run Reckless Trifarian. I need something else.
Might as well be Trapper. Alright, single combat here potentially coming out to try and tread on the Shelly, but I don't know, the double all out on the other side is a bit scary.
I mean, it's, yeah, double all out versus double single combat. Plus Shelly's in play. This could get dicey. Brittle Steel, unlikely to have a big impact here.
Yeah, but also Samira is just one card of flipping.
Oh boy.
So we might commit on our ult here anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be the death of the Badger Bear, which opens the floodgates for Majin a bit.
Don't hold anything back.
That was so good.
Gonna have to hard agree with you on that one, Big Chief. Love the little surfboard.
What a shame.
Alright, unfortunately, this not only means that the blocking Badger Bear is gone, but this also means Samira's flip can potentially rally, can generate more spells. Again, this is incredibly scary. We can trade off the Samira with a single combat, and try to keep the blocking Badger Bear alive, but the second all out would be an absolute blowout.
Yeah, not even the second all out onto the Samira, but the second all out just procs Shelly and turns her into a 6/6. So now you get to play the all out on the Shelly. Shelly survives. This is so good for Bay.
This is game almost. I don't know, you come back from this, especially because your freezes and Anna Brittle Steel, and I don't know how many targets are gonna be left for Brittle Steel when Shelly is done doing her work.
Want to prove yourself? Now's your chance.
And for a second there, it looked like Majin just kind of questioning out, do I even need to save this Shelly in particular? And it's understandable because in so much of the meta, leaving a unit at 1 health is almost as good as leaving it dead, but this is not the Caustic Rift side of the meta. This is a very honest, very light on interaction Demacia Freljord list.
I like how we keep calling Demacia and like just mid-range honest. If you would be talking to Kfelt right now, you would be calling this the opposite of honest, okay? Everything that can potentially rally, dishonest. Can attack multiple times per turn, dishonest.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why Katassus isn't in this top 8.
Yeah.
I don't think they entered the tournament, but you know.
But I didn't. Last tournament Kfelt entered was Classic Madness last week.
Do you know the last time they entered a Riot Block tournament?
It's been quite a while.
That's about how long Demacia has been good, so that's understandable.
Yeah.
Just quite a while. That said, though, as we approach the late game, Anaka is... I don't think Anaka's a threat, but I think Anaka into Galio is a threat. Or even Anaka into Jarvan. Really just Anaka into any of the champions now that I think about it, because Garen would also be a rather devastating hit.
Yeah, especially backed up from single combat. I think you're providing rallies, but on the other side, again, Majin has an army of elusives and can potentially rally again. People forget, but the Samira just needs to see 6+ cards be played. Again, this doesn't reset anymore. She's flipped now.
Yeah. God, you'd have to be a fool not to know that one. Am I right, ST?
Yeah, I can't. You know what? I don't think I've ever felt someone get that wrong.
You really said that one with your chest, huh? You really meant that, huh? That said, though, not as much damage as you might think is going to get pushed this turn. Even though there's only 2 mana, that does mean that Mirage has their choice between single combat or double Brutal Steel.
I feel like we're going to rally. I feel like we're just pushing a bunch of...
Gonna accidentally rally before we attack?
That would be hilarious. I mean, now that we see this, we basically have to commit the single combat on the Samira. Because otherwise we do give them a chance to rally.
Which would be scary, even if you go in for the attacks here, and then, you know, they're not going to rally, and all of a sudden, I mean, and Majin's not going to blood bait into this just to watch the animation go off. It's not the kind of player we're dealing with here, and the player being generated in hand, also relatively relevant. And now we're looking at least 10, maybe as high as 13 with the flare, if that will proc Shelly.
I think we just proc Shelly. So
okay,
1 proc and out.
So it'd have to be flare blood bait, which is not worth it. Not worth it at this stage of the game.
Ooh, pirouette.
Wow. And we're still not at a Naka mana.
So I think last turn was one of the last turns we actually could make a lot of use of those brittle seals. Unfortunately, we were tapped out, so didn't work out there. And with double Shelly, using brittle seal, I don't think gets you there anymore.
No, it's irrelevant at that point. The question is how much does Majin have to block here? And with the pirouette taking out a couple of units, the answer, not much. They actually only have to block 1 unit. They go down to 1. But I think Majin has to play it safe and block a little bit more than that because of For Glory. But if you're only going in with the 5 attack units, I think you're safe to just block the 1 with the coral creatures, hang back the other one. But Majin wants to take no damage.
Yeah, you don't have to, so... Well, it's fine either way how Majin plays this one. And what I'm really noticing is that this deck from Mirage is looking a lot different in this matchup when we don't get the Stony Suppressor into double blocking Badger Bear. Especially a Stony Suppressor was more of a factor than I at first realized.
I mean, the deck building process is as simple as starting blocking Badger Bear. You do have to draw multiple copies, and it has been flabbergasting how consistently these Demacia decks have been drawing their double blocking Badger Bear when they have no business doing so. And that is going to be Majin Bay taking game number 1 of the finals here in a matchup that they probably were not supposed to win.
Nope. And that is incredibly scary. And I think, at least I talked about it at the beginning, before this one started, is, hey, this could be going the other way. If Majin has figured something out that Icardo maybe hasn't, if Majin has some couple tech cards, has, a bit more luck in the draw, and could potentially win with the Samira deck, turn that matchup around, we could see a quick 2-0 from the other side.
The tech is don't let them draw Stony Suppressor or multiple copies of blocking Badger Bear. Congratulations, Majin. Your plan played out to a T, and now we get to see Frostbite midrange up against Karma Set.
Alright, so I don't have any stats on this one, because I don't have any stats on Frostbite midrange.
My guess is that this should be favored, or at least very winnable, for the Karma Set player.
I would believe so. But then again, you know what I do have stats on?
What is that?
That exact matchup. It's a 36% win rate.
For Karma Set?
Yeah,
well, you got it.
It's not looking great.
That said,
you know what's even
worse?
You
gotta crank those numbers up when Majin Bay's the pilot.
That's true. But did you know that this matchup gets 10% worse for Karma Set if you swap out the Garen and Jarvan for Udyr?
What?
Okay.
Oh, do you mean the last matchup or this one?
This one. It's a 26% win rate, and it's not that small of a sample size. Over 200 games.
You know this is Frostbite midrange, right? Not
yes.
The weird Demacia deck?
Oh, this. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, I was. Oh my god, I was still on the Demacia deck. What? We swapped decks? No.
Yeah, that's why I was like, what Garen and Jarvan are you talking about?
Oh no. Yeah, no, I was still talking about the other matchup. Oh, for this one, I mean, why wouldn't we have stats for this one? I was like, we have over 3k games for this one. This is about
That's why I was so confused. I'm like, okay, IceTea doesn't know how to look up stats apparently, but that's fine.
Oh no. Yeah, for this one we just know that this is like roughly a 50-50. Obviously, Mirage tried to tech this one with the Trifera and Glory Seek a little bit.
Yeah, I did not believe you when you said this was a 35% win rate for Karma Set, but I'm like, if T's looking at the numbers, T's looking at the numbers. That's crazy to me, but whatever, man.
This is...
That is more of what I expected. I imagine the Reckless Trifarian does make it better for the Frostbite midrange over the Avaros and Trapper. just because you're putting the pressure on much faster. But Majin's hand, I was going to say looking good, but then I looked up and I saw double Elixir of Iron, as well as a call for help. I don't even know the name of this card. I know it has help in the name.
A lot of protection spells
Here to help.
This will be a good warm-up.
Taking 11, not an option here, but again, as you mentioned, could be incredibly scary to throw out these removal spells and just run into all the protection that Mirage has in hand right now. But we do have a stun, and we don't have anything that we can interact with that one. No denies, no nothing, no spell shield. Stun is going to go through, and only going to push a meager 5 damage here, and I think Majin is completely fine with that.
Here to help makes it so incredibly scary to try to remove damaged units, because it is extra punishing for that because of the 2 attack boost. I'm a little surprised this card is only 2 mana. The first I played against this card probably 5 times, and the whole time I thought it was 3 mana.
I think because the Brom spell is 3 mana, so you would expect this one to be as well.
Something like that. So here's the Reckoning. Gonna take out a bit. Ooh, that is not a lot of board left for Mirage. Not that I think that the Reckoning is a difference maker there. I do still think that like killing the set is proper, but it doesn't feel good to have that much of your board taken out.
No fight.
This ain't Ionia, okay? This is Noxus Freyot. We're culling the weak. We're keeping the strong on the board.
Throwing rocks at birds.
Yes.
And just kill our own Omen Hawk. Bloody business. Looking to take out the set. Maybe a tag out. Don't know how many coins are available for Majin.
Ooh, this is going to be enough coins here to replay the set.
Wow.
Exactly.
That's so big. Big main character moves from Majin Bay here. Getting to the exact number of coins to replay the set. Take out the 7-3. Because if you can keep Mirage off of 5 attack units, that really stifles their card advantage engine of top decking a Trifarian Assessor. And I don't believe a Hearthguard has come down. Omen Hawk has, but I think that we've already seen the buffs come in off the Omen Hawk, so we're not going to have a 5 attack Assessor. Just have to keep the board as clear as possible. Down to 2 mana. We might actually see the Here to help.
That's all there is
Just to keep this unit alive.
Beat loser. I saw you looking at me.
Yeah, and Majin here going for it. Not afraid of another copy here of another strike spell. Saying, I have to do this. I have to keep getting control of the board. But it seems like on the other side, there's no good top deck.
Brittle Steel.
I don't know.
Make it increasingly difficult for Majin to keep up on this, but also I like using the Elixir there from Mirage because now Majin might get baited into thinking they can take out this this Reckless Trifarian with either a Caustic Rift or the second half of a High Note, and then Here to Help punishes and pushes even more damage.
Charge!
Open attack. Maybe afraid of a face breaker.
A reasonable fear. On top of the fact that Concussive Palm is a pretty big punish for developmental attacks in situations like this.
Alright, High Note being committed here. Again.
Very good from Majin to High Note and declare the safety block. Mirage can sustain through this with Here to Help and Brittle Steel. And I don't think those cards are getting much more value.
Means set gone, but look at Majin's hand.
Where's my money?
We are getting ever closer to the turn 10. We have 2 Karmas in hand, and obviously still we have to kind of play around Reckoning a little bit, but we have some healing, we have a couple units, we have a little bit of draw. It's not looking bad for Majin.
Yeah, Majin has not stabilized yet though. We have a handful of units, which is not what you want to pair with your Karma. Americanas, or Mirage rather, still very much one Trifarian one Trifarian Assessor top deck away from being wholly back in the game, especially if they get the chance to run the Glory Seeker out here.
Drinks are cold and gossip's hot.
Preferring
Majin
the
not
Sessa
looking for
into
any additional
Reckoning.
cards.
Could be an absolute blowout.
And something else we need to keep in mind, because I do believe it is in this deck, is Incisive Tactician. Reputation is almost certainly active. 6 mana, Incisive Tactician could have ended the game there.
Incisive Tactician is there.
Oh. I did not realize that we had not Reputation yet. I think it's too late now, though.
Yeah.
I think the Tactician, because we have no more protection for this Reckless Trifarian, that 1 mana Mystic Shot's going to pick it off. Majin's got the mana to run out another unit here. Glory Seeker, kind of whatever. On top of that, we top decked Place Your Bets.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about that one. Karma now can hit the board if Majin is feeling frisky, right? But sometimes you just have to take a risk. Yeah, have to again. There's no lethal in the open attack, so you can actually just pass this one up. Now that there is going to be the rally, though, gonna have to develop a few more blockers and commit that Mystic shot. But outside of that, next turn, it's probably on America's, or Mirage rather, to actually develop again, which means you can develop Karma in response and go draw a couple cards, get a bunch more mana, probably win the game.
Can also develop the Karma now, Mystic Shot the 7-2, or maybe even just like block the 7-2 with your 2-2, block the 6-5 with your 3-4, take the 5 damage, finish off the 6-5 with your Mystic Shot, and then, you know, Karma, place your bets, go from there. If I absolutely have to, block the Tactician.
Something I said.
That's looking exactly like what Majin is set up to do. You could just Mystic Shot now as well. But I imagine here comes Karma.
And the only thing that was really scary there was another strike spell. But his reputation wasn't active. That one would actually cost 4. So Majin knew, okay, that was an 8 mana rally. Don't have to fear that one.
Even well, I guess Reputation is now active, but even if something like that happened, Majin probably gets to develop another... okay, ended up top decking the tag out, so has removal for the 6-2 as well as the 5-5, and then would be able to develop and continue to play the game from there. But this is feeling just about done and dusted, though Majin does still have to actually draw the cards to end the game and survive against this. But if Americanus is going in for an open attack, that's feeling like something that's easy enough for Majin to stop. Even if they have to sacrifice the Karma. But this might even be a tag out.
Form, Caustic Rift.
So good. Burning a high note here. With the Caustic Rift. Oh, just full committing here. Which feels fine. I think the only... I was going to say the only thing this might lose to is second Tactician plus Reckoning, but I forgot that Majin Bey has 13 mana.
Quite a bunch of mana gonna be refilled here. Gonna heal up again as well. Trade more coins. And yeah, this looks just about done and dusted. Yeah, he needs to draw the cards to actually win the game, but
All the world on one
it's
arrow.
not looking that far away anymore.
No, it is not. And a barrier spell, so Karma can go to combat as well. Augmented Clockling. Not a lot of respect being paid to Reckoning. I guess you have double tag out. Should push come to shove.
Our strength is yours.
Plus, your Karma's now at 5 attacks, so yes,
True.
you lose all the adage, but
Yeah.
keep the main actor.
And I wonder what read Majin has on that card that has been sitting in Mirage's hand for pretty much the entire game. It is a Trifarian Glory Seeker, and maybe at this point you don't know what it is, but you assume it's just a dead card. Comes Caustic Rift to deal a little bit of damage. This is probably a coin into place your bets angle and do it all again. Oh, would you look at that, Paw? We got mana. Oh no,
Oh,
the mana
set.
bar bugged out.
And just as predicted, it's going to be a 2-0 from either side, and it's going to be Majin Bey taking up this one.
You know Majin is so excited to win an event with Karma, especially a Mastering Runeterra event, so that he can fund the next one and keep giving tournaments to folks like you at home, so that one day you can get as good as he is. And I lied, you can't get as good as he is. I don't know how he does it. This guy's absolutely crazy. For fun, when he takes a break from playing 10-hour Runeterra tournaments, he does that by flying across the country and playing in other 10-hour tournaments for other card games. He plays like 5 card games. I don't know how he does it. The kid's crazy.
How is he so good at all of them? And again, we talked about that this is Majin's meta. We said it at the beginning of the day when we were first spectating Majin. It's like, okay, Majin, you gotta do it, all right? You got your Seraphine, you got your Karma. Now is your time. And you know what? He did it. And it looked pretty easy for him. Again, well played by Mirage as well, but this is just exactly Majin's meta.
You know, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but that might have been the first time we saw Fizz Samira win on camera. The entire day.
You know,
that might be true.
It might actually be. I remember it
did
quite
not
a bunch
look
of times.
good. But I have been vindicated in thinking that Jack Seraphine, Karma Set X was the lineup. Thank you, Majin. I didn't think Samira was the third deck, but hey, honestly, you know, I got 2 out of 3. That ain't bad. Thanks, Meatball, for the love there. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to Majin. Was in his promo video for the Glory and Navario Brawl, sort of poking fun at Aragorn for not having won an event all year. And now, no one can say it back to Majin. The irony is gone from the situation. He is a champion once again.
That he is. And again, the next Runeterra Open and the first rerun post-beta season is just next week. So Majin can probably go into that one with the same lineup. Has the prep done already. And with that, the April Open for Mastering Runeterra is done. And how fitting that Majin would win this one, huh?
I didn't. Although, this is unfortunate because never, I'm not 100% sure, but never has someone won the big opening tournament before a big event and then also won the big event.
Yeah.
So Majin, take it easy in the Runeterra Open. Your fate is set in stone. You can't win that one, buddy, but you got this one.
And judging from the prize pool, might be the same. Honestly, again, just to reiterate, today we had an absolutely gigantic over $2K prize pool. Majin is going to take about 40% of that. Again, probably going to reinvest it just in the next Mastering Runeterra tournament. But with that, we are going to end the show for today. I'm going to thank you all for watching, for staying with us throughout almost 10 hours of tournament action. Big shout out, obviously, to Mastering Runeterra, to everyone behind the scenes. Special shout outs to Gregory and Cash. Both have been working absolutely fantastically in the back to keep this tournament running and to help us out on the broadcast with the second hand and everything else. Shout out, obviously, to you, Boulevard, for casting this one with me for, almost 10 hours. And shout out to the players who played and gave us their perspectives today.
And I would like to give a shout out to SparklingIceTea and absolutely nobody else. T, you done great. It's always a pleasure casting with you. I know it's very late for you there, and you did production at the same time, so I don't do this often, but shout out to SparklingIceTea and nobody else.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to take it over to the replays, and you're probably going to raid Majin after this so you can hear from the champion himself on his own stream.